Is it just me? Whoa. Am I running the Mancunian way now? What is going on here? Am I running the Mancunian way?
I'm here, mate. Don't you worry.
Are we running the Mancunian way here?
We are. I think we'd do a better job, wouldn't we?
Dangerous times for Martin here, letting me take control of this channel. Oh.
And me. He's seen my private. He knows the score. God knows what's going to happen on here now.
Martin, if
you
want
your
channel back.
Evening.
There he is.
You all right? I was just, I just wanted to have a little bit of fun.
Oh, fair enough.
No, come back off. I want to take over the channel.
Oh, that's better. Oh, no.
You've got to be a bit bigger, mate, to take over.
Bloody hell.
It was nice speaking with you, but I'm going to go now.
What's with the shades, mate?
We got a midfielder. And
that's what the shades for, right? Okay.
And I've got a migraine, so.
And you got a migraine.
Yeah, I've been staring at a computer screen all day, busy at work. And
I live in Arbia. We'll get into all of that. By the way, good evening to everyone who is joining us. This is the start of hour one of a 5-hour Bombazza show where we're going to just go through everything. We're going to talk everything about the window, Arsenal, the Ulky Caboodle, because I was there yesterday, so why I didn't do anything. Why were you nodding at?
I prefer not to speak. Or if I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Oh.
About Arsenal.
Jorge Mendes is getting like 6 kills for what? I don't get that.
Yeah, he's getting 10% of the fee, isn't he?
Oh, is that 6 mil?
Yeah.
Well, yes.
Here comes the money.
Anyway, good evening to all. Hope you are well. Good evening, Luke and Tone. You are going to see this guest reel rotate as we are going. Gaps is going to join us later. Kelster's coming on. Gondalorian's coming on. Vater's coming on. Alan, Pat, Ozzy, Rich may all come on. We're going to be in and out, and then we'll see. And some parts you'll have just me.
Pause.
So that. Good evening to you all. I will go through all the memberships first. Then we'll get into it. Hello, all in the chat. Here we go, says Tone. Yeah, say hello to everyone else. Thank you if you have been gifted a membership that I will come to in a minute when I've caught up with the chat. Please say a massive thank you to them because they are. Some of them are very kind. Some of them are not.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Say hello to everyone else. You weren't even on here, Martin. You were bloody late.
We were running the show for you.
Yeah.
We opened it up.
People said hello to Luke, hello to me because we were here.
And I was in the background. I just put Luke on his own just to see his face. Hey up, Benny. How are you, mate?
It's even worse, the music that I had on whilst the intro was going on.
It's been a minute since I've been on. Won't worry, Alan. Thank you for joining us, mate. One more, guys. We'll get into it, but no. Martin, Tone, let's hear some positivity. Listen, I'm just going to throw you out loads of positivity tonight. I know everyone's going to tell me we've not got a right back. I've already had Alan on the phone telling me it's a 2 out of 10 window.
Yeah, that's the happy claps for you, Martin.
Thank you.
See, I can be a bit more derailing on this because it's not my show.
Hello, Faye. Hopefully we'll have a chat soon when somebody gets his arse in gear.
Bloody hell.
Who's late?
And not me.
No one's late. Just someone keeps saying we're going to have a chat. And my God, we'll be having this chat in December of 2028. Tomorrow
or Wednesday.
Dash, by the way, massive happy birthday to Dash. Give everyone
happy
birthday messages to Dash, who had a bit of a meltdown this morning. He's had a meltdown the last 24 hours, the poor lad. This morning, he was the board out, cheeky out, everyone was out.
But that's like half our fan base, isn't it?
You know what, by the way, good evening, Blue Art. My pants are swinging on their own. Whoa. Pulpy is spot on. What have I missed? Pulpy in the chat.
No, he must mean he was on LB, wasn't he? So I presume he means that.
No,
That's
you
you.
put it.
Oh, no, somebody else put one about Pulpy earlier.
Good evening,
I
Leon.
responded to that. Bloody hell.
Pulpy thinks we're beating Madrid. I think we're beating
That's
Madrid.
the one. That's it. That's the
I
one.
can't.
Said
Do
Pulpy's
you know
spot
what?
on.
I'm gonna say it on here. I can't even go.
Why? I've got my tickets.
I've got my ticket, but I can't go.
I know.
Oh, I'm smelling a ticket giveaway on City Loop TV.
Oh, I know someone who might want that.
All right, well, it's not a present anymore. It's not a giveaway on the channel.
No. It's up to Luke.
Jack,
No.
I'm going to start that because that's
We will
great
see.
comment.
We will see.
Can deal with all the negativity. Be proud of what team can deal with all the negativity. You mean
Can't.
can't? I think you mean can't, don't you, Alan? Yeah, look at Dash. She's like, yeah, I had a meltdown. I'm fucking with the shades. Okay.
Sadly, I'm not fucking with or without him.
What do you mean upgrade? Cheeky sod. Do you mean upgrade? Cheeky
I'll
sod.
pay you later, Nick. I'll pay you later.
Nico Gonzalez, welcome to City. Yes, we will. We'll kick it off. He's seen your private tone. Everyone's seen his private tone.
Whoop.
Pause.
Can we pause for a minute? I don't like where these innuendos are going. Like, this is just derail central all over again, us three. We haven't had this for a long time. I've missed it wholeheartedly.
You have missed it.
Brighton, happy transfer deadline day. Now, that's the trilogy we needed. Martin Lukinson, thank you so much. Boo, get off. Wow. Ash. Awkward. Quiet deadline day so far. Yeah, just the one. Martin, get a grip of your mate LB. So, right, listen, no, that's. I don't control anyone. It's all opinions. I'm not playing that. No, move on. Are the panel going to change into their pajamas later?
I'm already in, man.
Yeah.
DC, kind of a show are you wanting? What's going on here?
That's my PJs.
I've got me Crocs on.
Jesus. We made us. We've signed a midfielder, and everyone goes wild. And I'll tell you a story about Arsenal in a minute when I've finished saying hello to everyone. Because I'll tell you what, I thought I was going to a football match. I didn't realise it was the 5th of November. Martin Tone doing a Razor Ups to Madrid. I'm doing a 1 minute checkpoints throughout both legs. 1 minute? Bloody hell. Right, we've survived 1 minute. We're on to 2. Let's go to 3. Ed, I'll send you the link for in a bit as well. Dash Messer will. Thief, you want to join? You're more than welcome. Yes, Dash Mess. I'll send you the link as well, mate. Good evening, Jesse. How are you, mate? Embarrassing performance yesterday. It was, and we will talk about that. I don't think the full 90 minutes was embarrassing. I think the last 20-25 was the most embarrassing of the whole season. Because anyone who listened to me on my space last night, there was no happy clappy going on. Martin was angry. Now start Nico O'Reilly. No, that ain't happening. No, Nico O'Reilly. If we'd have got the buyback, like Ishmael, O'Reilly would now be not here.
I think
if Chelsea agreed on the buyback,
well, wasn't it?
Would not be here.
Yeah, that's it.
We're doing very well, Sparkers. How are you, my friend? Better ones, yeah. Vader Games TV. Vader hopefully will join us in a bit as well. Jay Fresh with the Rocket. Class Eddie's here. Big up Martin and Luke. You lot are all your own fires. Nearly 200 of you already. Good evening, House Captain. How are you, my friend? We can't get a transfer ban for 115. Impossible. Yeah, it's 130. Why we're not getting a transfer ban?
Make it more.
Rockets. 2 out of 10. Is he all right? Who said 2 out of 10?
You said Alan said it was a 2 out of 10.
Oh yeah, Alan said it was a 2 out of 10. Yeah, well, you can debate that.
Come on, mate. Like you can't throw things out and then not remember it.
Yeah.
I'll keep you right, man.
You were having a meltdown this morning, Dash. You were having a meltdown, my friend. You were not happy bunny this morning.
I thought you were talking about me. I was like, I haven't spoke to anyone today.
See, and then Pulpa's even said, we need to get you on here at some point, Pulpa. We beat Madrid, and I'm 100% with you because it is so typical City. That is so typical City. Crap season, we make signings, and we suddenly go on this crazy run.
It'll be so beautiful, though, like to beat them and then be like they're the only team that knock us out of Europe. Because people will start saying we're winning the Champions League.
Yes, Stars, one of the mobs of the channel. Happy birthday, Sarah, fella. No Rudiger. Yeah, Rudiger's out. By the way, Madrid fans were booing Ancelotti the other day.
Not the first time.
Saying that, Kyle Walker was getting a man of the match performance for AC Milan in the Milan derby. So screw what I know about football anymore.
It's a mad world, mate. It's a mad world.
I leave City, I become back to where I was. Hey, well done. I'm going to take you to arbitration. You do that, Daz. You're coming on.
Go to court first.
Yeah, go to court. No, arbitration instead of court. Anyway, right, there's loads on. I'm going to go to these because you lot are already on fire. Adam Quinn has gifted 1 channel membership. Thank you so much. And then this Pratt at the top, he does nothing to do with this because for some reason he's doing tit for tat. He does not need to do this. But City Luke has gifted 10. It's not just 10, has gifted 15 channel memberships. If you have had one off Luke or Adam Quinn, please say thank you to them.
Anytime.
And then Ali Benabia, one of the all-time, short time, but one of the greatest midfielders I ever watched live, believe it or not, watched live. Ali Benabia, who has put in the best debut I've ever seen of any footballer, has gifted 10 memberships.
I missed him by 5 minutes in Paris.
Did you?
Yeah, he was in the bootleg, wasn't he? I missed him by 5 minutes.
Was you a City fan back then?
No.
You know, Macho.
I'm not coming on here to be abused.
Cynical, thank you for the very generous £5, my friend. Hey guys, just some analysis. We're having defensive issues. Why sign 2 inexperienced centre backs rather than 1 transfer ban? No, I think I will give you my opinion on this in a minute when I get into the transfer. So I will start. Well, it's already there. I will give you my view on this because I think people are wanting instant change and not looking at the actual long-term rebuild. Spartacus, for the 7th month, you are a legend. Thank you, sir. Tone, you didn't have to, mate, but thank you so much for the very generous 10. Really do appreciate that.
Okay.
Cheers, mate. 199. Thank you, Manchester Mud Brothers. Appreciate that, mate. No, we're not that much of Mud Brothers because we're not that far down in the table. We're crap and still 4th. You're crap.
User in the coffin. We're just at the gravestone.
Yeah. We're not quite underground yet. You've been lowered into the ground. We're just still at the top.
You've had the fucking eulogies and everything. We haven't.
Yeah, but we are letting North London shit all over us at the minute. Simo Subs, thank you for renewing for a 13th month, mate. Thank you so much. And then Professional Idiot has then gone and gifted 10 channel memberships. You lot are outstanding. You're on fire. And you know what that means.
More than you believe. More than you believe, I'm happy.
Right, let's get into it then, boys. I know we all want to go to the Nico bit, and we will. But I want to talk about yesterday. Now, brace yourself. Because this is where Martin Happy Clappy goes. Yep, everyone calls me Happy Clapper. I'm going to give you my truth. Yesterday, for me, was the worst performance of the whole season. For a number of reasons. Didn't have an issue at the lineup because I was quite happy with KDB not playing. I thought KDB out and playing Mamouche, fine, I was okay with that. What annoyed me was you set up with a game plan and within 68 seconds or whatever it was, your game plan's down the shithole. Gone. because we've moaned and bitched at Arsenal for playing 10 men, which they generally do when they get in front. So at 0-0, you're thinking, right, we can still do this. And within less than a minute and a half, we've gone 1-0 down. And what do? Go and sit back. And we've just played right into their own hands.
Yeah.
The start of the game was embarrassing. I didn't realise I was going to a firework display and a firework and a fire show. Don't know what that was all about. I'm sorry. You get a grip. Seriously, get a grip. I wasn't going to watch an NFL Super Bowl game. I don't know what that was even around. Then they were playing their song from the All or Nothing documentary that they've now taken in as their own song for some weird reason. That's now their Blue Moon or Never Walk Alone or whatever it is. They've now taken a song from a documentary. But anyway. And they were all, giving it Haaland. Erling Haaland, stay humble, you come, and all that. They were singing. Lovely people. What a class act. Yeah. But you know what? I'm going
all this energy to finish second. I'm sorry.
Well, no, come on, son. Just let me get me rant out. You don't get much of a Martin rant. You're getting a Martin rant here.
Come on. Go for it.
And I thought for 20 minutes in the first half, thought we were the better team. Thought we were going to score, equalise, really happy. I'm buzzing about my moose taking corners. Thought, wow, we've got a corner taker. Got a corner taker in our midst. I'm loving it. Gavardio, terrific header from Josko. Amazing world-class save from Raya. Thought it was all us. Obviously, we did a couple of mess-ups with the goal from Johnny Stones to, suicide ball across your own box. Sorry, under fives are taught not to do that. Never mind professional footballers. So as much as everyone's having a go at Akanji, John Stones was as much at fault for that as what Akanji was. Number two, Ortega then gives a suicide ball to Nico Kovacic.
Mateo Kovacic.
Well, I'm calling him Nico now. I won't say what I called him yesterday. Because he was absolute shite.
Nico.
That wasn't Mateo Kovacic I watched yesterday. Because I'll tell you why I called him Nico. There's a reason behind it. Because Mateo Kovacic never turns up at the Emirates. Every time Kovacic walks on the Emirates, he disappears. It's like his evil twin brother, Nico, turned up. I'm telling you, Mateo Kovacic does not turn up at the Emirates. He has been one of the best midfielders this season we've had. Goes to the Emirates and he shits the bed. I don't know what got. I think it's just that. I don't know if it's the Chelsea link, the abuse. I don't know. He just doesn't. He can't get his head around the Emirates. I don't know what it is with him. That shouldn't be. So obviously he makes Ortega stupid ball. By the way, I thought Ortega was awful yesterday, but I'll get into that as well. And then we then move. Ortega's playing suicide ball with Kovacic, and then obviously Kai Havertz can't finish his team. Why you need a striker. But anyway, then we come out second half. Thought, yeah, right, we're on it. First 10 minutes, thought we're going to equalise. Bang, Haaland, what an header. Gabriel getting the mud. See you later, mate. Sit down.
It was Saliba, wasn't it?
Saliba, Gabriel.
No, it was Saliba, yeah.
60 seconds. 60 seconds. And Phil Foden does the exact same thing John Stones had done 4 minutes earlier and plays a ball across his own damn box.
Yep.
Gives it to Thomas Partey, and we back off like a bloody mariachi band. We're just walking back, and he just shoot, mate, just shoot. John Stones turns his ball, deflected it in, and then from there on in, we were embarrassing. That last 25 minutes, I think Tommy put the tweet out, and it was the best summed up I've ever seen. We were like training cones. We were playing musical statues. That was disgraceful, that last 25 minutes of that game. Embarrassing. No fight, no mentality, no jack shit. I left on 80 minutes for a reason. I missed the fifth goal. Glad I did. I thought I'll beat the rush. My car's a mile and a half, 2 miles away in a walk. I'll go and enjoy it. You know what I mean? Have a nice stroll in the North London, nighttime. Embarrassing. Sorry. There was 3 players came out with any credit yesterday. Savinho, Mamouche a little bit, Gabardio. Defensively, no one came out. I'll give Akanji a bit more of a leeway because he was injured. You could tell that he was limping from the minute he got on the pitch.
Yep.
But Akanji needs to go and have a damn rest. He needs to go and have a holiday. But I am not having downing tools that I saw yesterday, that last 25 minutes. They down tools. That was embarrassing. I've never questioned mentality in a football player at Manchester City. Yesterday was the first time I ever did. Sorry, rant over. I'll let you two speak while I go through the comments.
How do we top that off? We can't top that off.
Who says I'm wearing any pants, DC? Anyway,
stay sat down for fuck's sake.
Martin, your door's going.
We will come to hello, Kushik. Go on, you two.
But no, I can't really say much more than what you've said, to be honest. I think the fact is, literally after we get level, like not even when we get level, when we're 1-0 down, after the first 5-10 minutes, we look the better side. That's what infuriates me. We get the equaliser, and then it. Now, some are trying to say that Phil's pass was obstructed by the referee and he can't see Partey. How do you not see a big 6-foot+ lad behind a referee? That's waffle. But that is where this game management comes in, because passes like that into the middle of nowhere when no one is. I think the closest person to it was Kovacic, and he was miles away, or Mamouche. I can't really remember who it was. But just a suicide ball. I know, yes, Partey gets lucky with the deflection. It is what it is. It's happened at the Emirates before. But for me, it's like you said, Martin. Like I wouldn't say down tools. I think their edge just dropped and Arsenal just went for it. But we can agree to disagree because it does. There is an element of that, but it's frustrating because we were the better side for a majority of that game. From, say, the 20th to the 65th minute, we were the better side. And if we'd have put chances away, like hypothetically, if we say Vardy's header goes in, Haaland's then scores and we're 2-1 up, Arsenal then have to come out all guns blazing. They can't then put an extra midfielder on. They then can't put an extra defender on like they did. That game is for us to win then. And it puts the pressure on them. But because we just instantly capitulated, 60 seconds after we scored, they knew that they were winning that game. Whether it was 2-1, 3-1 or 5-1 like it ended up. And it's frustrating because any other team other than them, I'd have been like, yeah, where they are in the league, I'd have been like, yeah, free hit that game. And I said on other channels it was a free hit for us. And that's what makes it more frustrating because we were literally not caring about that result. Well, I wasn't anyway. I wasn't caring about the result because it's irrelevant to us. We're still fourth. We've got big games coming up. We've got Newcastle at home, Liverpool at home. But this one just hurt because of they're trying to create, and I'm not going to go on about Arsenal too much, but they are trying to create a rivalry with a club who are in a different stratosphere to them. I do not care what they think about us. They have just annoyed us that much with this stay humble line that they are literally proving the point.
Actually means.
Yeah, they're proving this point for us. Because for a side who, put it this way, the last time they won the league, Abdulkadir Kasanov and Vitor Hayes weren't even born. Just let that sink in. Erling Haaland would have still been at Leeds with his dad. I'm sorry, but when you're talking about humbleness, you won an FA Cup with a side that wasn't even at Mikel Arteta's. You've spent 800 million to get second potentially 3 times in a row. Now, I don't know about yous, but there's no humbleness about that. That's just downright fucking awful.
Yeah.
But there is positives. Like, I know everyone's fuming about the result, but I do still think there is positives to take away from that game. I think there was times where if we had a midfielder like Rodri or De Bruyne on the pitch, you would have seen Marmoush through a lot more. Because there was one moment Bernardo Silva had the ball and he turns backwards where Marmoush is through. It's them little risks that I think we're struggling with at the minute. Take that little risk and you can get yourself a goal. Whereas at the minute, we're too scared to. We're too scared to kind of go at teams and we just capitulate. I think that's where the difference is between kind of down in tools and, like Martin said, and just complacency. I think the heads are just gone, you know. But other than that, fuck Miles Skelly. And that's all I'm going to say.
Hey, calm down. Calm down, Cade.
I can go for it. I'm not on my own channel this time. All the smoke can come your way.
No, not about playing that game.
No, I'm joking.
Let's try and
but fuck Miles Skelly.
Yeah, it wasn't that. It was Cade's last part. I was trying to. Unless you.
But I'm sorry. But when we even bring players on,
oh right,
like,
does you mean left back? Sorry, Cade. My thing, because
like,
some people are writing some other stuff at the minute. That's
like
fucking hell.
No,
like,
I know,
even,
but people are writing that stuff at the
I
minute.
know what you mean. I know what you mean.
I don't want any of that.
oh,
So my apologies, Cade.
I'm not insinuating anything, am I?
No,
carry on. It was my fault. Sorry, Matt. I'm just. My thing with Cobber is. One sec.
Oh.
Mum and Dad are ringing.
Oh. Well, I'll tell you what.
But the other thing that annoyed me.
Yeah.
In games like that, right? Why bring Marmoush off for Kevin De Bruyne? And the 20 minutes he had, I was lost. He did not want the ball. He did not want to move
the ball. I don't recall him touching the ball.
Probably had less touches than Haaland, but McAtee again, another one. Where was he? He just stayed out on the pitch and was like, non-existent.
Sorry, my father's broke the teller.
Sorry, I shouldn't. He watched the Arsenal game back, didn't he?
Yeah.
Never
let an
Alzheimer's patient have control of the TV.
He watched the Arsenal game again and thought,
no, listen, again, it's all opinions, mate. You know, mate, I was up. Do you know what upset me yesterday? It was just all that travelling. I got the tickets last minute. I was happy as Larry. Love to meet this Larry chap. He's always an happy fella. And I was just so meh because I paid a lot of money to park on someone's driveway. And I got there because if anyone's been to North London,
I heard you parked up on David Dean's driveway, didn't you?
And yeah, I got back at silly o'clock. I was just, and there was fighting. There was fighting.
You love it, really, Martin. You love.
No, I know. I don't love watching City fans fight.
Oh no, that was abhorrent.
I'm like, come on. It's crazy.
But what's even worse is it's the old timers as well fighting each other. It's not as if it's the young lads.
No, yeah. I'm going to say something, and this is where I'm at with it all. Yeah, we're having a tough season, but there is light at the end of the tunnel, which will come onto the transfer window in a bit. Yeah. Yesterday was bad. Akanji was not injured, mate. He's been injured for 6 weeks, Nick. He's never been able to recover from his original thigh injury because he's literally.
But in that regard, do you not think just playing Kasanov then? I'm sorry.
But again, Kushinov played. Do you know what the trouble is? People don't like this. You know why he's not playing the young lads, in my opinion? I think because everyone, and I'm going to say this about Gonzalez when we come on to it later, we're not allowing anyone to have any patience. Patience has gone out the window with everyone now.
From who? Fans or pets?
No, I wouldn't say I'm not being patient. It's just
no, mate, I'm talking. No,
somebody's injured.
But players. I got told this, players look at social media the minute they get off the pitch. Straight away, they're on it.
Yeah, And that's a dangerous thing to do in their regard.
You go to the locker room and the changing room, they get the phones out and they all start scrolling. And the trouble is, everyone's attacking. Like Rico, it was the best thing since sliced bread. Stone's selling him for 50 mil. You've got other fans sending him out. Nico Riley. It's Foden. Foden was poor yesterday, but Foden is.
He's been inconsistent all season. So what do you expect?
You know my thing with Foden? I forget, and maybe it's my own fault. I didn't realise he's still only 24.
Yeah, so's Haaland.
Good evening, Paddle.
Yeah.
That's what makes it even more funnier when you've got someone like Gabriel trying to beef with a 24-year-old.
Yeah.
The geezer's that old. He's been to Turkey for his hair transplant.
Like Akanji's now become the target. Do you know what it is with me this season? We've got to target a player.
Yeah.
It was Kyle Walker, Rico Lewis, Gundogan, and now it's moved to Akanji. It's been filled. We're sort of going through the 11 of who we're blaming now.
It'll be Grealish next.
Grealish is already.
Grealish is done, yeah.
Grealish is finished, mate. I'm telling you.
I was very surprised he didn't come on yesterday. At some point, just to give some energy.
He's played about 70 odd minutes in the last 540.
It's mad.
He did. Yeah. No, but Foden, do you know my issue with Foden yesterday? I thought he was trying to do too much. There was times he was making runs into the midfield where he could have laid it off, and he was trying to beat four people.
That one where he got fouled by Ødegaard, where he could have just released it.
Play it to Nunez and send him.
Because I think he screamed at him after that as well.
Yeah, and it's like, there's no bigger fan than Foden. Yeah, no, you're fine, mate. All these excuses I've heard for Foden is crazy, yes, but no, it is. But do you know what it is with me with Foden? I was about to come on to you, Daz. If that ever comes out, what's gone on, people will say something very different.
Yeah.
And everyone's entitled to an off season.
Yeah, but he's been one of our best players the last month, though. I mean, let's not totally write him off as if he's been bad all season. Foden's been pretty good recently. But it's not just Foden yesterday either. Luke touched on it. Not that it's De Bruyne's fault, because we were down and we were pretty much dead and buried by the time he come on. But he did nothing. McAtee come on, he did nothing. Kovacic was terrible. Bernardo, he run about a lot. Savinho was okay. Gvardiol was really good. Ortega terrible. Akanji terrible. Nunez flipping heck. I mean, someone's got to tell him, shout at him when there's someone round him, because he's got no awareness.
You, my old mucker. Sorry, Kamal Dwyer. Not spoke to you, and I hope you are well, mate. Lovely to hear from you. Carry on.
No, that's right. I thought we played all right up until we equalised. I thought we marginally were the better side, and Arsenal.
That's what I know. We were the better team up to that point.
Yeah, we were. And then suddenly, that second goal through Phil Foden's god-awful ball, it just, the mentality at that point, previous City sides would have fought back, or, if you lose, you lose, but they would have fought back and stepped up, and everyone would have stepped up a level. No one did. Everyone just completely went. And this is not the first time this has happened. Feyenoord, Lisbon, countless other games recently where it's like we get 60, 70 minutes in and just go, right, so this, and just literally down tools is maybe a bit harsh. But I'm not, people are having a go at Akanji, and he's not had a particularly good season, but he's playing injured. Like Martin said, there was loads of times off camera, or not off camera, he's on camera, but where the ball is in midfield, and if you just look slightly to where Akanji is, he's limping nearly every time, but sort of off camera, if you see what I mean, away from the play. He is injured, he's playing injured, he's not right. So I give him a little bit of leeway. I don't give Pep any leeway with that, though, because why is Akanji playing? Why? And I get the limited options and all that, but if Akanji is injured, and that ball that was it Kovacic played to Akanji? Was it for the first one?
Stones.
It was Stones.
Yeah.
So Stones' ball is terrible. He's put him in a bad spot. But Akanji, what he does with it is this lazy half-ass flick with his foot. I don't know what he's doing. but then he's injured. So if my question would be, why are we continuing with Akanji who's injured, even though we've got limited options? You know, put Gvardiol in the middle and Rico left. Okay, Rico's not playing well either at the moment. But Akanji's injured and he's never going to be fit if you keep playing him. Ake's the same. He comes back.
Hang on, you're selling Rico and you want to roll him out at the Emirates. I'm calling you out here as well. Don't be, you can't be doing that.
I've said, look, I got hammered for this, as you
said
well
he ain't
know.
good enough.
Sorry?
You said he ain't good enough and you want to roll him out at right back against Arsenal.
But is it that or
I'm staying out of this.
Come on, be consistent with your criticism here, Tone.
Okay, fine. Akanji, I want a fully fit Akanji. We are never going to get a fully fit Akanji if we keep playing him injured. So I would rather take the risk, play Rico or someone else, and wait for Akanji to get fit. You know, it's like the thing in midfield when Pep said 3 or 4 weeks ago, oh, Kovacic is playing, but he's not quite fit. Well, why is he playing? Play O'Reilly, then bring Kovacic back when he's fully fit, or else we're going to continue in this cycle. So, I don't know. It's difficult because of the players, but I know we'll come on to the transfer window, but the 2 new lads aren't ready yet. I'm sure they're going to be great signings, but they don't appear to be ready. So we can't make those changes. So I'm surprised we haven't got them in.
Right back? Because I read somewhere Vita Hayes
Kasanov can play as well.
Can he?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of flexibility.
I truly think long term, potentially he is the right back. And Cambiasso was the left back with Gvardiol going inside.
I think Cambiasso happens in the summer.
Yeah.
What I've been
because I think that pace at centre half in a Pep side is dumbfounded. Like, don't get me wrong, I think you need to have some form of pace at centre half for Pep side in the transitions. But with the pace that he offers, which is incomparable to Mickey van der Ven, I think you'd see him more at right back. And I think you'd see Cambiasso at left back, inverting in, and then you've got Gvardiol on the left side, Stones or Diaz in the centre, and then Kasanov on the right.
That's a good question.
Yeah, can I just say on what Nick just said there about Rico? I think he's fine for some games, FA Cup, and so Rico Lewis should not. He's
a luxury player.
Rico Lewis should not be playing in the Champ League or any of these tough Premier League games coming up. Look, he's young. I'm not saying he's not going to be good enough, but right now he's not good enough. And I know some people hammer me for that. I got hammered on LBs with Martin on there, as he knows, when I said I'd take 50 mil for him. But I think a lot of people have now gone, well, hang on a minute.
I think...
How's the coffee? Hit me up, Mancunian way. Email below.
He loves a fucking sponsorship, doesn't he?
He does. If he gets Costa, fair play.
I'm going to create a fake Costa email now and email Mancunian way, and then you go, yeah, I want to speak more. I'll be like, fuck off.
And by the way, I love... I saw that in Tesco earlier.
Cream soda.
Cream soda Pepsi.
A strawberry one. Strawberry and cream one as well.
Yeah, I might give that one a go.
I've got to say, by the way, I love Kovacic. I think Mateo Kovacic is an extraordinary good player. I just think yesterday was... That's just my opinion. I'm not calling him out. I love Kovacic.
But what I was going to...
Kovacic more than many.
But what I was going to say about Rico, I think the reason we've seen him excel when he first came into the squad, not saying like a luxury player is like he should only play when certain players are playing, but I think because he's had the likes of Rodri behind him and he's been able to go forward rather than having to defend as much, I think he hasn't been as exposed. Therefore, we haven't seen the kind of physicality required of him. We've only seen him, say, turning players when he's going forward, which at times you can get away with being a bit less physical, which we've seen with, Foden and other examples, McAtee. But when you're then having players coming at you, like the Palace game where we had Munoz running at him, Mateta, units for Crystal Palace, that's when he got exposed. And I think Pep started to realise that because he does not win anything when he's playing as a fullback. In the midfield, if he has someone like Rodri behind him to scoop it up and win the second ball, maybe. But when you have no one behind him to cover, that's when he's exposed. It was a bit like João Cancelo at times. João Cancelo just got absolutely bullied at times. Do you not remember the Community Shield against Liverpool? Salah just absolutely battering it.
Yeah.
I think we've always run the risk in certain positions, but thankfully we've always had somebody to cover, whether it was Fernandinho, whether it was Rodri. We've always had an, and hopefully Gonzalez is the one who can do that as well, because he looks like an absolute unit too. So maybe that offers the option for Rico Lewis long term to progress more into midfield again.
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
People think, obviously, I know people are loving wanting the cushion off and all that to start. I get it. I just think
I'm just always saying positive things because I realise how many Uzbekistan's people nations
listen,
constantly comments. I love Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
Subscribe to City Loot TV because for some reason I seen a mad statistic the other week. City across all social media platforms says you.
Wow.
No. It says you with the Costa coffee. But City gained over 30 million followers across all social media platforms upon the signing of the sign-off.
Saw that.
There is 33.2 million people within Uzbekistan. Yeah. I know they're not all going to be from Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
But if we sign any future players from Uzbekistan, I will just praise them no matter what.
Yep. That's fair. Why not? Look, I'm sure he'll be a good signing as well. But I mean, I don't want to
breaking news
for likes.
Breaking news. By the way, I may say that a couple of times tonight. It doesn't mean I'm saying City signings because it's a transfer show, so I'm just going to go into it all. But Sky have just reported, because I've got two monitors here and about 4 windows going on.
If it's Sky, it probably happened last week.
Yeah. Outside the Emirates, they've confirmed they are done for the night. No business.
That's amazing. They've won yesterday and they've gone, yeah, we're fine. And they're not fine.
They're not buying anyone else. So
but also, just to tell you, Gonzalez medical has been completed.
Yeah, Gonzalez should be done. The medical was not done in Manchester.
Documents have been
Portugal, yeah.
It was done abroad today. So, yes, just to let you know that, yes, Arsenal are done. Crystal Palace, Jeffrey Schlupp is undergoing a medical with Celtic in London. That sounds
They've signed Chilwell on loan. That's a good bit of business for them.
Yeah. Villa are in talks with the Sassy still.
Asensio's a good deal for them as well, by the way.
Going through some very last things.
Yeah. Do you reckon, though? Do you reckon Asensio is? Because he's a bit of a luxury one.
The one thing I will say, a little bit City related, Gavin Banzuna, the former City goalkeeper, is in advanced talks with Standard Liège with the Belgian club at the moment.
Did you see his save the other night?
No.
Have you not seen his save from the other night in the reserves game?
No.
Best save I've ever seen.
Is he the one who was at Saints or at Saints, is he? Yeah.
The one thing I will say...
that save is the best save I've ever seen.
I've got to give Aston Villa a damn lot of credit for this. Not only this whole window. Aston Villa are moving like absolute demons.
Yeah, but are they?
Ambitious.
Yeah, Aston Villa are moving, mate.
You can say Rashford shit all you want. Right?
Rashford's a bit like that.
But if you get him under the right manager, we all know what player.
How they've got Asensio over the line. That's a sign.
Unused to PSG. Unused.
I don't know about Asensio.
You not rate Asensio?
No, I think he's one of them. Highly. I think he's one of them FIFA players. Couple of skills, 30-yarder, big deal. I don't think he's special.
Just to let you know, there was 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 43 seconds left of this window. As if anything breaks City related, we'll let you know. We are going to be live right through the way for the announcement of Nico Gonzalez.
You need to get a yellow tag at the Sky Sports beam on constantly.
We did. Anyone remembers the very first transfer deadline show on the Mancunian way? I had a white shirt yellow tie, bought one, and we did 12 hours.
That's bloody. Did you have Natalie Sawyer on as well?
No, we did it on Twitch.
Yeah, look at Luke. Look, he knows.
We did it on
knows.
Twitch.
Never forget Sam Allardyce on deadline day. That
Yeah,
photo
that
is
was
iconic
insane.
forever. I've met him in person as well, and do you know what? He's such a lovely guy in person as well.
Yeah,
I met him at Real Madrid last season.
Villa are going to be, they're at 95% on their wage turnover.
Yeah, but they have let a player. I know Middlesbrough have signed 2 players today, completely irrelevant, but they've made some good.
Got to get his hometown club in there.
No, because they were all asking me in work about Kelechi Iheanacho because he's signed for them, and I was like, absolutely.
Scratchy gone up there.
Yeah, and Samuel Eiling Jr. Yeah, I don't know if it's happened yet, but
I spoke with someone about this Villa fan who was on Never a Foul with me. He thinks that Grealish will go back to Villa.
Oh, it's written in the stars.
Spurs. So I'll tell you
by the way, 100%. I got it.
Do you really think Daniel Levy's going to fork out the wages for that, though? Nah. He'll still want 200 grand.
Let's park Arsenal now. Bad day at the office. We're going to move.
Yeah, just
this morning. Go on.
I was just going to say on Grealish. I think Tottenham may do because look, we're not going to get anywhere near the money back. We'll be lucky to get anywhere near half of it back. I think Spurs. I heard that Grealish asked for a loan move this month, and I know at least one person on this panel has heard the same thing. So I think he wants. And North London was the where's Martin looking, and you know. He's going to go in the summer. He's not playing now. We all know it's going to happen. His time's coming to an end. But yeah, I think North London would be one of those two. I think because I've heard Arsenal are also sniffing around or have.
Give us Pedro Porro in return, and then you can have.
We had a chance with him though, mate. We had a thingy, didn't we?
Totally agree with you, sweet watermelon. Fits.
That must be Natalie Sawyer.
Is coffee in here? Have you changed your name? I like coffee. Is that a different person? Villa need defenders though, which is what their fans are saying. Anyway, let's get into the window. Now, this morning, last night, there was a meltdown. Everyone was on panic stations about the midfielder. Everyone was going on one. Then this morning, I'm reading, everyone again was having another meltdown. Got to 8 o'clock, got to 9 o'clock, got to 10 o'clock. Got to 11 o'clock and then Twitter was blowing. Everyone was like refreshing. They were like, no, nothing's happening. What we doing? Cheeky out. Release clause FC is not happening. Everyone was losing their shit. I was texting Tony and LB in the group chat we have all day, all morning. And I'm like, it's now to do with the release clause. Calm down. The fee is fine. Wrong way around. The fee was fine. It was the release clause. Because City didn't want to pay the full whack in one go. The way release clause is done in Portugal is exactly the same as it's done in La Liga. You have to pay it in one lump sum.
Do you think there was anything about giving Barcelona 24 million as well?
That was part of it. That was why they won.
They're still always for Ferran Torres, and we're like, why are we giving them 24 million?
That was why they wanted the lump sum. City didn't want to do the lump sum. City were like, we'll pay you in installments. Because what people don't realise is, yes, we have got mega money on PSR, but even though we brought in money for Alvarez, the Alvarez money doesn't go onto our books till next PSR.
Right. That's good.
When you sell a player, you don't get the money immediate.
You can put it on the books within that period, though.
You can, but it depends when they're paying it.
It's like with the obligations to buy. If you loan someone, you can put that on the book instantly.
Can't. So the Alvarez money doesn't come on until next summer PSR window, roughly, I believe. So it wasn't just to sell that by that. It was like the Zinchenko and Jesus money didn't come in until 12 months later. It doesn't go onto your books. But when you buy, it goes in your book straight away. That's where the shit thing with PSR is. You sell it 12 months later.
Why do you think Newcastle haven't signed anyone? They're stockpiling.
Exactly. This is what people.
Newcastle have been very, very smart in the summer. I suspect they are going to have a big transfer market spend, because they've probably got around 100, 200 million, and they'll be sniffing at clubs who are struggling for PSR for their top players next summer.
People are asking about Cambiasso.
Summer.
The Cambiasso thing was as follows. City made the bid roughly, I believe, and Craig Party time, and you heard this as well, Tom. He made about 61 million roughly bid.
Yeah.
The trouble was, Juventus were asking for 80 million pounds.
Yeah.
Not euros.
I think from what I was told, it was 57, and then they wanted 70 something.
No, we offered 60. They asked for 80. They went to 80.
Then we offered 70, and they wanted.
And then City just looked at it and went, "Yeah, you're not getting 80 mil." By the way, that's not euros, that's pounds. So that's about 93, 94 million euros.
I think it'll be in the summer, like Ed says. I think
so. So basically, I think they'll agree summer for the summer on Cambiasso. But the Gonzalez thing, they were fine with. They got it sorted. They have been. I'm just going to bring Kelsey in who's here now. Good evening.
Hey guys.
Hey, so yeah, I know I was asking about. So no, you're not going to get Cambiasso tonight. That will be moved to the summer because Juventus agreed a little sods and they wanted a silly amount of money. PSR's fine, but we've only got around about 540-ish to spend between January and the summer, which is a lot, but it's not a lot with the amount of people that are wanting to bring in all these superstar players. Because once you start selling a Bernardo for 40 and bringing someone at 90 and sell Stones for 15 and bring in a defender at 70, your 540 is whittling down very quick.
You'll be lucky to get 40 for Bernie.
Yeah, you're not going to get a lot of money for some of our players. This is the problem.
Some are even freeze.
So it's why City are looking at 20, 30 million on the youngs. Because when they mean a rebuild, they're doing the proper rebuild. It's not a sticky plaster rebuild. This is a rebuild for 10 years.
Second season-esque.
Yeah. So I know everyone's looking at this and going, so I know everyone wants this, but the trouble is fans want, and the best example I came up with yesterday, you're wanting Gabriel to be the Ruben Dias backup. That's what people are talking like. You are not going to get that. You're not going to get world class to back up world class. That's just.
Well, yeah, but we remember, Martin, a year ago, there was a certain person on a certain show who said, we need to get Wirtz in so we can sit behind and learn from De Bruyne. And he's like, what? What?
You're expecting that kid in the form of his life to sit there for a season on the bench.
De Bruyne on 400 grand a week and then ask Musiala to come in on 350 grand a week and call him a backup.
Yeah.
We need to come out of this backup situation.
If that was the case, we might as well have Mbappe as backup for Marmouche.
Yeah,
Vinicius Junior as backup for Mbappe.
Yeah. No, yeah, I agree. I know people are saying the quality has, but this is the thing. City don't buy superstars. We never have bought superstars. We buy the next level down and make them superstars. Kevin De Bruyne was player of the year in Bundesliga, 100%. But we got absolutely roasted by the English media over here, spending money on that. He was known as a Chelsea flop in England. Aguero was okay, but no one would pull the trigger on getting him. David Silva
and Liverpool very nearly did about the season before, didn't they?
Yeah. There's only really been Grealish at that kind of money and a Haaland that we brought in for any kind of superstar ready-made money. Everyone else is City like to go around that 50, 60 million area. They seem to like to be comfortable around that sort of value on a player. But anyway, so Gonzalez, apparently, I don't know if it's true, it's what I've read today. Apparently, Pep knew his father and City have been watching him since he was 14.
They've been big admirers since 2021 when the Ferran Torres deal. So when the Ferran Torres deal was cut to Barcelona, one person that was mentioned coming the other way was Nico Gonzalez. And that was in 2021, I believe. But it never went to fruition, and then he went to Porto a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So it sounds like he's been on our radar. He's not just one of these guys. We're just like,
he's been on several
yesterday.
clubs.
We'll buy you.
He's been on several clubs' radars. He's been on. He's Liverpool have admired him for a long time.
Yep.
And then I think there was another one, but I can't remember. I was reading it today. It wasn't just Liverpool, but yeah, Liverpool never. I think there was interest for him last summer, but never went ahead. Obviously, they went different avenues.
96 million euros. We were not paying Juventus.
That's a lot, yeah.
No chance.
No way. No way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we will go through it. I've got a list. But to me, yeah, thank you for that. He has now passed his medical.
Nice.
That will get probably done. But this is not... Apparently, they made the initial contacts 12, 13 days ago on Gonzalez.
Imagine if they don't do it in time and don't register it.
You know what
Go on, fuck off.
No, you know what you did? Do you know what everyone did, including... Everyone got caught up on this Douglas Luiz train. You all got caught on the Douglas Luiz train.
Do you think that was it? Here's one for you.
Was it hereditary?
Was it a decoy?
Yeah. See, we never are doing Douglas Luiz. I don't know where the Douglas Luiz shit come from.
No, and I said this.
I don't know where it's ever come from.
Because it never went further than interest. It never went further than, from what we were told anyway. It never went to an actual intent to.
Douglas Luiz's agents come out and said no one's even ever inquired, really. We've never touched it. I don't know where it's come from.
No, but weirdly, like Ornstein and that was saying it. So it is bizarre. But
but how much has Ornstein been wrong this transfer window?
Oh,
he is fucked it big time.
Yeah, his reputation's taking a hit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he got the whole Nyland thing wrong, saying that he wasn't in Manchester.
Oh, right. I didn't see it.
The ITK wars. Fabrizio versus Ornstein.
Yeah. But Ornstein and Fabrizio have been going like, here we go, let's start it. I'm like,
because literally when Nico Gonzalez got the here we go from Fabrizio,
in general.
Ornstein was trying to say it was at earlier stages than that.
That's pretty good.
That is very harsh.
I didn't mean that part of the Midlands. So he's going over the road from Villa Park.
I think we also learned that purple panel guy is a KFA. That guy chats shit.
I don't know where he's come from.
He gets quite a lot right, to be fair.
Is anyone else
like radio silent though? The end of the window.
Who else we calling out?
No, purple panel.
Calling anyone out here, please.
Wait, can I ask a question?
Going to get hammered.
I'm going to get a message in a bit.
I'm really curious how the Marmouche thing came about, because the first thing I saw about that was from like
November.
Egyptian Twitter.
November.
Yeah.
And we initiated contact. Okay. Yeah, because that literally came out of nowhere. I was shocked when that happened.
That was Cheeky's personal little
Ooh. Cheeky's parting gift.
Yeah, that was. I got told that someone asked me, listen, I would say reportedly, because I don't do this ITK shit. I always say reportedly. I got told Cheeky wanted to do a goodbye gift to the fans,
Nice one.
and it was good, and it turned out to be the Mamouche thing. Right, you're going then. Go on, sod off. Go and cause trouble on your own channel.
See you later,
I'm not. I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
Oh, it's way past your bedtime. It's 8:05. You can have a roast and a bicker and a bot.
I'm going to read my book and go to bed. I'm not a child.
So and you wonder why you're single at 8:05. I'm going to go and read my book and go to bed.
That's a good way to calm your brain down. To
self-development.
It's 21.
It helps a lot.
You'll be out partying. It's 21.
I'm not 21. I wish.
What are you reading?
You'll be fine.
What is it? The Courage to be Disliked.
Ooh, that sounds interesting.
Wow. Can you lend that, Alan?
Alan's well past that.
Alan probably wrote it.
No, anyway, go and give City Luke TV a lot of love. He's on the road to is it 2K, 3K?
2K at the minute.
Let's get him over to 2K. Come on, guys. 350 you on here. Big up to you all. Thank you
all so much for having me. I am having a week off, so you won't see much from me this week.
I hope it helps.
It does. Martin, I'm a man of my word.
Yeah. This look says it all.
We'll see. But take care, everyone.
Catch your messages, mate. All the best.
Yeah, indeed. Take care, lads.
Take care,
mate. Bye-bye.
Just to say, Gonzalez, Martin, I'm just going to say, Xavi and Iniesta both said he's the most like Busquets of a player they've ever seen. And the Barca director or someone of the board lot said it's the biggest regret they have was letting him go.
You know why they let him go? Because, like you said, because Busquets was sat there and they won it just at the start of their financial issues.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think he was one of the first casualties out the door.
Yeah, and it's not a panic buy. City have been monitoring this kid for about 8 or 9 years.
Since he was 14.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it's not a panic buy. Pep loves him. Pep's commented on him before. There's quotes from Xavi out there. The guy's top class. City have got him. Yeah, bring on Leighton Orient, isn't it, next? So I hope he starts because we need him to if we want him to against Real Madrid.
I mean, look at it this way. Yeah, Alan will be joining, hopefully, Adam. I've sent him the link. If I said to you, let's go back for 5 weeks. 5 weeks. If I'd have said to you at the start of that window 5 weeks ago, I'll send it in a minute, Fee. If I'd have said to you 5 weeks ago, we're going to buy Echeverria, Kushinov, Vita Hayes, Marmouche, Nico Gonzalez, Juma Bar. And we've probably linked up Cambiasso for the summer. You'd have all turned around and gone, I'll have a bit of that. No one here is telling me that's a bad window at that point.
No.
Surely no one's telling me that.
Well, no, I'm not. I'm definitely
that is about 5 players above what I even thought we were going to be touching.
No. I think it's a good window. I think it's a solid. I'm bordering 7 or 8, somewhere around there, with the Haaland extension, by the way. Well, all right. I'll go 8. I'm in a good mood. Let's go 8.
No, let's go 9. Alex, let's go for it. Let's go happy, positive, happy clapper.
Right. With the Haaland extension, let's throw the 9 out. It's all bloody 9s. We go 9 out of 10. I mean, at the start of the window, the media seemed to be reporting that it would be around 3 players for 200 mil. It's 4 in terms of the first team squad for around 200 mil. So it's not bad work, really, because that was the message coming out from everybody. I didn't think we'd sign that many. I thought before that report come out, 1, maybe 2 max. I didn't think we'd sign 4 or 5 or whatever it is now. No way. I thought we'd get 1 or 2, a striker and a midfielder.
I'm not gonna lie, Marmouche
no.
Near where I was even thinking. So
no,
I still do not understand how City have got Marmouche.
No, I don't. I mean, actually, someone's commented on the thing, Ado17, I think they're called, regarding prediction City not signing 4 or 5. I didn't think they'd sign 4 or 5. I don't think anybody did that I'm aware of. I thought we'd get 1 or 2 in.
I did. Because I thought that was the line coming out with people. That was the line from Jack Gorn that City would try, but they were not confident on getting 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's right. So I think in December, I think the rough message was it'd be 1 or 2. And then we've gone out and bought 4 for the first team now. So it's brilliant. It's excellent. I didn't think they would do it. I thought maybe 1 would go. If somebody said, we bought 4 for the first team, I thought 1 or 2 may go.
I just wonder if the defenders will really play a part, though. Like I feel like Marmouche is going to play most of the minutes that are available to him. And I feel like Gonzalez will go straight in. But I'm really struggling to see where Husinov and Reese get in, or Hayes. I'm really worried that one moment in the Chelsea game is just going to sour Pep on Hayes or on Kusanov. Even though I thought he performed really well in that game once he kind of calmed down. And I totally understand him being nervous, but I just really hope that he gets a chance.
Rebuild.
I think he's exactly what our defense needs. Our defense is soft and very porous, and I think he brings that physicality that we are desperately lacking. And I would like him to get a chance over Akanji, who looks like he's injured. and is playing horrible.
Yeah.
He has horrible
Hey,
form,
Finn.
and he's not being punished for it. And I just really hope that they get the chance, and I hope that one moment didn't mess it up.
Can I just tell you, Ed, by the way, good evening, Faye. I hope you're all well.
Yeah,
Ed Mancunian's put it. Some people at the midfield side for Bromwich. The thing is, what fans don't realise is, it's like you can't dictate how a window goes. When opportunities arise, you've just got to go when you go. It's like going into a nightclub and going, I'm going out and I want to meet a lady who's 24, she's got blonde hair, and she's 6'2", and you wait for 6 hours for that perfect woman, but you ignore all the other beautiful women that are coming in packs.
6'2"?
Well, you're not all right. I'm
hard to find.
I'm being
You can
specific.
really find women who are 6 feet tall.
I'm being
Your
specific
perfect woman. Hang on. I'm revisiting this.
Don't.
Your
Don't do this.
perfect woman.
She knows she's a garden gnome. She knows she's a garden gnome. She knows she's a midget.
Oh, God.
No, I can't say that anymore, can I? Whoops. That's not PC, man. Sorry. Oh, crap. Can't get out of that one. She's only... I can't get out of that. How do I get out of that one?
Just stop talking.
Anyway,
Yeah.
back to
We're
the
going into
transfer
Tone's
window.
old account territory.
My point is, Ed, you can't keep fans wanting to wait.
Count.
You're not going to get midfielder. Then I want me defender. Then me attackers.
Uh-oh.
You go whenever it gets good.
Big
I
Bruce
don't
James
want-
just got injured. Poor guy. Poor guy.
Bloody hell.
Listen, don't start with me tonight.
That's brilliant.
I'm
Hey,
on
look-
3 hours
Maybe not.
sleep. I had to go on an Arsenal stream this morning and have the piss ripped out by Lee Gunner and not Lee
That
Gunner.
one, Alex.
Not by Lee Gunner, but by Dan Potts and Lee Judges.
There you go.
No, because I said to Lee, what was with the Ireland shirt that Julian was wearing? Because Lee took a picture with it and he said someone had got it made up, come over for the game, and he was letting everyone take a picture of it.
Oh, God.
But that wasn't
That one-
Julian's shirt. Someone would give it to him to take a photo in it.
God. That just proves they just don't get it, and they never will. They don't know what that phrase means. They're celebrating winning the battle, and they have not yet to win the war.
Steve Pope wants to know where the 6'2" blondes are.
I used to go out clubbing with
No,
Pope.
club in Manchester.
It's not. No.
It's not a Manchester club.
That question Alex asked a minute ago about O'Reilly and Girona. It's a good point, that. Now, remember, Martin touched on this earlier, that O'Reilly would have gone to Chelsea today if they agreed with a buyback. So that's a little bit of a concern, because someone's going to visit that in the summer. There will be someone out there that will go, oh, hang on, we might fancy a bit of that with a buyback. Why not? So I think maybe the writing's on the wall with O'Reilly. I would rather loan him. That's a good idea from Alex to Girona. Why not? He's not going to play here. We might want him to. I would rather he played yesterday, because it couldn't be any bloody worse than that midfield yesterday. So
I don't
throw him
see,
in.
maybe it's me. I don't see it with him.
You don't think
I'm
he's
not
good
seeing
enough?
the hype. I'm not seeing. But when I watched Rico and I watched Foden, I was like, yeah. Even with Howard Bellis, I've got the same thing with O'Reilly as I've got with Jamal Simpson-Pouza.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're going to be good. I don't think you're City level. And I know he's not had. I know that's tight, but my issue is he going to get ahead of any of our new signings? No. Is he going to get ahead of Rodri? No. Is he going to get ahead of Gonzalez? No.
No. Yeah, Gonzalez just took any minute.
And we just bought someone who's 22, 23. Just do the buyback. Let him go. Same with McAtee.
Apparently
We're
it's
not
25
careful.
mil.
We're losing McAtee on a free transfer. He's contracted till 2026.
Yeah, I think 25 mil was the talk for O'Reilly with a buyback.
And I'm not being funny. Are you really going to? And people think I'm being nasty. I'm not. My whole point of this is I'm not one of these fans of, because they're from the academy, they should be in the team. If you're good enough, then they should be in the team. it's extra special if they're from the academy, 100%. But just because from the academy doesn't mean you've got a God-given right to be rolled into the 11. It's not 1992 anymore, with all due respect.
Yeah.
I think some people are just frustrated that he never got a chance because, like, we've seen him in like 1 or 2 cup games and that's it. And every game, like literally every game, we see Bernardo and Kova just struggle. Like we struggle they cannot progress the ball forward. It's all just pass backwards, no physicality, no tackling, no winning duels, and we just see that every game. And I think we're all just desperate to just see something different. And if he's fast, then hook him.
Forward.
Oh, I think he can. I think his dribbling skills are
I think
brilliant.
Opposite. I think he's good going forward and struggles coming back more.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, but he at least tries to create and drive through midfield.
Yeah,
and that's something Bundo doesn't do. Definitely not.
No, I'm not. I love Gundo.
Maybe Kova will improve with Nico. If Nico does more of the 6 work, Nico Gonzalez, not Nico O'Reilly. We're going to have to start differentiating them.
We've got to confirm which Nico.
Maybe if Kova can dribble forward, that will improve his form. Because he's not, he can't play the passing game.
I think this guy's been majorly underrated.
I'm excited for Echeverry.
I'm telling you now, I think we've got a very special talent here.
I'm really
When's he back, Martin? Is he back after that?
February.
Around about the 20th. Something
okay.
Like. Now, I don't know whether they'll do the usual go and have an holiday for 2 weeks. That might be a thing Pep says. I don't think you'll see Echeverry till about March, April. Still got
after the break
in this team yet, by the way.
And I think Pep will get scared with these fixtures coming up because it is an absolutely brutal. Like Leyton Orient on Saturday is like, I think that's the only chance we'll see some fringe players for the next month or so. Because I mean, that is a thick and heavy schedule.
Confident for the home games. I'd say, I'm one of these who's confident for Real Madrid. I'm so you know what I don't understand is Real Madrid are in a mess at the minute. And they've got injuries. I think people are looking at the name of Real Madrid. Real Madrid have never won at the Etihad. And every time we play them, everyone goes into this scared mode.
Yeah, but
I have
the problem is,
PTSD,
Martin,
that's why.
the problem is we could have
Burnabout PTSD.
We could have Vinicius and Mbappe up against Nunes. I think that's why people are concerned.
So what's Vinicius ever done at the Etihad when he's been there apart from get shoved off the way by?
But then he had a good version of Carl Walker.
It was Rodrigo.
Yeah, I mean, the Gonzalez one should be tonight.
I have one concern. Who's right back now?
Akanji.
Nunes anymore.
I'm putting Akanji as right back. I mean, I'd rather him rest. I'm saying go all in with Husanov. I don't care if he makes mistakes. Akanji is making bozo mistakes every game that is costing us goals. And if he's pushed out right, they might not turn into goals. Like I'm still expecting him to make mistakes because I think he's physically and mentally gassed. But I think out on the right it would be less damaging, and he has pace.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know who they're going to play right back. I don't.
Or put Husanov as a right back. I've heard he can play there. I just really want this guy to play because I think he would bring a lot to our back line that we desperately need.
I'd rather he play in the centre though, because if it's his natural spot, if you're putting a 20-year-old who struggled on his debut or the first 5 minutes, throwing him in at right back where he's perhaps not quite as comfortable, could be a disaster for his confidence after his start. I think he needs to be playing in his natural best position and just hope and pray that he has a good game. If he plays at Leyton Orient, I don't care if it's Leyton Orient, that's irrelevant. If he plays there and plays well in the centre, then good for him. And we all hope it happens, obviously. We all wish him well. Akanji, I would have at right back, I agree, when he's fit. That's the thing,
only when
he's fit. Yeah.
Yeah, and he clearly needs a rest. He's the mistakes every time he gets the ball, you're just like, oh no, this one-on-one. You're sort of anticipating there's going to be a bozo mistake. Same with Nunes to some degree as well. Although I think he's decent. It's the same thing. You've just got that feeling of dread when it's a 1v1 situation. But When Akanji's fit, I agree. I think he's, he's solid as anything. It's an absolute unit as well. His physical presence is underrated.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the thing is, Martin, you said earlier about who was it, O'Reilly, and people tend to overhype the youth and all this. Micah Hamilton was his name, I think. He's one. Do you remember he scored against Red
He's
Star?
at Stockport now.
And everyone, yeah, that's what I was going to say. Everyone, he scored against Red Star, and everyone's like, bloody hell, this kid's shit up. Get him out on the right. And he's now at Stockport County.
He went to Middlesbrough and couldn't do it at Middlesbrough.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Where I agree with Martin, where I didn't think he would make it.
And it's like Jacob Wright. By the way, that Swansea thing's broken down. I don't know if he's anywhere now. I don't know where we at with Jacob Wright. I think I knew Jacob Wright was done when he didn't even get any game time against Salford. Kind of knew then that was done.
Yeah, I was expected to see him at that game.
Just to throw out some news, this is obviously City related as well.
Where's the yellow tie?
Lloyd Kelly has now fully announced his deal to Juventus on loan with an obligation to make it. So I think that's probably where Juventus are going to do the deal for Cambiasso in the summer, because they have agreed that Lloyd Kelly will go with an obligation to buy. And Fulham are currently in talks to get William back.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Oh, Norwich. Is that a new one? I haven't had my phone.
Norwich. Oh.
I'd like that. Can they have
He's going to go play with Josh Sargent, American.
Can they have two?
There was somebody else. Was it Leeds?
Not Callum Doyle.
Yeah, I think you can have two, though, can't you?
Is it a loan or a purchase?
All right. So out of everyone we've done, who are you registering for the Champions League? Because this is now going to be the next big thing.
So 3 and 4.
Assuming Ivan. I keep wanting to call him Ivan. I don't know why. Nico Gonzalez and Mamu should be 2.
Mm-hmm.
You only register 1 more.
Yeah.
I think you need Husinov because I think our line has had too many issues. There's too many injuries.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, Heiss, whatever he's called, he's not ready, I don't think, because he didn't start that game. And even his own coach said he's going to be amazing, but he's just not there yet. So I think it'll probably be him that isn't in the team.
Yeah, I think that's what's needed, more solidity.
Hang on, Pulpy. Whoa, right, hang on. Let's leave that on screen.
Oh, hang on.
Me and Figo way back when music was good. So,
we did.
Would you like to talk about you and Pulpy in nightclubs?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. Carry on. I'll tell you, every time me and Pulpy are mates from way back, we're from the same town, and every single time a certain song came on, I won't embarrass it and say which one. We'd always find each other in the club and throw some moves down.
Just a little bit. Come on, be honest now.
Yeah, let's watch
Gina G or Wigfield Saturday night.
Oh, it was worse. Quality. It was worse. It was Dolly Parton 9 to 5.
Oh God.
You're in trouble.
There you go,
now,
America.
Sorry, mate. Sorry, I apologise. But it was, he's brilliant dad's partner. What can I say?
No, I've never mentioned that. Was Alan who talks about Brighton nightclubs.
Oh, we're not going there again, are we? We're not back in Brighton.
That was Alan. Yeah, dirty sod.
This is something I do agree with Paul, be honest. People, I said it earlier, people got this thing of youth academy, get him in. He's got to be good enough. He's got to be good enough. Yeah. And let's be straight. Is Nico Riley better than Kovacic? No, he's not.
No.
I'm going to be straight. I'm not saying Kovacic is the long-term answer, but that's all I'm going to say with it. See, Nico is better than Rico. How?
Oh, physicality. Yeah, but Rico is very intelligent. I just you can tell he's very smart on the ball. And
I've got loads of super chats that I've completely ignored, by the way. Scottish City fan, my apologies, has gifted 10 channel memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, mate. Really do. Katie did say that, yes, there was fans fighting each other yesterday at the Emirates.
Is that right? City fans?
Yeah, they all kicked off in the City end. Cynical, and I'm not just talking little, they were proper throwing bombs at each other. Cynical, £2, thank you. Do we concede 5 with cushion off? Serious questions.
We'll never know. I thought Stones and Akanji were both.
I think
really
Pep's damned if he doesn't on that. If he plays cushion off yesterday and we do concede 5, that's just going to kill him completely out the shoe. 2 games.
And everyone will point the fingers. Yeah. Everyone point the fingers at him and say, we conceded 5 because of him.
Yeah. Oh, you bring him on and then you do it. Cushion, Pep's in a no-win situation at that point.
I think the reaction to him his first game was actually pretty positive. I felt like our fans really backed him, even though he made a mistake.
In the stadium, it was. In the stadium, it was sublime. Some online killed him.
Online, all I noticed was the good stuff, but I've also started muting all the people.
It might be the people that I'm following. I don't know who are following me. Maybe I'm following the wrong people.
Yeah, I've started blocking certain people, and it's made my feed a lot better.
I can't find the block button.
Some idiot made a racist comment on one of my chats or something I posted, and so I had to immediately block it. I do not stand for that. That is unacceptable behavior.
Yeah, it's crazy at the minute. Warren, thank you for becoming a YouTube member, mate. You are a superstar. Cynical has then gifted another £2. If Nico is the prodigy long term, is Rodri an 8?
You can push up.
No, I think you'll find Nico's probably going to be more the 8 and Rodri will stay the 6, I think.
Yeah, I think moving Rodri, he's the best player on the planet in that 6, and he can go to an 8. But you don't take the best 6 out of the 6.
No, you don't.
You keep him in his best spot.
I think those two are going to be. We'll come on to it in a minute. Cynical, the £5. We maxed out our loans. We're close. I think we're close in certain areas of European market. I don't know where we're at. I need to check the numbers. Either way, we cannot loan anyone to Girona due to them still being they're officially out now. So I think we might be all right. They're out. Because they didn't qualify, did they? Either way, can't launch on due to allowing us to play in the same competition as Girona. Don't know if that's resets next season. But yeah, I think Gonzalez and Rodri are going to complement each other very, very well.
That's exciting.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Because Gonzalez is not a ball winner. He loves to pass the ball. Now, I've only seen very short snips. I've not sat and watched any long-term games or full games, so I'm not going to pretend that I've watched Porto on the regular because I haven't. But he's very good at moving the ball and passing it. He can pass the ball.
I'm really excited about this Gonzalez. I think this could be a top signing. He might take time though. People may have to be a bit patient. We know what this is. Remember Rodri first season?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, what we bought and then
so bad.
Yeah,
look at him now.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to take time, and this fan base right now are not known for patience, or not everybody, but some of them are not known for patience at the moment. So we're just going to have to be a little patient, but we are in a position where we can't really afford either to be too patient because we've got Champions League football at stake because that we cannot.
Sorry, yeah, that's right. Dribbling, not passing. My fault. The other way around. He's dribbling, he's better. He's passing, and it's the other way around. So my bad. Thank you, Ed, for clarifying that. Can I just say, anyone else who's been unsubscribed and having issues with the account, can you let me know? Because a couple of people have had to reset their accounts on YouTube. I know there was an incident on Instagram a week or two ago where some of their accounts got deleted.
Yeah, mine did. Just bloody went. I didn't even post anything rude for a change.
No,
and it went.
I don't know what's going on. I really don't know what's going on at the moment. On the way back to work. Well, come on. Hang on. You've got to come on and tell us all why.
Yeah, you were messaging. Yeah, you were messaging me earlier. You said to me, midfielder, all good. We buy a midfielder. You were moaning about a bloody fullback on text earlier. Get on here, Alan.
Come on, Alan. Come on.
We do have 0 fullbacks.
Throw a sickie.
What did you call him? Alan. Can I pinch that? Oh, that's well. Did you say what did you call him then, Faye? Did you call him?
I said, come on, Alan. I said, come on.
Oh, I called him Aveline. I was going to say I'm pinching that.
Aveline?
You made up a whole new name there, Martin.
No, that's a new name. Will Gonzalez fly to Manchester tonight? More than likely, yes. probably could be tomorrow. I know he's done his medical. It's completed in Portugal. So we'll see.
Can he sign the contract there, or does it have to be?
Yeah.
No, don't we have a deadline on that? Like it has to be before midnight or whatever.
But when we signed Robinho, he didn't see Manchester for about 3 days.
Yeah, don't they have like, I think they have a certain lead time outside the window where they've got to sign the documents. Can't remember what it is, but I'm sure there is a some sort of contingency time period.
11 o'clock. You got an additional half an hour, but then that's why we're going until midnight in case anything just sneaks out. Because I think Cambiasso is over, but I'm keeping an eye on that Lloyd Kelly situation. That Lloyd Kelly thing's got my ears going. I don't know why.
Do we think Gonzalez would be ready for Saturday, or is that kind of?
Oh, he'll play. He should play because he's got to play again.
Yeah,
I don't want him playing Madrid as his debut.
Exactly, I totally agree. I was like, we gotta throw him in his feet wet.
By the way, if you've got your Real Madrid tickets, let us know. Let us
know.
Real Madrid tickets. You not got them?
I'll try and get you on Wednesday. Is it Wednesday or tomorrow? I'll talk with you off, Finny.
Yeah, I'm going to try, as well, but I've got everyone on it.
Luke's not going.
I know, but I think he wants to do a giveaway, doesn't he?
No, that was my idea. That was my idea.
Blame Martin now.
Damn you, Martin, damn you.
Yeah.
Bloody
on
hell.
Thursday, by the way, we are giving away the shirt and the 2 tickets as well. I'm hoping we get a home tie in the FA Cup draw so we can do those as the giveaway tickets.
Mark, if I promised to get you chips and gravy, you rigged the old shirt and ticket. No, I'll take that.
Real Madrid.
You what?
I'm a Real Madrid.
Bloody hell.
We will get clips on right back of Nunes plays Bozo Gene. Right. Fee, where are you at with the window out of 10? Oh, have you got any disappointment? Seriously, because I know Alan's going to come on and bitch and moan and say 2 out of 10 we're not making top 4. I know what's coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, obviously, the main thing that I wanted was a CDM. That's all I wanted. I didn't even. Obviously, I knew that the defense needed reinforcing and everything, but I'm happy. I'm actually. I was really dreading another summer transfer window where just nothing happens really. But obviously, that can't have happened. It needed to happen. But I'm really pleased with Marmoush. I'm hoping, obviously, that Kushanov comes good. I'm sure he will, because the way that he rescued his performance after that, and that could have destroyed any kid, especially that age. He recovered really well, and yeah, I mean, like you say, I would love Cambiasso. I'm not going to lie, and you never know. I don't know. I've got a bit of a weird feeling about that one as well because I heard about Kelly the other day. And yeah, I just was thinking something's going off here, but fingers crossed, But this Gonzalez guy is really exciting, and that partnership that's threatening, obviously, between him and Rodri, can't complain at that. I'd give it a solid. I'll be honest with you, I'd give it an 8 out of 10. I think it's been really good. It's what reinforcements. It's what we need.
Yeah.
Is anyone not sure? Is anyone like on the, not saying you at the Allen level, but is anyone still not? Go on.
I'm at a 5 out of 10. I absolutely love the Marmoush signing. I know some people are really underrating it and they're questioning it, but we desperately needed somebody like that when we got rid of Alvarez and didn't replace him. And this guy's on fire. I've actually liked what I've seen in both games. I'm just really frustrated yesterday that we couldn't get the ball to him enough. Because I think he's making the runs. They're just not passing to him. But I also think some of that will just take some time to learn his runs and stuff like that. But I love that signing. That's a great signing. And I really like the defenders signings too, even though I know nothing about them. Where my rating goes down is just because I'm not sure they'll play, the defenders. And I think our back line has been atrocious. And some of these players need to be dropped. And I just think a lot of it is Pep just will not stop playing his guys unless they're physically not available to him. And So I just really question if we're going to see them play. I like this Nico Gonzalez signing. I think he's going to play, and I think he's going to make a big difference. I think if he just performs averagely, I think that will help. Averagely is not a word. I just made it up. That will just be a vast improvement on what we've seen so far with Bernardo and Gundo and Kovacic, who I know are trying their best, and I realize they're not CDMs, but they're just not able to do the job that's being asked. So hopefully this guy can help do some of it, and if he could just close up shop 20%, that would be great. Like, I think if we had a 20% improvement versus like a 70 or 80% improvement, that's good enough for me. Because if it means one less goal per game, that could mean a difference in a result, like a draw being a win or a loss being a draw. So I think that will help. But yeah, I'm just a little. We don't have a fullback. That makes me a little nervous. Like, we don't have we have no fullbacks at all in the club right now, so that makes me a little nervous. And I really want to see these defenders get a chance, and I'm just struggling to see when they will. So that kind of lowers my rating a little bit. But absolutely love Nico. Absolutely love Marmoush. Those are great signings.
I mean, Jimmy Grimble said 4. He said we've signed players, none of us wanted. Everyone wanted a striker beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Got one.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone wanted defenders. You got one. But as I was saying, to get better than John Stones and Akanji, you're going to have to go to somebody in the first team. They're not going to buy somebody's first team defenders to come and back up their defender. A rebuild is not instant, let's go. A rebuild is 10 years, ready-made. We don't need to go. Because what they're about to spend in 2 windows, some clubs do not spend in 5 years.
Yeah.
We're about to drop 500-600 million in 2 windows. That's a rebuild. But that's so then, over the next 5 years, we don't need to go and spend last year's amount of money.
I think we're also underrating the Juma Ba signing, because a lot of people, he seemed like all the scouting accounts I follow on Twitter are like salivating over these defenders we bought. They're salivating over Ba, Reese, and Husinov, and they're like, I cannot believe they got all 3 of them for less than 100 million.
I think it's names, Costa. To me, it's names. People wanted the names. Because what you've done is, and this is no dig, you listen to Twitter, listen to other YouTube shows, and you've heard names, and you've gone, yay! And it was never happening. Zubimendi was never happening. Belabored in January was never happening. Musiala and Bert's never happening. I was on a Twitter space about 2 weeks ago, and someone was talking about Bruno G. No,
that's what I wanted.
You're never getting them.
The more I read the profile on Nico, I'm like, okay, this makes sense. Like, I'm going to be very open-minded about it. So, by the way, I know it's not like the sexy name, but I'm still excited for it. Like, once I read the profile a little more and read some of the scouting threads, I was like, okay, this actually sounds like a City signing. Like somebody's under the radar, ready to make that next step, has the tool, has a La Masia background. So I think that is a good signing. It's just going to take some time.
That's the thing with it, isn't it? It's the name thing, like Martin said. Like, you need a position filled at the end of the day. It's like a job vacancy. You need a position filled. And if that person, our scouting network doesn't ever get enough credit. You know, we as City fans don't have the time to sit and watch every league in every country and to look at every upcoming talent. Scouting network are paid to do that, and they do that. So we've just got to put a bit more trust and faith into it, I think. And it's not about, like Martin said, it's not about the big names. It's about filling that position and who's going to gel with our team. But it's not even just about who's going to gel now. We've got Oscar Bob, we've got Rodri. It's going to be, he's perhaps not an idiot. He's going to have looked at the future plans and the future, the way that everybody's going to intersperse with each other. It's not going to be just a off the cuff thing. So I think Martin's right with that. I don't think it's about big names. It's about, what better to do in a rebuild than getting fresh young talent that fit the bill.
Also, we forget the big names are just usually not available in January. It's very rare.
Yeah,
no,
big
they're not.
Big names doesn't mean success either. Just to say,
yeah, that's true. Good Enzo, 100 million. He's not
The
doing
thing is, you've already got your name. Rodri's there. Rodri's not dead. I know people are talking like Rodri's
He's not dead.
dead, Jim.
Rodri is still coming back. So
I hope not this season, please. Not this season.
If it's up to Rodri, it's Rodri.
I think he will. Yeah,
I think the club needs to protect Rodri from himself, because if we screw up that rehab, we are toast next season.
He will follow medical advice.
Yeah,
if he's not ready, they won't let him.
Yeah,
the medical team clear him.
Discord.
I said
That's good.
Ali bin can be asked over alone with an obligation and Grealish to join Juve alone. Watch this space. I'm starring now. If you pull that off at midnight, you are the real ITK.
11 p.m.
Is this purple panel?
It's Alan.
They're going.
Adam, answer this. I know the answer to this because I remember signing it in January and thought it was one of the greatest ever signings ever made. But someone has asked a question before I bring Dash in as well. Where's he gone? Adam, where's it gone? Where's it gone, Adam? Adam, don't do this to me because it's going to wind me up.
Bloody hell, Martin. Is he waffling? Who's he talking
No,
to?
he's asked a very good question. Dash, I know you're backstage. I will bring you in 1 minute. He's asked a very good question. I know the answer because he was signed for $1.5 million.
That's why you're so desperate to bring it up.
Wasn't Nicky Somerville? No, he was signed in 1994.
I remember him scoring a goal in our first win in November when we beat Bolton 1-0. Do you remember?
Oh,
1997. Anyway, the general gist was City made a signing in January 1997. Who was it? From Swindon Town. I know exactly who it was.
Hang on. Yeah, don't say that's going to bug me. That. Oh, can we have time to think about it?
No. Because I know it.
Yeah.
Give us a clue. What's the initial? Give us the initials.
Super.
Kevin Orlock.
Super.
Kevin Orlock.
Super Kevin Orlock. Anyway, that's the end of it doing dancing sing along. There you go, Adam. You got it. Dickoff came from Arsenal Sports Talk.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I guess Fabrizio posted that medical and documents are done for Nico. So that's good.
West Ham are winning. Sorry, West Ham are winning.
Like 2 minutes ago. Jared Bowen, baby.
Echo and echo. Good evening, Dash. Happy birthday. How are you?
Happy birthday,
everyone.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
No, sorry, Andrew. It wasn't Summerbee. Summerbee had been sold to Sunderland by 1997.
He was terrible, Summerbee. Oh, he was bad. Nicky, not Mike, obviously.
I have no idea what's going on here, but yeah, I literally just joined here like out of nowhere.
It's
about having Kevin Horlock.
Main road wankers. We're just chatting on again. Carry on.
We're in 1997 again.
I'm in the age bracket, but not. I've never went to main road.
Like we've been in 1997.
Yeah. By the way, Martin, you're gonna get some allegations soon, bruv. You know what I mean? I'm taking to arbitration, civil court.
You had a meltdown this morning. Be honest.
No, not really much. You're over exaggerating the meltdown. I said, that this morning the board are haggling over too much. In my opinion, they're going too much because it's the 30th of not 30th, the 2nd of February. We've just gone through this guy now, Nico Gonzalez. Why is it not at the middle of the window or even 10 days before? That's my big piss. That's a big thing that pissed me off. It's like, why doing it now?
One go. They didn't want to pay it up in one go.
Yeah. It's not about the 16 million. Well, it's a part of it, 25% of it, but 75% of it is like, why is it happening now, not 10 days ago? That's my big question.
No, it was happening 10 days ago. Started talking to him about 13 days ago.
Why didn't they talk on the first?
Why didn't they just pay the fee on the first?
I think that's
clause.
Because the release clause is one payment straight all in. It's like you going into a showroom and buying and a car says £50,000 and you pay the full 50k there and then.
Yeah.
Or you could get it on a 5-year lease and get it out so much a month. Which one's better for you?
But just pay the clause on the first.
Oh, look, another one who doesn't get PSR.
Go on, Tone.
PSR,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah,
PSR,
Don't
no.
worry, Dash, I got you, mate. Martin,
exactly.
you quit waffling again.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, listen, Martin, on a real though, yes, you are right. Because yes, we have a specific money to the budget, but the thing is, we can't pay clauses with one goal, with one full payment. Sometimes you gotta take that 15 million / 30 million installment fee each period, because that's how clubs keep on going, and that's the way we survive. So if you want to do 100 million quid, a release clause, it's gonna be what has to be out of your bank first, or two, you have to do it in a installment period within 5 to 4 years. As an example, that's the way we did it with Grealish, though. It's piss taking.
Happy birthday, by the way, Dash.
Yeah, listen, big up the chat. Always listen. You guys treat me well, and I treat you well. Simple as. If you be a dickhead, I'm gonna ban you or time you out, depending what the circumstances is. But yeah, big up everyone in the chat.
That's all to be told.
Yeah.
Peter Beaver, no, he was signed from Everton in 1994.
That is taking me back. That is Peter Beaver.
Paul Walsh.
Oh, I loved Paul Walsh.
Yeah. Didn't we swap him for Jerry Craney? I mean...
Look at you, Toad. That's like oh, he's gone. That's enough for him to go.
He's going to start mentioning that deal. No, that deal broke my heart, that deal.
Yeah, it did mine.
Oh,
still can't sleep now.
Yeah.
Oh, Zynical, you are Main Road. Thank you. Aren't Road. Man City aren't road men trying to be a merc. We are one of the greatest clubs you have ever seen.
Correct.
Backdoor.
We got Uzbekistan in the chat.
Pardon?
You know, so funny. I've been seeing a lot of Uzbekistan flags everywhere.
Dude, Uzbekistan Instagram is insane. One of the posts on the Welcome Husinov post, the last time I looked, had 150,000 comments, and like 95% of them were just Uzbek flags.
I've seen YouTube, like the first ever live session, like live stream session for Kusanov, and I think it was Foden and Reese there. Look at the comments above and under it, and the live chat. It's going crazy. Uzbekistan flags.
They are pumped.
Dash,
I'm so proud.
No, Fee, I've got to ask, because I'm sure you heard what I thought he said.
Yeah.
What does backdoor mean?
Sorry, say again?
You just said backdoor. I'm trying to figure out what
that
backdoor.
Yeah,
what somebody at your back door?
Back door. That one down.
You just said it, and me and
What's
Fee went,
happening
what
here?
did you say that? I don't know. Sorry, and I don't know.
Bloody
Martin, I think you're hearing things, Martin. Get earwax peeled off.
It wasn't just me.
I heard it. Who said it? Who said it?
I was trying to click where it was in context. So.
Yeah, I bet. It's these
But
Brighton.
no, Cynical, thank you, mate. Your generosity tonight.
Brighton.
It's these Brighton clubs you've been in, Martin. It's all in
Yeah,
your
question for you, mate. Brexit.
Any word on
99. Any word on McFarlane? Squad or loan?
Yeah, what is happening?
Because isn't he like, well, I think he's 16, 17 years old, I think this guy is. He's more likely to be alone.
I heard
the way it looks. It depends on what I want to do with him. They could go with a loan.
18, I think. I should know this. He's American.
Yeah, they could go with a loan to, like, I don't know, maybe around Melbourne.
Oh. It should have just stayed at NYCFC. Because their season's starting soon.
Oh,
I don't know why we have this weird summer schedule for MLS. It's a joke of a league.
I think people are presuming because we've done the Jimmy Bar deal that way that obviously McFarlane hasn't it been agreed to go back to New York, or have I just made that totally up?
I heard he was coming to the city to go to the EDS.
I really stayed in New York, but I don't know.
That's the thing. I know he signed like months ago, but the plan for him, I don't know. I'll be very honest with you. It could go any avenue, because with Juma Bar, he was in Spanish league for first, I think, 6 months. if everyone wants to correct me, and then he's got his move to obviously City and into CFG, and then gone to what's it called, RC Lens. So he's had experience there. Maybe they want to do the European experience first on a loan deal to another club. Could be any club, and then maybe after that go into a top European club as another loan. Maybe not like a Bayern Munich, but let's say a Dortmund on loan. Let's just say there's an example. And if he does it so well, come back to City and then maybe start. But we'll see, because there's so many youngsters we have. You forget about it. Echeverry, that's one of them. What we do with him? There's so much youngsters we got.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see him. By the way, Bree, thank you for becoming a brand new YouTube member. Really, really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, Bree. And for everyone else who has become a member today, this is for you.
More than you believe. More than you believe, I'm happy.
I'm better late than never. Morning.
Hello.
That's
92 hours.
All right.
Oh, good. Thanks. How are you?
Yeah,
good.
My cat won't leave me alone. She's mad at me because I abandoned her over the weekend. Or not abandoned
Is
her.
his name Martin as well?
She's being very loving.
Anyway, Pat, we've signed a midfielder.
Yay.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, you look at the shot.
Because apparently I've been living under a rock for the last 72 hours. So yeah, well, we've signed a midfielder. Really?
No, I don't
Yes.
know.
You don't say.
No, I rang Alan at 3 a.m. your time to let him know, because I thought, right, I can really get him wound up here. So I did.
Yeah.
I rang him at 3 a.m. to tell him the
Yeah.
good news. And his response was, have we signed a fullback? I went, no, but we've signed a midfielder.
Oh my God.
He went, shit, Gary, I'm going back to that.
Yeah.
So I just left it at that point. I thought, I've rang you up and you've just done that to me.
You can't win with Alan. You can't win, Martin, no matter what you do. It's never going to be good enough for Sir Alan.
No, but as Pat knows, that is typical Alan.
Yeah. I'm
Let me
surprised.
get probably said 3 out of 10 window.
For that reason, I'm surprised he's not getting in touch with Brian Marwood and saying, "Can you brush up on your Italian?"
My third time is out for 6 weeks.
I just wanted Cambiazo because I really wanted to go like full Glorious Bastards and just pronounce like Cambiazo like they do Margarete. Margarete.
Do you know why I'm so relaxed on the Cambiasso? Because I know it's coming. I know I just want to relax.
Yes. It is coming soon.
Like
I mean, in the next 2 hours, I'm not dropping some Bambazza that in 2 hours.
Oh, of course, nowhere near.
I mean, summertime.
Why not?
Yeah, summertime.
Yeah. Summer.
I'm guessing
he's
Trouble Cup.
contracted. You know, Cambiaso's contracted till 2029, which means that's why they're asking for 80 mil or God knows what.
Tone, it's 80 million for now.
People are saying
it's 80 million for now. So, go on then, Martin, sorry.
McFarlane is going into the EDS. So whoever said that was right. I don't know. Thank you for clarifying.
Because he's American, so I follow them pretty as closely as I can. And it's been a while since I've had a good American on City before. It's been a while.
Right,
I'm just not going to talk about
I need to drop in 5. I know Tony needs to go in 5.
Yeah, I probably do as well.
For half an hour. So I'm going to leave you in the cable and to Pat and Ozzy for half an hour. While I
can stay for another 20 minets or so.
The reason is I need to go and sort my mum and dad's TV out. If you weren't here earlier on, my dad so I need to go. Thank you so much. Cynical, you don't have to, mate. This is about your 5th super chat tonight, mate.
He's making it rain tonight.
I love Sarah. It's my pleasure. I love the club, love our fans. Sometimes we forget our roots, and I'm just happy to be on the journey. One thing I learned, there are channels like City Fan. Thank you very much, mate. And we are a very special and humble community, despite what Arsenal fans think. And Foggy, you have all been asking for him all night. I've noticed. Foggy, good evening. People have been begging for you, mate. I hope you are well. please send me an email to let me know how you are personally. I would love to know. I've gifted 20 memberships. Please say a massive thank you if you had any memberships from anyone this evening and show your appreciation. But thank you so much. To forget, I'm going to bring Ozzy in as well. Good evening. And there are more guests to come, and we're still not finished because there's another super sticker. Thank you. Go on, Pat.
Koki Hayashi.
There you go. Wait.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
I have respect that I'm not going to butcher your name, so that's why I didn't say it. But thank you.
I'm back in Japan next month, so I need to brush up.
Ali, take care, mate. Appreciate that. Yeah, you can up. Maybe give me an hour sports talk. We're on till midnight, so there's going to be room in a bit. If we bring everyone on now, we'll have a 25-man panel. I have
It'll be a Brady Bunch panel.
I have
told you. Rumble.
Because I know Daps is coming on in a bit as well, and maybe Can I re-sign Barry Conlon? Do you want timing out right now?
Fuck it, game on.
Danny Allsop while you're at it too.
Oh, come on.
You know what we could do with the Danny Tiato? Could do with the Danny Tiato.
Yeah, he'd get tucked in.
You watch Martin's attitude change as soon as we find out we can get Danny Tiato on this show.
Yeah.
All these Australians, they put in a great shift during a tough time in this club.
Nico Gonzalez is
I love Danny Tiato.
Yeah, Fabrizio tweeted about an hour ago.
He's done. Medical done, everything's done. It's just
don't worry, it'll happen.
It's happening.
Oh, by the way, Martin, one more thing. People are fighting over whether Tiki or Viana done it. Like, no, it's not. It's both of them. It's not one of them. It's both. Please give the flowers to them.
I'm going to ask this on the panel. Genuine on this on the panel. By the way, Tottenham are now closing in. They have now done the Mateus Tell deal. There is an option to buy on it. Ben Chilwell is on the brink of completing his Crystal Palace loan move from Chelsea. Any other last minute?
João Felix went to AC Milan.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Yeah. João Felix went to AC Milan on I saw that.
And Kyle Walker got one of the match for AC Milan. So kiss on that, Kyle Walker haters. And Fulham have re-signed Willian back.
Oh, have they? God.
Oh, I saw that Tottenham, one of their center backs towards ACL, so that's sad.
Oh, and Disasi is closing in on his loan.
Dragosin.
Villa. Dragosin is out for the whole season.
And the Butcher. He's done.
Oh, fuck him. Who cares?
I hate seeing people injured, but that guy is annoying.
Oh, and Arsenal.
Martinez has, hasn't he, as well?
Fabrizio said he tore his ACL yesterday.
Arsenal done for the whole league. They're finished. Nico, thank you for becoming a new member as well. You are a legend, sir. Really do appreciate that. Right, Pat, Ozzy, you're new. Can I leave you in the capable lands while I go and sort this TV out? I'll be back in about half an hour.
Well, some more newer than others, but yeah.
So you're going to lose my beautiful face, you lucky sods.
You have got pants on now, though, haven't you?
It's a Pat takeover.
Yeah.
I know there.
Right.
Thank you.
Can't forget Ozzy, guys.
Pat and Ozzy.
Thanks, Faye.
There, I fixed it.
I will be back. Give me about half an hour, but I will be back. So keep smashing the like, show the support. If people are not here when I get back, thank you. Sorry, I've got to jump off and just go.
I won't be, but so thanks for having me on.
Thank you for joining us. But yes, we'll be back. Take care, all.
All right. Look, I was a bit late to the party. You know, lateness is greatness. So what were we discussing for a few minutes there? Have we gone through? I'm not going to talk about Arsenal because you don't need my opinion. My opinion was just we'll average or above average until we about average until we equalised. And then the fact that we conceded the second goal in 2 minutes, we went to shit. That's my opinion.
Yeah, it was.
That's my opinion. Enough said. Let's move on.
It's pretty succinct, actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like what happened? Oh, nothing happened yesterday. I flew home yesterday. That's
no, Cal, we stayed humble. Leave it.
I definitely didn't go to.
No, we stayed humble. Leave it.
Two games.
Cal,
Ozzy, what would you rate the window out of 10?
Go on, Pat.
I know what Ozzy, because he texted me earlier, but
I
did.
Oh, now he's back.
Yeah. Okay. Can't get a most pace around here. Look, I would go for a transfer window of about 7 to 7.5. I think for a transfer window, for this transfer window to be a 10 out of 10, we probably wouldn't need a Bruno G. We probably would have needed Cambiasso. Players that can go in right now, ready to go. But I also look at the players of like your Vitor Jesus and your Cousinovs and that, and I think they're smart signings because we're not afraid to look at who's going to be playing for us in several years' time, not just stopgaps for the next 6 months, which just proves that I think how much more forward thinking I think City are compared to a lot of other clubs. So they're big ticks for me as well. And then I think Nico Gonzalez, just getting a solid midfielder, someone who looks like he fits that 6 to 8 bill, and was somebody who must have been on their list because there was interest in him. There was interest in him when Ferran Torres was looking to go to Barcelona, because they were possibly looking at Barca sending him the other way as part of a deal. And also we probably also heard the stories about his dad, Fran Gonzalez, being involved with the City Football Academy at request of Pep when he signed in 2016 as well. So I think this is a sensible signing because I believe he would have been up there in sort of maybe a top 5 or 6, sort of 6 to 8 midfielders that we would have been interested in signing had we not been able to get Bruno or anybody else, anybody else above Gonzalez. So that's a few points as well there too for getting Gonzalez as well. Cool. People can critique about what time we're getting him. I'm getting him at the 11th hour, so I don't care. I just want him through the door by 11 p.m. on the 3rd of Feb. That's all that matters to me. So all in all, a very, very satisfied transfer window. Obviously, getting Cambiasso would have been amazing, but I can understand where Juventus are coming from with that. Obviously, my review out of 10 is pending because we've still got a few hours left. You never know what can happen, but can't complain with the way things are at the moment. And a very, very happy transfer window. Better than a lot of summers we've had in the last few years.
Yeah, it's true.
There was somebody in the chat who put out a bomba who said, like, watch the space. He said that we're getting Cambiasso and Jack's going on loan. So we'll see if that guy knows what he's talking about.
Ali Benarbia, wasn't it? It's Ali Benarbia, I think.
We started the comment. We should pin it somewhere. And then if it turns out to be fake, we should ban him. No, I'm kidding. Ban for fake info.
I don't know. I've got my hopes up something might happen because
I was going to say it might be more hopeful.
Well, look at look at Ruben Diaz, for example. We spent an entire summer transfer window in 2020 looking at Koundé and Koulibaly and just not getting anywhere. Sevilla didn't want to budge. Napoli would be Napoli. And then as soon as we knew the ship had sailed, it was like within 48 hours of us, bitching and moaning about, we haven't got a centre back. All of a sudden, they just said, "Yep, Ruben Diaz is on a flight. He's just played his game at last game Benfica. He's on a flight up to Manchester." Like, what?
But if you remember, Pat,
we're capable of
Leicester. That was because of the Leicester game.
No, understood. But this is just after we've conceded 5 in a game too. Yeah. So funny coincidentals right there. This is the first away game in the league that we've conceded 5 or more goals since Borough in 2008. Since that game.
Yes, that's a mad stat. That is absolutely crazy.
Yeah, there's 2 at the end.
Yeah, a huge mystery. Yeah, it's a huge mystery, isn't it? Every time we can see 5 goals,
the less we hear, the more activity might happen. The silence is deafening. So
yeah. One thing. Who said that?
Transfer tape. You better have the jetpack on. We'll just say that.
The other thing about the Gonzalez deal was the big kicker was that obviously we tried to negotiate lowball them at 40 and 50 million euro, and I think the big thing that Porto didn't want to do was obviously to do with the release clause being in one installment. So I think also too the sell-on clause of Barcelona, you knew that they're going to need every single euro or single cent that they can get. So there's no way that they were going to allow City to lowball $10 to $20 million, 20 million euro. That late in the transfer window.
Plus, I think also, Pat, I think initially it was 40% back to Barcelona, but I think
is 40,
But I think there's a slight clause that if they were able to pay a big chunk of that off, I think it would go down to 20%. So
there was
yes.
There was some sort of capital gains sort of thing too, where Porto could actually claim even more.
Yeah.
even more of Barcelona's sell-on clause as well too. But look, I think they've come to me. It seems like they've come to an agreement where they can pay in installments, and if it's just an installment where Barca get their sell-on and Porto get their difference in the fee, then that's all we can really ask for. I mean, to ask for 60 million up front at January transfer window, I said no club, not even City, really is in a position to do that, to be honest, or wants to be in a position to do that, to balance their books over a single financial year. So, I think it will just be Porto will get their money now, and Barca will probably just get theirs in the summer. So, Barca will need that money because they'll probably need it for wage bills for players like Sane and Joshua Kimmich to come in. So, it is what it is.
One thing that does interest me of all these signings and no one leaving at the moment, what is the match day squad going to be of the 20 and who's going to miss out? Because
it'd be fantastic, Tone, because I've only got numbers.
It's a good problem to have.
But here's one for you. Here's one for you that genuinely could miss out that cost £100 million. Jack,
I knew. Yeah,
it's possible.
Well, he's been missing out before the signings anyway, Tone. So it's such a tough one. Yeah,
but can you?
We all love Jack, but I hate to say it. I think he's just a victim of the way football is moving these days. Now you can see so many young managers now coming through and bringing through the long ball. Players are more. It's more about athleticism than it is about technical ability. And I think Jack's going to be a victim of that. I'm afraid because He was one of our standout players in our greatest season ever, winning the treble, playing absolute perfect zonal control football, which absolutely suited him to a T. And then all of a sudden, over the course of the last 18, 24 months, the football's just changed to where he hasn't been able to adjust. And it's no fault of his own because that's how he would have grown up playing football. It would have been about holding the ball and not necessarily about quick distributions and running onto the ball with pace. That's just not what he does. I'm sure he's athletic enough to do it, but you can't teach that into a footballer that's already, 27, 28 years of age. You've got to do it to them when they're 17, 18 years of age. And that's why Kuzanov, that's why Hayes have been brought in now, because even if that's not the way that they were brought up to play football, they probably were, because this sort of thing has been happening through grassroots football now. It's all about pace and athleticism as much as it is technical ability. They will be able to be nurtured and almost indoctrinated into this style of football at a young age before their natural ability, before the natural ability that they grew on the football pitch as a young kid has already been instilled into them. So I just think Jack's a victim of the times, and there's no shame in saying that. There's no shame in him ever admitting to that. There's no shame in us ever saying that. It's just the way things are. There will be clubs out there that would die for a player like him. So
Jack,
I just feel so bad for the lad, but that's just how it is.
Yeah, the City at the minute, his quality is. Sorry, Dar.
Yeah, go on, Fee.
Well, I was just going to say, for City at the minute, I think Jack's quality is literally killing a game. I don't think he, to bring him on, to hold the ball, to kill the game is what he's good at. But that's as a substitute. I hate to say it, but at best at the minute. And I agree. Yeah. I don't think he's for any other reason we would choose Jack potentially.
We can't do that to Jack at this age, can we, Fee? No. If Jack was 33, perfect. Every 20 minutes, keep the ball away from oppositions, hold a lead, and that would be absolutely sensational. Yeah. But he doesn't want to do that at this age.
No, and that's what he's good at for us now. But for somebody else, he could be an all-rounder, and he's just not getting the opportunity to do that at City. His time's come, I think.
And you know what?
We're kind of evolving, and he doesn't fit in.
Exactly. It's with modern football these days. It's everything's about pace and power, sports science, athleticism. It's all about that these days, unfortunately. Because 15 years ago, even 7 years ago, everything's about technical ability, magic on the pitch. Nobody cared about the meters they had to run. I was in a undergrad tube station today, coming back from uni, and the second stop, I saw a bunch of kids in a Muga pitch, literally just being told, pass, going behind. There's no magic. Their flair's being killed off, and that's just so sad at a young age. And that's the thing with the City Academy. And they're even lucky. We're even lucky to have that CFG even open, because they're actually telling them to have that flair with rising up and not much of athleticism, which is a good thing. Now, obviously, that'll create a lot more problems come down the line, because when they get into the squad, they're going to think, oh, wow, I have to actually be more faster than before, count down every single carry. It's it's ridiculous because listen, I want to go. Listen, I'd rather 3 p.m. kickoff, have it for 90 minutes, go home, have a beer, have a kebab, and then that's it done. But literally every single thing these players have to literally undergo is crazy. Like we even got like those little not cardio like machines, but like we got like those little fitness recovery machines. You know those ones like it's like a what is it called? It's like I'm trying to find a sauna. You know those little saunas they had.
Cryo chamber or something.
Yes,
chamber
those things.
the cryo chamber.
Those things.
Yeah.
Oh,
those things.
They have one of those. They have a cryo chamber because you always
they
see
do.
Holland
Yeah.
coming with like a face mask on. He goes in there.
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
Exactly.
They've got
Oscar Bob, I remember. He's walking out there like
It's
he's wearing
awful
like a
endurance.
speedo and a face mask. I'm like, whoa, what's going on here?
It's all endurance in the end of the day. That's the whole thing. And it's sad. It's sad for me because I enjoy La Liga more than I do with the Premier League. Obviously, I'm a City fan.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch City every single day. But for me, when I look at La Liga, they don't do it. All they are is magic. And I want to look at a game. Let's just say I don't know, Aston Villa versus Ipswich. I'm just looking at the game. Just what the fuck am I watching? There's two people running. Just ping pong football with nothing there, with no magic. There's nothing for me to insight within. When I watch Celta Vigo,
what about people like Gascoigne and stuff? You know, they go home, neck 10 pints, have a kebab, and come out and be magic. I miss those days.
This is the thing. I was not born in your times for all 5 of you, but I remember 5 years old. I loved it. Like the old time carried on to 2011. I loved it. But nowadays, it's like
it's probably the reason why we love Jack because he reminds us. He reminds us.
Yeah,
of that. He was born 20 years
That's
too
the
early.
exact reason. Even a bit of Erling Haaland. A bit of Erling Haaland too, if you look at it, because he's around his dad, who's a Mancunian as well, and he brought that culture with him to the Etihad. So probably the only younger generation fan you could probably find is Foden and Haaland, maybe a bit of Rico Lewis here and there. That's the only one we're going to get, guys.
I think Haaland's doing this whole meditation thing and eating healthy for the remainder of his career because he's just keeping just this young successful life of his just absolutely to a T, perfect, healthy, and everything. And then the day he retires, you'll probably see him down in the South Stand with all the Blues and that, watching or at away games with all the Blues, just having a beer, having a pie, just enjoying life because he's given so much back. But he wouldn't do it by just spending all his time in the Tunnel Club. Sure, he'd be invited there every game, but he's the sort of kid who would just want to be at away days. He'd want to be in the South Stand, jumping around and having a fun time with all the Blues.
Yeah,
and I think what he's doing right now is he's just being the consummate professional, the consummate footballer in that, and then he'll just go out and be that social kid. What we already see glimpses of it by the way he behaves with the fans after every game. Always does a little lap of honor. Always applauds everyone. He's always like when the last to leave the field before he applauds. He is as much like a South Stand fan on the pitch there every day as much as someone who sits in the South Stand year in year out and watches the games. And
Pat, yeah.
I just think that guy. I think that guy will enjoy his beer and kebabs and that the day he hangs up his boots, and we'll all be
exactly. You know so funny. What's it called, Pat? Like what our Erling's doing right now is the same thing you've seen Alfie Haaland do in the past. Pay for the tickets, pay for petrol and all that for the buses to go home for the fans. That's the same thing he's doing, and that's what he's bringing to us. So there's a bit of Alfie Haaland in him as well. So
yeah,
he's one of us. Yeah,
definitely. Pat, can I just ask? Can you can't see the Chelsea game, can you? Because I've got it on just there. I don't want you to get copyrighted or whatever they call it.
No, I can't see it.
No, I can't see it. Right.
Thank you. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
I have it on my other phone, but it's like my computer screen's here and then my phone's like here, so there's no chance of reflection.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Chelsea are fucking shit. Let us get this straight.
Arsenal are crap and we lost to them.
Honest to God, these lot, you buy all 1.7 billion, just to what, new striker, after that you've got new goalkeeper, you need new centre back pairing. It's crazy.
They already got rid of Yao Felix. They keep going back and forth with him, and they just sent him to Milan today.
I feel sorry for that kid. I don't think go to Atletico at that time was not the right thing to do.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Strange.
You know what, Pat, You know, Pat, you know who ruined it for him? Jorge Mendes.
Yeah.
Because why would you go from Benfica to a team that doesn't suit you, and Atleti at the time. Now, obviously, right now, Simeone is more
If he
expansive
had gone
now.
to Athletic, Dash, if he'd gone to Athletic now with the way they're playing, he'd be fantastic. But not when they were playing that dead BS football, anti-football that they played for several years, and that before they were able to get the likes of like your Alvarez's in. They're playing some fantastic football at the moment too. But he's just a victim of bad timing.
He was linked with us.
By the way,
they're going to win La Liga too.
I don't even remember
that. La Liga. They have Julian Alvarez. That guy wins everything.
He is such a trophy merchant.
Lucky charm.
Trophy
you know, it was a real trophy merchant. He goes under the radar because he was only here for 2 seasons. Was and I know he just went back to Brazil. Was Danilo. If you look at his CV, every club he touches, he walks away with at least several trophies. He won tons of leagues with Porto. He won everything with Real Madrid. He won a couple of leagues with us, plus a Centurion, including a Centurion, a domestic treble. Went to Juve, won a bunch of leagues with them as well.
Yeah,
and now he's gone back to Brazil playing at Flamengo. He'll probably bring them a couple of Libertadores as well. Like,
I remember
he always goes under the radar for me. He was such a good player. But
I was upset when we lost.
It's just because Kyle Walker was there. That was all.
Yeah.
He played in midweek against Brighton, I think it was, and he scored, and he was our best player that night. I think we won like 3-0 or something. He was so good.
That was the end of the season when we showed off our new kits for that season, didn't he?
I think you're right.
That's right. I was at Burnley away when he scored that worldie from about 35 yards out on the curl.
We drew
on the curl and that. Yeah, I was actually at Turf Moor for that, and then I think Goodmanson scored late to equalise and make it 1-1. Yeah. I forgot about that very quickly because I found one of the best gin bars I've ever been to in the world about a 6-block walk away from Turf Moor. It was unbelievable. I won't have anybody slag off Burnley either because as an Australian, they know a thing or two about cricket, and also too that bar was just one of the best bars I've ever been to. So I won't have anybody slag off Burnley.
Yeah, Pat, you said the C word. Don't say it again.
Especially Chris Woods.
Remember,
Chris Woods.
I thought I didn't.
You did. You said it. Don't say
it's
it
okay. Again. It's okay, Pat. Chris Wood is coming here
soon.
When
sneaking to see you next Tuesday?
Oh my god.
Not that C word.
Oh, okay. Somehow cricket's more sacrilegious, is it? Why do you think I brought this conversation when Martin wasn't on?
Just saying.
It's good to see the United fans in absolute meltdown. I've just seen this screenshot. They've loaned out Rashford, Anthony, Sancho, and Wheatley. They've got left Højlund, Xerxes, Diallo, and Garnacho, and they're sulking. And it's just, it wasn't Højlund like 80-odd million and better than Haaland at the time, though?
Yeah.
What's happened?
The wish
everyone
Haaland
is better than Haaland until it's time to be Haaland, and then they're all shit.
But they brought in that young lad from Lecce, and then everybody all of a sudden just became experts on Lecce and the Serie A.
Yeah.
Hi, guys.
Amazing how quickly that transitions, yeah.
Right.
See you, Cal.
Yeah.
See you, Cal.
Yeah. Danish Sheamus, isn't he? Rather Højlund. He's a Danish Sheamus from WWE. That's it. A wrestler. Just waiting for that broad kick. That's it.
But
like literally a wrestler.
This is United every bloody time they sign someone. Xerxes, I was told on 2 shows I went on when they bought him, saying City have missed out. They've missed out big time. He would work with Haaland, and it's like, what are you? I don't know what you're seeing, guys. What are you watching here?
The problem is they've got no plan. It's a scattergun approach. They think they're signing these 20-year-olds that are what City have done in the past, but they don't do the homework.
Or Aussie, they sign players that were the thing 5 years ago.
Yeah,
Matthias
too late in the
Matthias
window.
Ligt.
Yeah.
You know, for example, Mazraoui was widely considered a few years back as well.
The problem you've got, though, Pat, is that there are so many players at United that have come from under several different managers, and they just don't gel as a unit together. You know, the problem for United is that they haven't had a blueprint of a plan. City had a blueprint of a plan. When we were taken over by Sheikh and saw there's a plan. And the plan was get Guardiola. And to do that, they came with how they were going to train the youth academy, how they were going to build the infrastructure for it, and how they were eventually going to get the players and everything else that went along with this blueprint. United haven't got that. They've got nowhere near that right now. All they do is chuck money at a problem and hope it will stick.
And they also don't support the manager in the way that City do.
No, and I also think this whole thing about them changing the way they play, like they brought in Amorim, who is 3 at the back or 5 at the back, however you want to call it, and they haven't got the players, and they brought him in halfway through the season.
Yeah,
and
with no efficiency.
And I just think I understand the way he wants to play, but I also think there's got to be a point where you've just got to turn around and go, I haven't got the players, and if I keep playing like this, we're going to keep slipping further down the league. And we're just going to look like even more of a joke than you already are pointing out to the media and the rest of the United fans that they are. And I just think at some point you've got to put the brakes on and go, okay, do I need to play the players that I've got in their positions in the best way I can and get the most out of them until the summer, where you can bring in more players and get rid of some of the ones you don't want. I don't understand right now. I get that he's got his way of thinking, his way of playing, but I just think it's costing you.
Well, it's like Postecoglou, isn't it? It's the same thing. Hammering your principles is great, but it's not going to get you results.
Well, at least he's got more of an excuse, though, because he's got so many injuries. You know, Amorim hasn't got that excuse where I've got so many injuries. He's just, I haven't got the players I want. Well, hang on a minute. How many times have we been told Pep needs to bring in players and we get hammered because Pep hasn't got the right players? Do you know what I mean? So it's...
Yes, fair, yeah.
Both ways.
Scored, by the way, just to say.
I don't know how everybody else feels, but I am biased towards Postecoglou. I actually genuinely do feel sorry for him because no matter what he did, he's always going to go up against that culture that is Tottenham. And unless you get Levy and Lewis out the door, I don't think it's going to change.
I think he's been given a lot more time than probably most of the Spurs managers in the past. They realised that they can't sack another manager, because who are you going to bring in that's really going to make a difference right now when you've got this many injuries, especially at the back? You know, where you think you really... who's going to come in and who's going to put you in a better position than you are currently? Like, you could climb a few more places in the league, but you're not really going to win anything. You're not going to get anywhere further higher. You're not going to get into the top 4, definitely. Top 6, I doubt it right now from where they are. So I think they are better sticking with Ange and just going, let's get through this right now. And hopefully we'll get some players come back like us with injuries. And hopefully like he's looking at cups.
Yeah.
I think Spurs are looking at realistically, let's go out and win. They still the Carabao Cup and the
Carabao
Europa League.
Yeah, right. Europa League's a shout. Yeah.
Which both I think are feasible for them to win.
The biggest problem, Aussie, we have is that I don't think there's barely any players in that squad that are on over 150k a week. If you want to win stuff, you have to start signing players that you are going to be willing to pay them 200, 250, 300k a week. But Spurs don't do that. They're too concerned with making sure that they have the best NFL ground in the Premier League.
But Newcastle don't pay.
To put it lightly, but they just don't. I mean, how long was Harry Kane on about 175k a week, even when he was just consistently getting golden boots year in, year out? It wasn't until I think his last contract when he was at Spurs when he actually started getting, similar to what John Stones got. And John Stones was on 250k within about 3 or 4 years. Within about 2 or 3 years of him signing at City.
Yeah,
they don't want to splash the cash. And I don't know if that's just that's just the way that they're sort of run, or the way that they're sort of financed in a way. But it just proves that if you want to win, you've got to spend the money. I know rival fans will try and make it out like as if all their best players were pulled off the streets of their respective city or anything like that. But But that's the thing. You've got to understand that it's just not necessarily about the big transfer fees, but you've also got to offer the big wages to encourage the players to come. That's why we ended up overspending on salaries to get players like Aguero and like David Silva, like Yaya Touring, and because we knew if we just went pound for pound against other clubs who would offer the same salary, we wouldn't be able to compete. We wouldn't be able to get these players through the door. 93-20 wouldn't exist. The first season on Pellegrini wouldn't exist. We had to. That's what investment is about. Sometimes you have to spend a little to make a little. Or you've got to crack a few eggs to make omelets, and that's just how the way modern football works. And if Spurs keep doing what they're doing now, then they're not going to be able to do that. It's just going to be this constant carousel, this constant rotation of having these ups because they've got the right manager or the right formation in place, like they did with Poch and that. But sooner or later, it's going to get figured out by other teams. It's just going to start. The cycle just repeats itself all over again. Now that sort of happens with us, with our players, maybe every 5 or 6 years. But with Spurs, a team like Spurs, it seems to happen every 1 or 2 seasons. Have an up and a down, up and a down. It's like, if we're going to have a down season once every 5 years, sign me up for the rest of my life, And that just proves that's for me, that's the really good proof of how this club is operated compared to a lot of others.
Yeah, the problem with Spurs is that in the last 6 years, they're third in net spend. So the spending fees, wages, I don't know, but they're certainly spending money, whether that's bad or good or on good and bad players, and then they sell, I don't know. But Spurs... This is the argument I always have with Spurs fans, and I know a few, is they go, Levy out, Levy out, Levy out. Okay, why do you want Levy out? Oh, he's not backing the manager. Well, you're the third highest spenders. You spent more than us. You spent more than Liverpool. You spent more than all these teams. So it can't be the fees. This is the same thing United used to say with the Glazers. Get them out now. Well, why do you want them out? Oh, they're not giving us the money to buy the team. Well, that's nonsense. You spent £1 billion in like a couple of years. So it can't be that they're not spending fees. What is the reason that you want Levy out? And I'm sure they've got legit reasons, but it cannot be, in my view, from the net spend that I see. It was on Sky earlier. They were the third highest. It can't be the spend because Levy is giving whoever the money to spend. Now, like I say, wages, don't know. But they are spending. Same with United. And Arsenal throw this out every now and again. Oh, yeah, City spend loads of money. We haven't. It's like you spent 800 in 3 years. And you want one sod all. So I also think with Spurs is one of the issues is, and the fans will kill me for this, but the fans are so fickle. They're known for it. They win 2, give them an extension. 2 losses the following, get him out now. They boo the team off half the time. It's bloody mad. They'll be sat in 5th and they'll boo the team off. It's crazy.
But then Tone as well, like the only exception to that, I would say what you and Pat are saying, I guess, is to me Newcastle. Well, obviously they're restricted, but their results lately and the way they've been gelling, you've got to give it to a team like that. But then you think, well, is that the manager? Is it the framework? What is it?
Do you know? I think there's
a number of factors.
I think there's something else really that I think we kind of forget slightly is the north-south divide for me sometimes, because I was born in Oxford, so I grew up around London area. And it's just
no wonder Rich loves you, mate.
Yeah. There's no wonder that you're getting entitlement from people in London, and you see it a lot with Arsenal, Spurs, Chelsea. That entitlement is huge with these clubs.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Especially Arsenal. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like when Chelsea were the first team in London to win the Champions League, you could see just the collapse in Arsenal fans that should have been them. They were the club that had more history. They were the club that won more trophies. And Spurs were just the kid in the back going, yeah. It's that mentality that comes from, sadly, from people in the South as well.
It's not just that. It's just that decades of success has created almost a mentality in some of the fan base where it's like they're not angry at us for winning the trophies. It's more a case of how dare you take away our sense of self-entitlement. That's the reason why I think they absolutely despise City. And again, it comes down to what do I think with the 115? I don't think that was done because they think there's any sort of financial breaches. I think it was done because there were certain clubs that knew that they couldn't compete with us. So the only way they could bring us down from not from playing from what we do on the field, but try to bring us down from off the field. That's just how I see it.
There's clubs who supported us and who didn't.
It's jealousy. Let's be honest. It's City won the lottery when Shankman Zorb bought the club.
Yeah, and we admit that. But the other thing too is and just to add on what you say too, we admit that too. But the thing that makes our club great as well too, we encourage other clubs. They say hopefully your club goes and finds a massive successful owner who can actually go. Newcastle, Forest. Forest, what old mate's doing with his shipping business in Greece and that. Forest are doing. It's amazing how quickly they've turned around as well too. We give that's the City mentality is we give credit where it's due. We're not out searching for credit or searching for searching for praise and things like that. We give credit. We give credit where it's due, and people can go and say, people can go and say oil money and things like that. It's like, hey, yeah, fine. We'll put our hands up and say, yes, we won the lottery. But let me tell you something. If they came knocking on your door, you wouldn't turn them away. Not in a million years.
That's the thing.
Not in a million years.
Guys, I'm going to have to go. But thanks for having me on, and I'll speak soon.
Right, thanks, guys.
Take care. Bye.
Thanks, Al. Thanks, Tone. See you later.
Take care.
Yeah. So I think what I was saying is that it wasn't that we just won the lottery, Pat. It was that we had owners come in who weren't looking to make a buck. Do you know what I mean? They weren't after their own interests. And yes, we know about other interests, that I'm not going to get into because we all know it. But my point really is that they had a plan that they wanted to create a winning team that was going to go out there and compete and win every single trophy that was on offer. You can't say that about the likes of Spurs, Arsenal, because they've got other interests. They've got other agendas. They like you said before with Spurs, they create this stadium, but it's all about what revenue they can bring in from having people going, concert goers and all this. It's always about something else. It's not about getting the best players, the best manager, and going out there and competing for trophies. It's just about keeping the status quo. Just like Arsenal, when Arsene Wenger was around, and the whole thing, the excuse about they couldn't buy players because they had to pay the stadium off. Well, it was like rubbish. Yes, they had to pay that stadium off, but realistically, they still spent money.
No, 100%. So, and also too, you want the interesting thing you bring up about Arsenal too, because you look at their owner Stan Kroenke. Look at Stan Kroenke, for example, owns Los Angeles Rams in the NFL. They won a Super Bowl 2 or 3 years ago. He owns the Denver Nuggets, the basketball team, won a league title in 2021. Colorado Avalanche, the hockey team, won a Stanley Cup 2 years ago. Colorado Rapids are in the MLS as well too. So if you're going to complain about how the owners are treating your club, then have a look at maybe what they're doing to their other investments that they're owning as well too. Because if they're more worried about success there than as much as they are success on yours, then you need to take a step back and understand what your club is actually doing. It's like, I think if it's a good thing football markets aren't based on city populations and things like that, because if that were the case, then our owners would probably put more emphasis on New York City FC or something like that too, trying to make football a bigger market there. So it depends. It comes down to the nature of what your owners want to do and how they want to spend before you really have to be critical about anything your club's doing or anything any other club's doing. But it's just that for me, it's just always been that sense of like, we've taken away the sense of self-entitlement rather than or we've ruined the game or something like that. I said, no, we've taken away your sense of self-entitlement because your idea of the game was always basically sharing the trophies between you and maybe two other clubs year in, year out.
Yeah.
And it's also funny, and then maybe one club gets like an invitation to the top four, basically, so.
Yeah. It's like the reason why they're angry is I just think that they're so frustrated that they can't uphold the standards they had before. The Americans knew this. Like this is the difference between American owners and Eastern European or even Middle Eastern owners. They want profit, and with that, they know that the fans will be angry that if they don't win, don't have utility like trophies or anything that brings the honor to the club. So what they'll do is this: they'll bring a whole lot of PR or titled as phases or projects to give to those fans, saying, this is how we're going to do it in the 5 years, which you're not going to do anyway. But they'll put it out to the fans. They'll say Arsenal, Liverpool, even Chelsea right now, Man United, Spurs. And they'll do this to give them patience. And with that patience here, the fans will be, well, I won't say happy clappy, but they'll be more obedient to the owner in itself. And what happens is every transfer they make, whether it's a £20 million player they have never heard of before, that doesn't improve as well. They'll be like, okay, we'll go over it because you know what? It creates PR. They get a fan base from that population where they come from, and then it's all fucking kumbaya. With City, however, we're different. They want to win always. I said this before with Arab people. They're very sensitive but very family orientated. They don't like losing.
And reputation is a huge thing for them as well.
It's a huge one as well.
More than most other investments from any part of the world as well too. Huge thing. Maybe parts of Asia like the Japanese, for example. It's all about reputation. I think Arab investors, Arab owners, it's
honor.
As much reputation is the money will come as long as you keep your reputation.
Yeah.
The only Arab owner I can think of that has gone to the American or adopted the American ideology is Nasser Al Khelaïfi from PSG. Look at PSG now. Look at the deals they're signing with Jordan. Look at them, for example, the amount of money they gain from it. They don't care about the Champions League. Yes, they care about the Champions League, but this is the thing about the Champions League. They want the superstars. They think it's all superstars for the money.
I will give PSG credit because I do like the fact that they try to go away from that Galacticos period. You know, with your Neymars, your Messis, and things like that. They actually look like they're trying to build a relatively decent team. But the problem with PSG is you just don't know if they'll flick the next big thing comes through. You don't know if they'll just flick a switch and go back to that immediately. But we saw the other week when we played them that they actually were. I know we were poor, but they actually played. To me, they look like they played a lot more competitively than we have played them in previous fixtures. So for me, I feel like I don't know if they've necessarily improved as much, but I like the direction that they're going. They're not worrying about the big money signings. They're actually being a bit sensible with the market. Like I think the fact that they got that João Neves for 60, 70 million, the player that I think we should have got and proved that we should have got when we played them, just shows that they've been a lot more shrewd in the market and going about doing the right things.
Yeah, but Pat, this is the thing. You've gone from experience to very little experience. So it doesn't really make sense for me. Yes, PSG batched us.
No, I get that, but you got to start somewhere. And if you're just going to completely scrap the Galacticos thing, then you have to take a step back. In the same way, just like what we're doing with our current squad at the moment, it's just we're admitting that our squad's getting older and they're starting to break down a little bit more now. Sooner or later, you're going to have to take a step back. But I think the problem with rival fans is they'll spin it as they're like end of an era, but it's like no, you don't realize the sooner you acknowledge that there is a problem, the sooner you can fix it. And I think that's exactly what we're doing right. That's exactly what we're doing right now. So right now, let them have their cake and eat it because they're just going to enjoy this sort of bad run of form that we have right now. But I promise you, once we got the pieces in place by the end of this coming summer, I'm not saying Centurions 2.0, but we could just go ahead and blitz the league if we get it right. So, I'm just interested in these next 6 months because they could lay the foundations for another successful 3, 4, 5 years for me.
Yeah, and speaking of what you said about, obviously, I might change the topic of it, but the summer, and you said about change. I'll drop this to you both right now. Kovacic and Gundogan. What do you think of them? Because I'll be honest with you, if we think Gonzalez is the only signing for holding midfield, I don't think so. I've got a feeling there's more coming on the way.
Doesn't Kovacic, having Kovacic, I was going to say having Kovacic, but having Kovacic would be a good little, that'd be a good, because he's already he's 31, 32 now. So he's getting to that point where we can sort of rotate him and bring him on for 20 minutes for a lot of games to hold a game and, hold a lead and things like that. Wouldn't he be considered, to me, I would consider him a fantastic depth piece. Don't ask me to say that 10 times quick. Depth piece for the 6 and 8 role, because when Rodri comes back and he's fit, he's obviously going to go straight into number one. Nico Gonzalez will rotate around him, and then Kovacic will be used from time to time as an additional piece for that as well. So, I've always been in agreement that your best players are obviously the ones that are in their prime, unless they're doing like a Luka Modric and just holding back the years for 10 years, whatever. And then you've got usually your younger players like your Nico Gonzalez who can play in other positions when Rodri's obviously first choice, but then can obviously fall back into that Rodri position if he gets subbed or if he gets injured or if he needs a rest. And then when you need to rotate him, then you've got a player like Kovacic who can come in and do that job when you need him to do for tactical reasons. I'm not saying next season I hope we don't see Kovacic. If Kovacic and Gundo stay, I don't want them to see even half the minutes that they've seen this season. But I would love to have them around because they would be fantastic bench pieces, fantastic rotational pieces, players you can play in the third or fourth round of a cup, third or fourth round of a Carabao Cup or an FA Cup. And it would just make everything so much easier for those players that we want to play 50 or 60 games a year. It would just make their life so much easier because the amount of games you play in a season is one thing, but it's how many minutes you play in every game as well. And if we're going to throw Rodri straight back in and play 50 games a season, I don't mind that, but I'd love it if I could get him off for an hour I could get him off after 60 minutes every single game. because I want to be. I would want to be careful with that guy. I want to see him still be the best number 6 in the world until he's 35. Now, you can call me demanding. You can call that a bit of a stretch, but the guy just won a freaking Ballon d'Or. Like his stocks, his global stocks have just gone through the roof. This guy, could easily be at the club for 10 years if he wanted to. And I think if you're going to do that, then you need the right pieces to build sort of around him or rotate around him so that you can keep the longevity in that. And I think Nico Gonzalez, as I said, is good for that because, again, you can play alongside him, you can play ahead of him. And then when you need to rotate him, bring a player like Kovacic in, a consummate professional, a sensible footballer, someone who can hold the ball and keep a lead for you in those last 20 minutes in a crucial game. Yeah.
By the way, Pat, I agree with everything you said. However, there's one thing, and I know you're not gonna like this. So Ozzy, both Kovacic and Gundogan have both got interest from Saudi Arabia and Turkey. Now, why would you want to sit on a City bench when you can go to a Galatasaray or even a Saudi where they're going to offer you double that amount of money? Because you have to look at it like this, because right now they're at that stage where it's not about playing time much. It's about money, legacy, and you can see with most majority of all players that are going to Saudi right now, they care about the legacy and leave behind for their children, for their great grandchildren, etc. He's not yet. I think what Kovacic and Gundogan thinking right now is this: all right, once this Nico Gonzalez fell in, if I want game time, I'm gonna have to move because yes, I can have the odd Carabao Cup here and there, the FA Cup here and there, the odd game against Ipswich Town or Wolves, but these players, they have a mindset, especially Kovacic and Gundogan. They want to play every game. Now, whether we like that or not, it's a different conversation. Of course, I don't want either of them to play in the pivot ever again, but that's what they think. That's footballers and have a very short career. So,
but the only thing is, though, Dash, is that I'm going to counter-argue your counter-argument by saying that we've seen it this season so far that Kovacic and Gundo played way too many more minutes than they should have. So if they're going to go to another club to get more game time, then what's going to happen there if they went to a Galatasaray or a Fenerbahce? Then halfway through the season, they're going to break down as well. So I totally get what you're saying, but it's always going to be a seesaw back and forth of do they want the more game time, but how much are they going to take? And then I think Saudi's a real different sort of it's a left field option because again, it's about whether European players want to change a lifestyle. And some do, some don't. But Kevin's proving it. It's like he could go there and get $1 million a month, $1 million a week if he wanted to, but he doesn't want that lifestyle. Yeah. He doesn't want that change for his kids. So it all comes down. I think it all comes down to. I think when it comes to Saudi, I think it comes down to the family's decision as much as it is the player's decision.
Yeah,
and then obviously the wages on top of that as well. So yeah,
it's all personal life. Go on, other yeah.
So to answer your question, Dash. I'm actually going to disagree with Pat, which doesn't happen very often, but I'm going to partly disagree with him. Honestly, I think Gundo's done at City. I think his playing time as a career is done. If he wants to go into the backroom staff, he wants to be an assistant with Pep, brilliant. That's what I would love. But his playing time at City is done. Like he's not good enough anymore, and that's just the reality. From what I've seen of Kovacic over the last few months, I'm not feeling much better towards him. I kind of agree with Pat where he could possibly be a bench player and maybe he can add something to see a game out. I don't see that as a 6. He can't do 6. He's proven that over the last few months that he's not a 6. And I wouldn't want him even coming in with 20 minutes left of the game to be a 6 because I just don't think he can do it. He hasn't got the tactical awareness of how to play that position. So, for me, I think the only reason I'm keeping him is one, maybe he can come off the bench and do something and help out. But 2, you still need some experienced players and some older heads around the squad. So that's one of the reasons I'd possibly keep him. But I honestly think, come the summer, we've got some major surgery still to do in that midfield. It's been great that we've got Nico through the door, and I think he will possibly add to something. But I think we still have to be realistic. He's a player who's coming in, who is still young. He's still got so much to prove, and coming in halfway through a season where we are not in a very good place right now, he may not hit the ground running. I think people need to realise that Yeah, there's a lot of potential there. But honestly, like, if you're asking me, I mean, Tone asked this question earlier. I didn't get a chance to answer it. Where he said, "What did you rate this transfer business?" Honestly, I'm thinking it's more of a 6 out of 10. And the reason I'm saying that is because I look at who we've brought in. Mamouche looks excellent. When he played in the Chelsea game, I thought he was one of the best players on the pitch that day. When it came across Arsenal, I think he went missing. I partly blame Pep for that because he didn't play him in the right position. He didn't continue where he had him in the Chelsea game. I look at the two centre-backs we brought in, both young, both great prospects. But honestly, we've got massive problems at the back right now. And if you're telling me that they are prospects and we've brought them in for 40 million really a piece, and you're not going to play them like very much in the season, maybe they'll play in the FA Cup. I'm sorry, but that's not good enough for me.
Because we've got thing, Ozzy, I say with the defenders is if I think we had two roads we could have gone down with that as well. And I totally get what you're saying. We decided to go for the young, hopefully up and coming raw talents in Huznov and Victor Hayes. Totally fine with that. Good value for money for what we got, and especially, in a few years' time, we'll look back and say they were Kanji level bargains, basically. But the thing is, I think the problem then you have is that you can say that and totally get with what you're saying. But then if we say went in and got Mark Gahey this January transfer window, and he comes in and starts playing a few games, and all of a sudden Ruben Diaz, John Stones, Kanji, and Ake all come back fit, then what's he going to say? His game time's going to drop. He's going to go, well, you brought me into this club, but you treated me like a 6-month stopgap. So then the problem then becomes is that we've got the spoiler riches. I think with Vitor Hayes and with Huznov, I think because they're so young and so raw talent, they know that they're way down the pecking order in terms of the centre back pairing. They will build their way into that squad. Gahey will want to, a player like Gahey would want to come in and be the first choice straight away, game in, game out, and that carries on into next season.
Pat, I don't think that's a bad thing, because if you really think about it, John Stones is made out of glass. As much as I love John Stones, he's not fit enough for the season, let alone half the season.
Yeah.
All right. Then you've got Ake, who again, his injury list is growing longer and longer. Diaz has started getting niggles, which is starting to become more a concern. And Akanji, well, I think he is playing possibly with injury, but I think again his form has just completely gone off a cliff.
Yeah.
So for me, you brought in someone like Gay now, he would start most games. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And right now, I think that's a problem.
And that's fine, but you just wonder what level would this conversation go to in, say, 6 to 9 months' time when we start the new season again? You wonder because
obviously, Pat, at least one of those four, Stones, Akanji, Ake, not Diaz, but they're going to be gone in the summer. One of them has to go. Do you know what I mean? Because we have to start preparing for future. Like you've said, with the younger signs coming in, it's great. They're going to be here for 10 years. But right now, going into next season, I'm not massive. I'm a little bit worried about what we're looking at, because right now, we haven't got a right back. We've got no right back. We're playing a player who isn't good enough to play in the midfield, let alone at right back. We've got Guardiola, who has been brilliant at left back, and I could probably see him staying at left back all the time Pep's here, because he's good in that position. But you would think like it would be easier to transfer him into as a centre back and let one of the others go, and then look at getting a left back in. Do you know what I mean? So at the moment, there's so much disbalance at the back right now that I'm not confident enough that we've got enough players to see us out the rest of the season, let alone going into next summer and knowing that we're probably going to spend money again. So yes, it's great we brought two brilliant up-and-coming players in, but if you're telling me that if we'd have spent 10, 20 million more and maybe got a Gay in, that would help us out right now and still build for the future because you're still young enough, I'm not going to say no to that. So I just think, and then the other thing is like I said, with the midfield right now, yeah, Nico is a good player, but honestly, like if we're really thinking about it, was he probably the number one on the list? No.
Oh no, he wasn't.
Was he number
I said
two?
before you came on. I
No.
said I don't know how far down the list he was in terms of preferred six or eight hybrids. But
So
at least he was on the list.
I know, but
yeah,
like on the list was Calvin Phillips. On the list was Nunes. Do you know what I mean? And we've gone from Bellingham to Rice, and eventually settled. And I just think, are we partly? No, I'm not saying. I don't know enough yet to say Nico is going to be that player. What I'm just saying is, if we settled for the third, fourth choice, rather than trying to get one of our main priorities, now hopefully in the summer we'll look at changing that and we'll bring in one of those first priorities because we need to realistically move forward. Because as you said, Pat, Rodri, he's going to come back in the summer more likely. I mean, I know there's rumours that he may come back earlier, but let's be honest, he's not going to be match fit for a long time. And we don't know how he's going to come back, even when he does become match fit, whether he'll be the same player. It happens. You know, Van Dijk, it took him pretty much enough a season to get back to his form. You know, so you could be looking at, we're not only talking about this season with Rodri, we could be talking about next season with Rodri as well, not being at the races just yet. So this is why I'm saying, for me, as much as that we've brought in some good players and I have high hopes for them, I still think it's not been what I would want to help us out for this current season, because I think we really have to look at, and I'm not going to mention too much, Pat, because I don't want to upset you, but the Arsenal game was a bit of an eye-opener in really remembering that this team right now is in serious trouble still of not making that top four position.
Yeah.
And we know what happens if we don't. We lose out on big money, and then we have to kind of think, oh, do we now need to think about what we can and can't spend if we land in sixth?
I know we have the luxury of that fifth place because of our UEFA coefficient, but I don't want to have to rely on that.
No, I don't.
That's a big one. And Ozzy, before you go on, but it's only just started. Just whoever we sell, whether it's Stones or Ake, they're homegrown. So yes, your argument actually is a bit valid on Guay because he could be looked at. Because I know people don't like
he's English.
People don't like talking about homegrown, but it's vital for many sports to have at least 8 or 7, I think, as the less non-homegrown players you have, the less homegrown you have. But I mean, to be fair, too, you're not going to be doing that. But look at Grealish. He's going out the door as well in the summer. If we get a suitable offer, we need homegrown players. And the thing with defense is that John Stones, for me, I'm sorry, I had enough of him. I really had enough of John Stones this season. Akanji as well, because for me, both of them have been the lack of steel has been just atrocious. With Ake, I can get it because when we see Ake come off from an injury, he looks strong, sturdy, settled in. He's willing to fight for that badge, and even Stones and Akanji, I know.
But I think the thing you have to remember, like when Stones is fit, for me, he's one of the best centre backs in the world. Like he showed that, like when he came out Chelsea. And there were glimpses in the Arsenal game where, you know, I know he wasn't brilliant, but you could see that he's still a top quality centre back. The problem with Stones is, like I said earlier, he's made out of glass, so you can't rely on him to see out a whole season. You know, sadly, that's the way things are. And I think with Akanji, like, I don't fully blame him because I think he's basically, I think we know he was injured for a while, and then he was rushed back, and he's had to play a lot of games, and he's had to be relied upon so much as being that mainstay in that back line because he's been one of the only main centre backs that started most games this season. He's not a leader, so I think you also have to remember that. So there's a lot of pressure on him to deal with that back line. I'm not excusing crap, but you just have to remember that some of these players are just not leaders. They're not. They've come into teams where you've got the likes of Diaz and Stones and Ake who have won so much. They've been there. They've done it. Do you know what I mean? You can't expect Akanji then to all of a sudden to be the main guy that's going to lead that back line for all the games. So I just think realistically, this is what I'm saying. I think you eventually, if we'd have brought a Gueye in this transfer window, I'd be a lot happier because if you leave it until the summer,
But that's when your Stones goes out.
You're gonna have a
That's
lot
when
more
the Stones goes
competition
out.
for him. Which
Yeah,
I think for me, it's Stones or Aki that probably leaves in the summer.
Yeah, that's be one of them because with all due respect, Ozzy, and I respect your opinion, but Stones for me has got a personal fitness guide by City this year, and he's failed to do it again to follow through that regime. And second of all, with Akanji, for me, the mentality of Akanji has been awful. I don't know if you've seen it after Sporting Lisbon, but I was having a laugh and a joke after a 4-1 loss with the Sporting Lisbon players and Chang Wei life as if nothing happened. For me, when you're doing those things, it breeds bad mentality to the entire squad and the youngsters that's coming up. When you lose 4-1, you want to be pissed off. You want to be saying to them, this is much better than ever. With Akanji and Stones, this season, they're so static. And I know they have injury problems. They're so static. They can't put much of a tackle in. Because look at 6 years ago. Not even 6 years ago, actually. 2-3 years ago. We would be able to put tackles in. We were physical. We had steel. We don't have any more steel anymore. And it's okay to say that. But for me right now, it's just weak. And I need steel. Now, am I willing to throw a cushion of all reason to put in that little, what do you call that unfit in defense and risk top 4 or top 5 for Europa League? Cool. I'll do that. But the thing is, Pep will not do it because for some reason, there's little trust. And especially we've got 2 defenders in. And I know people that are bollocking what's called Cristiano by the media, but you got to try these people out. I'm sorry. You got the players that you wanted, especially Pep.
And this went back to my point of, you spent quite a lot of money on these players. You've told us that they are here for the here and now, especially Kujanov. So I think you've got to start playing them. We've got a run over the next couple of months where they're not easy runs. It's difficult, and our back line is non-existent. So I think you're going to have to put some of these players in. It's sink or swim, sadly.
It's not just sink or swim. It's just right now they're on. Good evening. They're on the pitch here, and they're not going to gain experience just by sitting on the bench all the time. They've got to be on their face here. Now, yes, we'll have stinkers. Yes, they will. But look at what happened at the Etihad against Chelsea. We clapped Kuznetsov off the field. Why? Because he had a personality, that courage to be there in an unknown circumstance, not even speaking a single word of English. They don't have that experience. Because I'm being sorry, but how the fuck can not start in some of the games? And while the academy's been here for 16 years of their lifetime, trying to progress into the first team, and they're struggling to have it. Like, come on, you can't play both sides. Someone's got to start at some point.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Dash. I get what you're saying.
I'm not saying start them in all the 30 games. Just 15 out of 30. Start them. Give them experience them, and next season you can progress them on and put a bit more faith in them.
Yeah, well, hopefully they will. But obviously now we've Martin's come back, and obviously Alan has also joined us as well as Spartacus, even though he's just disappeared. Oh, there he is. Welcome, Spartacus. And Alan, you look as happy and as pleased as ever.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. Can you hear me first of all?
Yeah, we can
hear you.
Right. I'm mixed about the whole transfer window in the way I thought the planning around our transfer window has been nothing short of shocking. The way they've gone about it has been poor, and that's Tiki Bernstein and this new guy who's organised it. I think the planning has been just dreadful. We've not got we haven't got a right fullback. We let our right fullback go, which I agree with because he's too old, but failed to get somebody in. All right, he's overpriced at what we want, but we're now struggling to have a look at who we're going to play at right fullback because Nunes is not a right fullback, and that's not his fault. And he looks like he's a total novice when he plays there. We've got a CDM in, which is what I've been crying out since Rodri went down. We've got someone that, I'll be honest with you, I've not really seen play, so I can't call if he's a good player or he's not. And I'll wait to see him play 3 or 4 times to make a judgment on him. I think that's fair and reasonable. But at least we've got someone in there, because the way Pep plays, and you've hit the nail on the head, Ozzy, the way Pep plays, he plays through a CDM defensively and going forward. And it's going to take time for that person to get a grip of that and how Pep plays. And you're absolutely spot on. You're right. Because let's face it, when Rodri came in, it took him a good season to get used to the way that City played. So I think we have to give him a bit of time, to be honest with you. But I heard something on a chat yesterday that 2 of the City players had said that we were soft. We've got a soft underbelly. KDB was one of them, and Bernardo was another. And the way we played it the weekend, second half especially, was horrendous. The passing. Foden was locking up for what that pass he played to give them their second goal. I couldn't believe it. I'm just thinking, what are you lot doing? Akanji, he's been playing with an injury for weeks, and we all know he has. All right, and so he's not 100% fit. I think the whole planning of what's gone on, and I'm talking above Pep, has been pretty poor. I'll be honest with you, and I'm disgusted with it. I'm very, very concerned about the one thing City have always been since the regime came in is their planning and judgment calls have been pretty much spot on. But this year has been dreadful.
Can I ask how?
Yeah.
Tell me how.
Well, not signing the right players in the last 2 years and having no real transfer windows in those last 2 years.
No. Let's count the last 18 months. That's done with.
No.
You said this window. How has this window been poorly planned?
Right. We've not gone for a CDM until the last week of the transfer window. Right? And in fact, the last day.
Right, but
you've just asked my opinion.
You're presuming now.
Right. We've signed an 18-year-old and a 19-year-old centre halves.
Right.
Right. Okay. When he won't play any of our EDS or youth players at all. Who are the same age. Supposedly playing in the best youth academy in Europe. And none of them get a chance. Nico Riley, you can go on.
Well, no, name them. Genuinely name them.
Well, you've got Nico Riley, won't play him. Said he's too young. Bullshit. He's better than what we've got. As a CDM, why is he not giving him a game?
How do you know what we've got?
Mate, he's good enough. Played 15 minutes against Ipswich. He's not giving him a chance. So I'm pissed off with them not giving.
You're pissed off because the news, because the media, who you hate, has not given you a breakdown day by day of what's going on. You've sat there and you just presumed, as everyone has, Nico Gonzalez was picked out of a hat yesterday.
So are you happy with
since he was 14 years old?
Mate, we could have signed him in the first week of the transfer window.
Says who?
Bullshit.
You've got this thing that you can
hang on, Martin.
Alan,
no.
Tottenham Hotspur have just bidded 70 million quid for Mark Gay, and Crystal Palace told him to piss off.
Martin?
You think it's just make a bid, bang, get the playoff?
We signed him for 60 million, this guy, right?
50.
And 50 million pounds, right? We just signed him, and it was a release clause. So we could have got him.
No, it wasn't.
It was a release clause.
No, it wasn't.
Alan. It wasn't.
It was in installments. They didn't want to pay the release clause because the release clause had to be paid in one installment. They didn't want to do that.
Doing 5 periods.
It's paying the release clause without paying the release clause. It's just in stages.
Yeah, it's just paying on installments.
Yeah.
Alan, you go into a car salesman. Sorry, we've heard this. The car salesman, you got a car at $50,000. what choice would you do? Pay $50,000 in one lump or pay it over 5 years? Which one would you rather do?
5 years.
Right, so that's what City were debating. That's all it was.
After the weekend, mate, I just
City identified this guy 3 weeks ago.
Yeah,
Just couldn't put it in the media, and you all ran off in your Douglas Luiz fascination and your Douglas Luiz little dream.
I don't have means of this.
Douglas Luiz was never on the list. Never on the list. They never made a move. Douglas Luiz's agent came out and said, not even come for me. Because you all believed it. Stop believing what you want to believe. City are not the old City where they leak it to the media anymore. They will tell you something and go somewhere else. They were not going to pay 80 million quid for Cambiasso. Not euros, pounds they wanted. Pounds. Would you have paid, if they'd paid 80 million quid, pounds for Cambiasso, you'd have gone, we've had our pants pulled down.
Can't go both ways, can it? Just
we've only got 500 odd million to spend on PSR. How far do you want this to go?
Well, they've created this situation.
No, they haven't.
Yes, they have.
A little bit, they have.
They have mine. Let's not sugarcoat it.
No, because they didn't make signings in one window. That's it. But they haven't caused it into everything.
No, I don't agree with that, mine. I think we're talking about the last 2 windows, really, in a lot of respects.
They tried to get Bellingham. They tried to get Rice. Couldn't get him.
I know.
Yeah, some of it is not their fault, but at the same time,
they have to take some responsibility. Even Peppers turned around and said,
"Yes, Jose, we've got Bellingham." End of.
Yeah, I know mine, but what I'm saying is that it's still, like I said it earlier on, like we're not even saying Nico is on the top of the list for the players that might have wanted to bring in this window.
He was higher than you all realised he was.
No. I'm not saying he wasn't. He was like 4th, 5th. You know, he may have been 3rd, but it's. I think we have to accept that the top probably midfield they probably want isn't available in this window. So they brought in the next best that they could get in. I think I can understand, Alan's frustration because it feels like they could have done this earlier because I think Porto were pretty much steadfast in there saying they want the release clause, whether it was they were going to pay the release clause completely or it was going to be done over installments. Like I think that's been known for a little while because they also had the problem of they were also going to have to pay Barcelona the 40%, now possibly 20% back to them. So there was always a bit of a sticking point. It was always going to take a little bit of time. But you can understand that we never normally get to this point on deadline day where we're getting a player through the door, especially when we're in this position right now we're currently in. So I could understand Alan's frustration because it would have been nicer to get this guy through the door a little bit earlier to maybe make a bit of a difference in the last few games. Whether or not he would have, we'll never know, and we still won't know that because, as Alan has said and I said before, this guy coming through the door doesn't mean he's going to make a massive impact on day one.
He's not.
We just have to. He's not going to.
Yeah, we just have to take that as he's an extra body right now. He's an extra player that he's going to be fitter than the likes of Gundo, and hopefully a bit better than Kovacic right now. That's all the best we can hope for.
And also about the centre back thing of getting 2 youngsters. It's not like we can go to Inter Milan and go to them like, oh, here goes 70 million, give us Bastoni. They're not going to accept that in January. They're just simply not going to.
Want Spartacus. This is what they want. I said this earlier. They want Gabriel to back up Diaz.
But even if they are going to be a starter for the rest of the thing, let's say we sell both Stones and Ake. We sell them both. He's probably going to start then. But even if he does, like, they are not going to sell in January. Like, they're just not going to.
The thing is, I don't think they'll sell Stones. Stones, when he's fit, is our best centre-half by a mile.
I disagree.
Oh, and Alan, I've said before, I agree with you. I just don't think any team would take on the $250,000 a week salary. So
no, they won't. They won't.
Yeah, I think you'll just see out the last year of his contract.
Do you know what people are upset with? And this is what I don't understand. We moan because, and you've done this, Alan. You got to admit this. You said the media play games, and you don't believe anything they ever say. Because the City have leaked nothing to the media, and we've gone complete opposite to what we used to do because of Omar Barada, because he was the gobshite. He ran off to Ornstein, told him all. So City have gone, we ain't giving you no info anymore. We'll lead you down garden path. And because we've not been drip fed information on the daily, everyone's lost their minds like nothing was going on.
Forget about 115.
You can't demand the fans have no right to get info of everything of every day.
Yeah.
That's not our role as fans. If we hadn't assigned anyone, because let's be honest, I said this, and everyone could call me happy clappy for the club all you want. Nobody here thought we were spending 200 million 4 weeks ago. Nobody.
Yourself included.
I said nobody.
Yep.
No one thought we were getting 5 players. If you are going to do a rebuild, you do it properly. And we're doing it properly. We're not just buying players for now. We're buying players for the next 10 years. Listen, City aren't going to go out and replace Mark Gahey and go, oh, come on, Mark Gahey, 70, 80 million quid, come and play. That's a summer deal when Stones can go out the door or Ake can go out the door. Not in January.
Yes.
Exactly.
Them deals don't come January. That's the problem. That's what everyone's wanting. Everyone is wanting the mega deals.
Martin, I've got to go because I'm at working and the team's walking in. So I've got to go. I will see you, everybody.
Alan has snuck on, by the way.
Yeah, I've stuck on. Listen, I will speak to everybody on Thursday night chat. Yeah, if that's okay with everybody, because I'm working from home. All right.
All right.
You can tell by the way, he's been whispering for 5 minutes.
I know I have. Yeah. Well, no doubt I'll speak to Martin on the phone at some point privately.
Go and enjoy 6 signings, Alan. 6.
I know. We just want a fullback. I want a fullback.
I want the rebuild done yesterday.
We signed one. Regards.
All right, take
got
it
work
easy.
to do. See you later.
Take care.
See ya.
Big up.
And people can disagree with me all people.
Someone had to do it, though. Someone had to do it.
People are becoming. They want to know the ins and outs. It's like yesterday, someone said about Foden. Well, Foden's had some. What's the personal problems? What right have we got to know what a personal problem is?
I'm hearing this shit, where people are leaking out personal people's lives and what they're doing. It's just like, let them be human beings. They're here to do football. And when they're off football, they're human beings at the end of the day. It's like, listen, I know I know a bit of what Foden's going on, but I'm not going to reveal it. You know what? I have respect for people who want to know what's happening in his personal life, but you don't know what's happening in his personal life. You don't know what's happening in my personal life. Martin's, Ed's, Sparkus, Ozzy's, Pat's. You don't know. You shouldn't know. Just
the thing
no
is,
privacy.
Nico and Riley, and maybe Nico Riley should have got more game time. But I mentioned this last night in the space. It's only my opinion. We brought in Phil Foden. Yeah, he's young. He's still from the academy. He has been slated this year. Rico Lewis brought him from the academy. Slated this year. Jamal Simpson-Puzzi on his debut got slated afterwards. This fan base right now is not patient enough for the youngsters, because what they won't do is they won't lower expectations to allow the youngsters to grow.
I think the problem is, Martin, is I agree with you, but I think what has happened under Pep is that he's been very reluctant to bring a lot of our younger players in to give them the game time to improve. And I think other clubs do that more than we do. And I think that is something that I think is incredibly frustrating, especially when we're in this period where we've got loads of injuries, we've got players that are not in form or players that are just at the end of their careers. And it would be nice that if some of these players had more game time, that maybe they could come in and have some sort of contribution. But because they're not given the time, they're not given the space, when we are in a better position, like we have been over the last 6-7 seasons, then you're going to have these frustrations from fans where you're thinking, well, we're hearing that Nico Riley's good enough because Chelsea want him. So if he's that good, then why are we not playing him?
He wouldn't play.
I know, as you said,
say-
there are reasons for that. Yeah, you're right, Martin. There are perfectly legitimate reasons for that. But at the same time, you see why the fan base gets the way it does.
I think the fan that for me, I think, and I keep saying this word, patience is gone now. Nobody's got it yet. Patience has literally gone down the tube this season. And the trouble is with a rebuild is that it's like if you're rebuilding your house or you're totally renovating it, is it all done in 3 weeks? Your house is a shithole for about 6 months.
I'm going to predict
Depends on
something.
the contractors.
I'm going to predict something for next season.
You pay enough money, Martin, you can get it during 6 months.
I'm going to predict something for next season, right? Pep's already talked about how he's worried about the turnaround time for our players coming off the FIFA Club World Cup and then, starting the next season. It's only going to be a space of a few weeks. You know exactly I already know exactly what's going to happen. If it comes to a point where these players are barely getting the best part of 3 weeks to a month off before they have to be back in time for the season. And I think we said this on a previous show. I hope we're not in a position where we play the Community Shield. But if we come back for the first league game of the season and we decide to play 40% of the squad, 30 or 40% of the squad with academy players, we play a team and we lose the game 1-0, what's going to happen? From the get-go, it's going to set that narrative of impatience. It's going to set that narrative of impatience. Why are the players playing? All this sort of stuff. It's just going to it's just going to fall on us like a ton of bricks, and we're just going to be dealing with that from the outset for the start of the season.
41 minutes, 44 seconds left.
And Ozzy, to introduce an academy player, you can't just throw him there. You have to do it gradually. If we had a decline that was also gradual, I agree we should have given the academy players more time to play for them to get a little bit more used to men's football, let's say like this. But the decline was just so fast and so drastic. We basically fell off a cliff. And you can't just expect to throw Nico Riley to fix up something that not even the senior players can do, right? Like, you can't expect him to do that. And the fans, they don't have any patience. They're just going to complain about him, just say he's not good enough, sack him, sell him, do something about it. I just don't, I can't see I don't understand the criticism of Pep not bringing academy footballers right now.
No, because at the end of the day, people just complain online because they know there's no repercussions when they do it. Yep. Someone. When you bark and there's no one there to bite back at you face to face, it's a lot different than somebody barking back at you digitally, because you can just block them or just turn your computer off. There's always going to be a big difference. People. When it comes to personal things, their attitude is completely different to what they do online. So anything anybody does online, really, it's just take it with a pinch of salt and move on.
Fairs.
Yeah, as far as I'm not saying throw these players in now. Do you know what I mean? What I'm saying is that you can gradually bring some of these players in, like other clubs do. We have to look at with Arsenal and bringing some of their youth in. Skellius, whatever his name is.
We have been doing that as well.
Well, we have to an extent.
Rico, Foden, right? Like they had Saka and Lewis Kelly. So
is anybody forgetting a big piece we also missed this season? I think would have helped a lot with the rotation of our midfield and attack is Oscar Bob.
Yes,
Oscar Bob not being injured, I think would have taken a lot of pressure off a lot of players.
Can I just say this? Where I totally disagree, it is the fans' job to be patient, mate. Otherwise, you do end up like Man United. It is our job to be patient. Do you meet a woman and get married within 2 days? Come on, you got, this is the trouble. People are too impatient now. 2025 has become the impatient world. We want it all every day.
Impatience is what caused United to be what they are today.
No one enjoys.
Don't go down that rabbit hole.
I talked to
not
you.
go down that rabbit hole.
The same thing. They're 3 years into a 10-year project, and they're complaining because they're not winning the league. They're not even 20% into a bloody project. What? I'm sorry. This world is people are going to not like this. It's become the selfish, self-entitled generation. Not just for football, for everything. I want this. I want that. I want a £1,000 computer for Christmas, and if I don't get one, that's it. What's happened? Jesus Christ! Some of you need to look. You got food on your plate.
Some of them just need to eat a bag of concrete and harden the fuck up. As we say down here in Australia, you need to harden the fuck up. Pause.
I don't get this. No one's got patience anymore.
And also, I don't get the end game of criticizing players like Foden and Haaland. These guys are going to be the cornerstone of our team for the next 10 years. Why are we just criticizing them? I don't understand. Do
you know what the problem is, Spartacus? After all the accolades that Phil won last season, I think a lot of fans now, there's fans out there that now believe that they have a right to criticize if they don't reach that level anymore.
Do you know what a fan's job to do? Fan's job is just is fanatic. Support the club. You're not in the boardroom. We're not the transfer committee. We're none of that.
Yeah. Cheeky and Ferran aren't calling the fan base every window saying, "What do you think?"
Imagine Alan Sugar.
Imagine if they did.
Right. Alan Sugar. It'd be like, piss off. Every single one of you, piss off.
Could you imagine if Cheeky and Hugo Viana gave Alan a call? God help us.
Could you imagine Alex Ferguson with fans from now? Someone goes up to Fergie, "You're shit, get out. You don't win a league in 2 years." He'd be like, he'd bloody punch him. Brian Clough.
Worse. But Marco would be coming out and seeing him off the face.
I've been listening to a lot of the Brian Clough stories lately.
I'm the Boomer versus Gen Z or whatever it is. What's that generation? Z Gen versus Boomer. I don't know what it is.
Man's Ian Holloway or Neil Warnock, a prime one, not a 74 one, a prime one.
Yeah, can I just one up to Neil Warnock? Neil, think you should have bought this. I think you need to shut your mouth, sweetheart. Back in the stand where you belong.
Oh, imagine saying it to Brian
Shankly.
I'll have 2 sugars and milk. See you later, son.
Yep.
It's mad.
So we're just over half an hour until the window closes.
Are we getting anyone else? Is what you're asking.
Yeah, it can be us.
Where did this Grealish Cambiasso come from? Does anyone know? I need to know.
Where did the what? Sorry.
There was a rumour about an hour and a half ago that Jack Grealish was going to Juventus on loan and Cambiasso was coming on loan with an obligation to buy. And I don't know where it's come from. I think
it was more hope than actual, real. Anyone had something in the air.
Yeah, I think just somebody just dropped it in the chat. Just said that. And
I mean, I think someone really just wants a Grealish and really just wants us to get a right back in. It could be Alan.
It's Alan's second account.
Let's be honest. He's not really answering crime.
I would have loved the right back in. If you'd have got me Cambiasso, I'm at 10 out of 10. I'm at 8.5. Because the one thing, I think A put a very brilliant comment earlier on, saying that you've got to wean players, and I agree, you do, and that's what we do. Kushinov's only missed 1 game, and Victor Hayes, maybe they want to train him for 2. We don't know what the role is. Maybe they've said train for 2 weeks at right back. I'm sure they'll play against Leyton Orient, and we'll see. It's only been one game. If he's not playing in 5 games, then yes, then you've got them Petron that said his comment. But it was like everyone was begging for McAtee 3 weeks ago. I don't mean an awful thing, but he's not going to be here.
The McAtee might be off. I'll tell you what.
These people calling for McAtee, we have a physical issue. Let's do it.
This is the thing, mate. City till we die. We're a family. We're a community. That's what we are. We're built. We're not Arsenal fans. We're not doing title parades and bloody firework displays and fire and all that jazz and all that crap.
I beat City Cup. You know,
I'm telling you,
yes, you can have it. Here you go. Have the I beat.
you know
Spurs just had it, so they can have it now. Arsenal
turning into
we beat
Arsenal
City
fans.
Cup.
This is what's scaring me. I never want to be like those. That yesterday was embarrassing. Embarrassing. Even Liverpool fans are like, did you win the title? Did you win the title? They still haven't clicked that winning one game means nothing if you don't win the war at the end of it.
And can someone tell me
We've
where
said
the
it before.
rivalry
Too worried about winning battles that they forget about the war they've lost.
Spot on.
Yeah.
Now then, young man. Now then, young man. On with that. What club for you say? Now then, young man. Sorry, I'm becoming a boomer, aren't I?
Proper boomer.
How's everybody doing?
Oh, 2 out of 10.
Yes,
I'm not happy. We didn't get Mbappe. I'm pissed off.
I'm Maldini. Don't forget about Maldini. I'm Pele and Madonna.
Didn't get Kimmich.
No, we need Lautaro Matthias. That's the guy we needed.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. R9.
No, but I've liked this window. I know you guys were talking about rating the window earlier. I'd probably give it like a 7.5.
Yeah, I said about the same too, Ed.
Yeah, just because, like a lot of people, I kind of did want to write back because you can kind of see when we play, they don't really trust Nunes out there. Because there's a lot of times they can, pass him the ball in good positions and they kind of like look him off a little bit. So I don't know if they trust him that much on that side. But it is what it is, right? I do hope yeah, go ahead.
What would City need to do to get a 10 out of 10 for you?
Bruno J.
No. If they would have got Cambiasso, that's a 10 out of 10 for me.
So just get Cambiasso.
I am coming to the membership in the Super
Just because I feel like if you would have got the DM and him, you could have inverted him next to DM. That shores up a lot of things.
I feel like
I
feel like we just never really had the possibility to get Cambiasso because Juve wouldn't budge.
Yeah, I know, but unfortunately, that was really the only right back we were linked to. So I'm just using that as an example. But
I also think that he's the only right back that is good enough for what Pep wants him to do.
Yeah,
we cannot be thinking just get. I don't think we can just be like we were with the midfield.
By the way, you spelt Main Road wrong. Whoops. Good research, pal. Good research there. Okay, then.
It's not just about getting any right back. We have to get the right one in it. Like, it's the same with the CDM. It's not just getting any CDM. We have to get the right one. If we don't do that, we're going to be stuck with Calvin Phillips.
And we still haven't got one in, Spartacus. So just to put that.
Isn't Nico Gonzalez?
He's not a CDM.
So.
He will play CDM for us. So
Gonzalez is 6 and an 8 is both.
Yeah.
Quick one.
Yep.
Because A makes a great question. Why the club haven't replaced? I've no idea. I'll give you my thing. Would anyone here have paid £80 million for Cambiasso?
Nope.
Honestly.
Not worth £80 million.
By the way, you're at 260 mil, and you just lowered your budget for summer.
The only fullback that's worth 70 is Marcelo, Prime Marcelo. Any other one? Not interested.
Yep.
I think that
and also to Cambiasso, it's like if you're going to wait to the summer, we probably will get him for the price that we were offering. We'll get him for that 55, 60 million, whatever it is. And then that money goes a long way to somebody else. Quick maths.
But let me guys ask you a question. Because I was listening to some people talk about it. They're like about Nico. They're like, well, how high was Nico on the list? Right? Some people are, negative out there. They're trying to say like, oh, was he third or fourth choice, just like how Nunes was, just how other players were, is he going to be any different?
I think he has a lot more potential solely because of the fact that he came from La Masia. They are bred to be playing football the Pep way, so if he came from there, he's probably going to be a little bit better than at least Kovo and Nunes.
Yeah, and Sparkus as well. Remember, Barcelona didn't want to sell this guy when they had a financial chip. They wanted to keep him, but we had to sell him to what's it called, Porto, to get the cash in. That's what they call buyback clause and the sell-on clause as well.
They were between selling him and Gavi.
Don't forget too, with Gonzalez, we probably want to have good relations with Porto if we're interested in getting Costa at some point. That's the goalkeeper, not Coffee, by the way, Martin.
It would have been one of the world records for a fullback.
It would have been, yeah.
City are not touching £80 million for Cambias.
That's crazy.
No, it wasn't euros, mate. It was pounds. We offered we offered 61 mil. They wanted £80 million.
That's crazy.
It wasn't.
And Martin, he's 6 to 8 weeks off. Yeah, he's 6 to 8 weeks out as well.
We offered that. That's what we did offer. We offered around £61 million with add-ons, roughly about 70 odd million. They weren't going anymore.
And as Dash said, it's probably out for about 6 weeks as well. So.
Yep, he is. I just got that 8 hours ago. I think I should have
I also don't think they want to sell. They want to sell them to us, knowing full well that we've got to play them in the group stage of the Club World Cup as well. As soon as that tournament's over, we'll do business with them straight away. Or I wouldn't even be surprised if the contracts are there, are in place. The only thing missing is the penning.
I think we gave him before the Club World Cup, though, just because I think how the season has gone, City might want to win that or go far in that. Just to, build up some momentum going into the new season.
I feel like the end goal right now is just to get the players that we got established in the club and develop a little bit of Bob, get him used to playing senior players football, and try to get a little bit of Marmouche more integrated into the attack as well. I feel like that's just the end goal for us.
Oh, Frimpong, I'd love a bit of Livramento.
I'm not that into
I love Livramento.
Livramento gets my motor going. So a bit of team.
Proper.
Not in that way. Stop looking at it that way. Right, I'm just going to go these quick super chats. Tone, before he left, did drop another 5 memberships. I will thank him later. Thank you so much, my mate. Mark Fogg has gifted 20 memberships. Foggy, you are a legend, sir. If you have anything, please say thank you to Foggy for that. Absolute legend. And like I said, I will speak to you soon, mate. Amar with the £5, 300k a week. Personal problems or not, perform. We all have personal issues, struggles, and we still have to perform. Fed up with this as an excuse. Well, I can tell you now, mate, I'm only speaking of a personal thing. I'm off work because of personal issues at the minute. So I know it isn't easy. So, and I've not been in work for 18 months. So everyone has personal issues. So
yeah, and also
a bit more.
I work as a manager. I work as a general manager as well. So you can absolutely see when people are having personal issues. It impacts their work rate, how much they can actually put on work massively, right? You can genuinely see it impacts the results so much. And as a manager, you have to be on to that. You have to be able to talk to the people and to understand that they have issues and give them like the time they need to get themselves back together.
Yeah.
Just going question here. Go on, Ozzy. I was gonna go on. You ask yours, then I've got a question for the whole panel that someone has brought up as a really good point.
Okay, yeah. I was just gonna say, like, the whole thing with Cambias, I agree. Like, the paying 80 million for him is just ridiculous. I mean, we are starting to live in that world where prices just keep getting higher and higher and higher. But I think the thing that we're going to have to accept, though, is going into the rest of the season is we haven't got a right back. You know, we let Walker go without replacing him. Now, whether you disagree or agree with that, we still let him go without replacing him. And there's a possibility, I know it's small, but there's a possibility that Walker still could have done a job at some point in the season, because we've still got the remaining season to go. And you never know, things can change, you know, personal issues can change, form can change. But regardless, we've got Nunes, who is not a fullback. He did okay. He did pretty well in some respects against Chelsea, but during Arsenal, and again, it's not his fault, but he showed that he just isn't quality enough. Rico Lewis has had a bit of time off, needed it, but we've all been debating, saying, is he really a right back? So I think we're going to have to accept that the rest of the season, we've got no one in that position, really. We can't even put out a Kanji because we don't trust him enough, because he looks suspect right now just playing centre-back.
I think it can see that works. I think that's the only
possibly, but we're talking possiblies, maybes. Right now, we haven't replaced a player that is who was one of the best right backs in the world.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, there's a possibility that we may come to regret letting Walker go. Maybe not now. People may say I'm wrong in this, but I think possibly if we lose out on top 5, I'm just saying.
Joel Ndala has gone to Nottingham Forest on loan. It does contain a buy option worth £4 million plus a 20% sell on. City have terminated the original loan at PSV. Also, Wright is a long-term target for Nottingham Forest, and the club are now working on signing the midfielder on a loan to buy deal. So Jacob Wright is on the verge of going to East Anglia and Norwich.
Yep.
Well, let me ask you guys a question, right? Because we're talking about this in the space. Would you guys want Europa League or for us to be out of Europe?
Out of Europe.
Europa League, because then if we make the final, I'll go back to Istanbul.
Good thinking, Pat.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the Istanbul thing.
Yeah, and it's not at the Ataturk. And before anybody went to Istanbul freaks out, it's not at the Ataturk. It's actually at Besiktas Stadium, so you can actually walk. It is walking distance to Nevzade Street, so we could do Nevzade 2.0 if you want.
Yeah, before anyone speaks, Dashmesh, you've been waiting for a long time. Go on, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I am just fuming right now still from yesterday, so I was just getting myself in slowly. But yeah, just on that Europa League thing, like I think it's still too far to think about Europa League. Like still, I think there should be no chance thinking about Europa League. We should be in the Champions League, and even from this place, if we don't finish in the top 5, even then it is a big loss for City, because
get rid of Peter. Get rid of Peter.
So from this point itself, I think we can easily get Champions League, because if we compare all other teams, Newcastle is losing points, Aston Villa is not playing well, Chelsea could have lost points today, so there's no doubt that we can make Champions League. So I think thinking about Europa League is a long, far away thing right now. We shouldn't even think about it. And
let me just respond to you on that though, right? Like, I think this top 5 finish is going to be a lot harder than what some people think. I think some people think we got this locked in, when I think we're going to have to be waiting until later in the season to actually see where we are.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's locked in. Like, it's definitely like a competition to finish in top 5. Like, we would be competing in, let's say, in last 3 match days at least, to be finalizing 5th or maybe 4th. But I'm saying we can easily do that. Not easily, but we can do that. So we shouldn't think that we'll be okay if we get Europa League, because it's not like we are on 8th or 9th and then thinking that, okay, we can push for Europa League. So Europa League, I think we'll definitely get it, but we have to think about Champions League. We have to manifest Champions League. We have to get Champions League. That is the main point. And City is not buying 4 or 5 players in January to get into Europa League. If that was their ambition, they would have not bought these 4 or 5 players. They would have just bought 1 or 2, and they would be okay about it, thinking that okay, Europa League is fine for us. If they are spending this much money right now, they want Champions League so that they can compensate that 100 million which we might earn next year in Champions League. So I think that's why City is pushing for these signings, because after yesterday performance, like, it's a big reminder as well that City needs few players desperately, and we need them now, not in 6 months and not next year, so that we can salvage some of this year and get top 4, top 5 to get Champions League.
I'm gonna be the biggest happy clapper here probably, but I actually think we finished top 3.
Yeah, we can. Like, I definitely think we can.
If we
like
beat Forest away,
That's-
we beat Forest away, I think.
Talk to me more. Go on. Talk to me a bit more about this.
I don't think Nottingham Forest are all that good. I think they will probably finish below Bournemouth. I think I don't see Newcastle being able to sustain the charge that they are in right now. And yeah, I just don't take Chelsea seriously. I just don't.
I think best we can get
Chelsea,
is
I
fourth this
understand,
season.
mate, but I think you're not giving them Forest and Newcastle some respect. I'm just saying, mate. I mean, they have been doing consistently well, and for them to take a massive drop off would be huge. I just don't see it.
I think Chris Wood will not be able to sustain the form that he's in for the rest of the season, and if he falls off, Forest
you're gonna upset Pat. Don't do that.
Pat is on this thing. By the way, Adrian, good evening, mate. I hope you're well. I agree with what you said. The trouble was, do you know why they didn't do the 80 million? They can get him for people will not understand. People will, and they don't, because I get peer. The trouble is with PSR, fans look at it and they're not that bothered by it, because and do you know what? I agree. The reason I do the research into it is because I have an interest into it. I like to proper deep down into rules and find out what's proper, because I'm one of them. If I'm going to do shows, I think it's right I do the research to give you the proper info than just come on and Billy bullshit you. I'd rather do the proper deep down stuff. So
Plus, you have to compete with Rich.
Pardon?
You have to compete with Rich.
No, it's not about that. No, but it's like when I'm going to no. But if I'm going to,
we all know it, mine.
No, but Ozzy, if we're going to do a 115 show, we kind of need to know what we're talking about on the 115 show, don't we? And the background of it and everything else. And that
we've got Rich left.
City's turnover is about, like we said, about 740, 750. 70% is about 540, something like that. They've spent 175. If they'd have gone another 80, you're at 255, 265. Then you've got agents' fees included in that. So you're probably looking, to do the Cambiasso deal, probably near enough about 100 mil. With an agent's fee and his wages, you're going to be about 100 mil. So you're at 275. You've only got about 250 left to spend in the summer. And I know you're going to say outgoings. The problem is our outgoings are not going to bring a lot of money. Not if we were going to sell a Mamouche and get 100 mil, you know what I mean? You're great. But Jack Grealish is going to bring you 30 mil. KDB is likely to sign a new contract. John Stone's about 20 mil. Kyle Walcott is going out on loan. Calvin Phillips, we can't give away. Mateus Nunes, no one's going to buy him for a lot of money. So the problem is we're not going to make any money anywhere. We'll make room, but we're not going to make the money.
I feel like
which is why we're not looking at it.
Because it doesn't matter.
The academy, we're top of the academy league at the moment. That's where most of our money's going to come from next summer.
You can only spend what your income allows.
Last summer, Pat. I was before that.
Doesn't matter. No,
last summer was a bit quiet with academy money because we finished way down the table because of everybody under 23s was 18.
People think if you don't spend for 10 years, you've got 10 years worth of spending to go. Doesn't work that way. It's on your income.
Still, but Murray, still with selling players, I can see us getting 70, 80 million.
Why has he gone into the black? What's he doing here? He's gone a bit like dark blue. Ed, like I
you're
said,
blue doesn't have to take it literally.
You know the Alvarez deal, the 80 million we got. That doesn't actually go on our books till next summer. The summer coming up.
Didn't the first installment come through this January?
Thank you.
That was
no.
Didn't the first installment come through this January because it was the part of that was used for our signings this January?
You don't some of it did, but you don't officially use it to really. So like the Zinchenko Jesus deal, it's weird. Like I said this earlier on, when you make a signing, it goes on your book straight away. When you sell someone, you got to wait 12 months for it to come back round onto your books. I don't know why it does that. This is why Newcastle have to wait so long.
So, are you talking about after?
If Rich was here, he'd be able to explain it.
Are you talking about after June 30th, Mark?
No, you cheeky bastard! Whoa! It is a stupid rule, by the way. I don't understand why it's got to include agents' fees and it's got to include wages now. I find that so stupid. I don't know why it has.
Well, aren't we still waiting back from the verdict about that too? Aren't they supposed to be looking into everything like that too? That we never heard back from?
Potentially. Well, I've got a question I'm going to ask. Oh, say it will come with the alpha on it. All right, yeah. Sorry, I thought you'd be serious. It's not our money. No one got shares. If that was the case, the fans would care more about the. No. I know, because we should care more. Fans don't care. That's what I'm saying. We should care. We should care. I'm saying we should. This is where you get the let's buy Musiala at 250 mil. And then when we don't, we have a go at the club because we don't understand the rules. You've got to know the rules and the regulations you're playing by.
At the same time, it's not our money, but it's not like the owners are taking interest away from the club as well, or they're taking dividends away like the United owners or Liverpool owners. They don't take money away. They can't really put that much money in the club, but they don't take it away either. So,
Haaland's contract. Thank you. That comes into it as well.
I don't understand why. Like, do people think that the club is not spending any money because they want to take the money away from the club? That's not it. They can't spend how much the fans want because they really just can't spend it.
Yeah, it's
sorry, go on. Well, I want to go on, and then I want to get this question out because I think it's a crack ridiculous.
Yeah, when you said about the 12-month payments here, it's the third payments. That's the reason why. Because sometimes clubs, they might like to negotiate for the first payment to be delayed for whatever reason. And then when they get after the 12 months, spread that cost in a specific period. It's weird, but that's what the clubs do a lot of the time. They want to do the deferred payments. Sometimes they might not want a third-party agreement. They might not want a selling clause or installment package. They might want to do deferred agreements. So it's weird. It's so weird, but even I can't explain it to the full of depth, but it's something clubs love doing so much. I just think it's based on the financial account to put it in rather than in that time now. They want to do it so specific, and I think Newcastle doing the same thing as well. They're waiting for that 12 months here to have that money that they've agreed to sell for a player.
Yeah, because you can lose 105 million over the 3 years.
Yes, that's the whole point.
You know, that's shit. Because, by the way, 105 million over 3 years is what? 33 point something, daft like that, maybe a bit. No, but
around that.
1.5 mil, something like that, per year.
Yes, around that. Yes,
so
that's the whole point.
We're actually okay, PSR. I'm not saying we're not. We can spend a good 500-600 mil. I'm just saying it's when you start making 5 and 6 signings of 90-80 mil. Plus, it's when you go to the big levels.
Yes.
We're all right spending. We can buy 15 of the 20, 30, 40 mils. But if you want a Musiala, and then you want a Matt Gay, and then you want who else is there? Cambiasso, that's 300 mil.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, you can do it once for a release for paying full, but you can't do it for 3 players in one go.
Yeah.
You're trading a lot of money out of the club.
Yeah,
And
that's exactly. I have got a question. Someone asked this. Dickie, thank you for this, because I think this is a mint question. Has it occurred to anyone that the club didn't spend the last 2 summers as they weren't sure about 115?
No, I don't think so.
No, because since the whole charges came out, Calduna's is constant in the club constantly said they have done nothing wrong and they will prove it in court. So if you are adamant that you have done nothing wrong and you're going to prove it, then it doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry, but it's an excuse. City have, slept on their laurels. They've allowed us to get into this current situation, and that is why we've had to spend big in January, and that's why we're going to have to continue to spend big in the summer. So I don't think it's because of 115. So,
and I also think the club stand a lot as well. There was the new stand that they're building that is about 400 million as well. We bought Vadio for about 90 million. So it's not like we spend
that then comes on our box.
Yeah,
it's not like we're not spending any
projects,
money, right?
The new Carp Arena, the plans they've got in the pipelines that they just wouldn't do.
We're about to sign June Bell.
Yeah, and it's about WWE as well.
Yeah,
that collaboration with WWE is so big. I don't think people understand how big that kind of collaboration is, because I'm a WWE fan too, and I know in America they love it so much. So why would WWE put more pressure on themselves and more serious risk of affiliating with an organization that has potential legalities and processes coming in when they have their own?
Let's put it out there. We're being accused of fraud, and if a company like WD wants to get involved with a club that potentially is going to be facing fraud and relegation and whatever else they want to pin on us, we talk about big sponsors as well. That we
Kellogg's, Sony,
yeah.
But guys, did you see? It was big news over here, but did you see the NBA is talking about making a team in Manchester?
I've seen it. Yes.
So
I've seen that.
I think that the team they'll probably pick will be us. So that's another.
That please Martin, because he's just decided he wants City to play basketball, football. So he'll be very pleased that we're actually going to bring a proper basketball team.
Benzuna,
you're gonna get mistaken when it's MCBC.
Gavin Benzuna has signed for Standard Liège, and Tell has officially joined
Spurs,
and apparently Sky are waxing lyrical over that.
He's a good player.
But can you imagine a player telling you?
Are we surprised given Daniel Levy's connections in the media?
Can you imagine a player coming to your team knowing that he really doesn't want to be there in the long term?
5 more minutes.
He was about to turn you down, but only reason he's there because it's a loan.
Well, we get Cambias.
Just a little bit on Sky. Yesterday it was so disgraceful from Sky, talking about Haaland the whole first half in terms of his touches, and like they couldn't see how bad we were in defense, and they are talking about Haaland the whole first half. I was so annoyed with that commentary. Like every 5 minutes they're like, Haaland isn't doing anything, Haaland isn't doing anything. He is not getting the ball. What would he do with that? And the defense is making so many mistakes. Like I was so frustrated yesterday with this guy.
Not long after he scored.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
What? No, ignore. Sorry, move on. Carry on.
We got Cambias.
And
it just saw the headlines.
What fake story are you trying to make?
I saw a headline just come up on the BBC. Ipswich signed Boniface. And my jaw was like, what the hell? And then I realised it was the Chelsea youngster. Move on. I'm like, how has Ipswich got that?
You talking Boniface from Leverkusen?
Yeah, I will let everyone know.
No
don't worry, City are going to do it. It's when it may. I don't know when it's going to be officially announced. I'm literally refreshing everything. The announcement is coming. Jacob Wright is set to join Norwich City on loan. City have just put a tweet out 42 seconds ago with This is from the official City Twitter account. Mr. Bean Jiff, looking at his watch, the Spain flag, and a couple of eyes. It's happening. Just relax.
Yep.
Nico Gonzalez is signed, sealed, 5.5-year deal. He will make his debut against Leyte Orient, no doubt.
And just on the transfers, just on the transfers
So
for
you're
the
saying there's
summer.
a chance.
Well, you can't throw him against Real Madrid for his first game, can you? So you're going to have to.
By the way, I've got my tickets today, so I'm happy.
Yeah. I'm mine. I just got a text.
Done.
Yeah.
Where's
Nico
mine?
Gonzalez has just left the CFG and he's going to the phone right now.
As you're
It's
saying
done.
that.
It's done.
Why
It's
does
done.
my phone and your phone buzz at the same time?
I don't know why.
These ITK,
Mutiny.
they Pat, and the rest of the panel.
Yeah.
He always denies
Easy going, lads.
At
Don't
least
have to
Dash,
carry the
you
burden.
admit it.
Don't have to carry the
But
burden.
Martin, I'm not an
Easy.
ITK. I don't know.
No.
Yeah, my
I ain't
phone's
even.
ringing.
I'm just connected to someone that's from the club.
Don't shoot
I
the
can't do
messenger.
it.
That because I get
Don't
shit.
shoot the messenger.
There we go. Don't shoot the messenger. I get
well.
sick for it. Blah, 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 blah.
Martin, would you say that the Gonzalez deal is 98% done?
No, 100%.
So then 99.9, Martin.
Oh, that's Batu Shahid, whatever his name is. He's on the move again. He's off to Galatasaray. Oh no, Eintracht Frankfurt from Galatasaray. Juventus have now officially done the Trippier to Galatasaray. Could be on the card.
I think that's going to be done as well.
Well, could be needs to change to something more confirmed in about 2.5 minutes.
Yeah, if Newcastle
No.
This
This is why I'm going to midnight because you've got an hour. As long as you get the deal sheet in, you've got an extra 2 hours. But it is now to talk about. Announcement video soon. Yeah. Listen, I'm at 8.5 for this window. I'm buzzing my tits. I think it's been an amazing window in the end. Sorry, this rebuild has really started, and you know what? It's going to continue in the summer. I think we'll get 3 midfielders in the summer. Some will go out. I think Jack goes out. I think Kovacic and Nunes maybe both go out the door. I hope Kovacic just stay though as a squad player, and I think we'll get 2 or 3 other people in.
I think we'll have a whole new goalkeeper next year. Like yesterday, I have
Sadly,
clocked
yes.
it. Ortega won't be here next season, especially not the number one, because our number one.
Be here next season. We might have to
Yeah,
get 3
definitely.
goalkeepers.
Yeah. Because
actually, we might have to get 3 because there's no guarantee Scott Carlson's going to be here.
Hang on. I know Viana will get 1 crack at Edison.
Still, like
we need to.
I don't think he will be here.
Well, as Daz will tell you, Viana might be able to work a little bit of magic.
They both speak Portuguese, innit?
Martin, can I reveal it?
Figure it out.
What?
Can I reveal it, Martin? And I think I said it in the space before. Yeah. Obviously, Cheeky's leaving at the end of the summer. We all know this. And obviously, Beyond's coming right now, officially today. He and Jorge Mendes have been talking together about Edison's contract. So talk of revitalized again. So under Cheeky, it stopped. But now with Viana now here, it's begun again. Now, however, don't get too excited because both sides are still on the same wavelength. So Edison still wants 250k per week, around that figure. City's still holding around 250k.
Give it to him.
Wait, how much? How much, George?
So City are offering Edison 250k per week. Jorge Mendes, well, on behalf of Edison, says 350k per week.
So he was 350.
Around that figure, yes.
Give it to him.
It depends on what they do now. Like,
I think the problem
this is the third track.
Yeah,
the third track now. So
you've got Edison who potentially wants to go. You've got Ortega who I think we've realised now that he's not good enough to be number 1. He's lucky he's number 2 right now. The problem is if you lose both of them in the summer.
Field delivered. Announcement is on.
That's the on Sky Sports.
Yeah, you've got to spend a hell of a lot of money to get 2 new goalkeepers in, and as Martin just said, you're looking to want to bring 3 midfielders in the summer. So our spending is going to be what, 400-500?
I will just read you some very quick things from the official website. City have completed the deadline day signing of Nico Gonzalez from Porto. 23-year-old joins City on a 4.5-year deal till 2029. Versatile midfielder, Gonzalez becomes City's fourth signing behind Kushinov, Ray, Hayes, Mamouche, yeah. Gonzalez's footballing journey began in Barcelona's famed La Masia back in 2013, made 37 appearances for Barcelona, successful season loan spell at Valencia, followed before Gonzalez and sealed a permanent move to Porto in 2023, 68 appearances to the Portuguese side, 9 goals, including the winner in their 1-0 win at Maccabi Tel Aviv in the UEFA Europa League last Thursday evening. Gonzalez has described the move as perfect and says he can't wait. This is the perfect opportunity for me at this stage of my career. I'm 23. I want to test myself in England. There's no better club than City for me to do that. Look at the squad they have. It's unbelievable. Jesus, he's not been watching us. Full of world-class players, there isn't a footballer in the world who would not want to be part of this setup. I know the rep Pep has, and I cannot wait to work with him. In fact, I am honoured he wants me to play in his team. I am truly excited, want to meet my teammates, the staff here, and I want to play in front of the City fans until I played my first game, and then I'll demand to leave. Director of Football, Cheeky, he didn't really say that last bit. Director of Football, Cheeky Bergstein, says Nico is a very talented young player. His ideal acquisition. It was a difficult transfer to complete because his performances this season have been outstanding. He has been such an important part of FC Porto we're doing. We're really happy we managed to get this done before the window's closed. He's helped us. He's ready to help us in the second half of the season as we compete in the Premier League, the Champions League, the FA Cup, and the Club World Cup. Everyone is delighted to welcome Nico. We wish him all the best. This season starts now. And I added that last bit.
Yay.
Okay.
Yeah. Excited to see him.
Season starts now. Season starts now.
Who would be playing against
Real Madrid?
Yeah. That's what it says in the Real Madrid.
Read it.
We will beat Real Madrid. Watch.
I actually think this is possible as well because Madrid are trash.
One game or they tie?
See now, nah. You can't do that, dumbass, because I never see that was me out. I never said we're winning the tie. I said we'd beat Real Madrid.
Oh, I actually think you can win
They
the
didn't
tie
say
as well.
when.
Madrid
like,
are trash.
Next season.
Martin, read it.
No Cambiaso, hashtag Pep out. Tiki retire now. He's already leaving. Beyond is here, your P45.
But to say something, right? We're gonna see a lot, of what Viana thinks about this team. He's gonna put his handprint on his team early. So we're gonna see what type of person we're gonna have taking over Tiki, a guy who has done a lot for this club. So Viana does have some big shoes to fill. And he's going to have a war chest in the summertime, and we're going to see what he's about.
But signings are fine. But after yesterday, I just don't want to see any mistakes. Like, especially in terms of defense, we have to be so pragmatic, so careful with our defense now, because, like, especially against Real Madrid, like, if we do that sort of mistakes, they are very clinical. They'll definitely score a lot of goals against us if we play like this. So I just want Pep to ask the players to kick it out if they think that they lose the ball in those sort of positions. That's the first thing I want to change.
But at the same time, it might sound really funny and really weird, but Madrid are actually very slow in transition. They have to run with the ball. They can't pass the ball into space for people to run into. They don't have the guy to pass the ball. So they have been very slow in transition. That's been a very big problem for them.
But we will give them space because how we play, like we won't be compact at the back. We would definitely give them spaces to run into because they don't need creative players. They just need to run one long ball. Like they do it every year anyways. And this year we are even worse than how we are usually. So I think it would be much easier for them this year.
I actually, because that's the thing. Most times the player starts running without the ball and get the ball in behind the defense. This time around, they don't have the player to play the ball in behind the defense. Nobody really does that. Bellingham is horrible at that. Valverde is not really that good at that either. Camavinga is not really that good at that. Tchouaméni is not really amazing at doing that. Vinicius doesn't really do that. Mbappe either, and Rodrigo doesn't really get the ball in positions to do that, although he can do it. So Madrid are actually not very good against us right now. The thing is, they can overpower us in the midfield with Bellingham and Valverde, yes, but Bellingham has been very bad this season as well. So I don't know. I just don't think Madrid are all that good right now. I'll fear more.
We said that about Juventus. We said it about PSG.
Sporting.
So you know, I'm just looking at ourselves right now. I just don't want no bozos.
But
I want us to go out on our sword. You know, I don't want us to beat ourselves. Let Madrid are going to beat us. Let them beat us, right?
I don't think they are, because that's the thing. If you really stop to think about it, Madrid have a terrible right winger playing at right back, a CDM playing at centre back, and an academy guy playing at left centre back beside him, with a terrible left back beside him as well. The back line is atrocious. They don't have passes in the midfield. They only have ball carriers. The attacker, they don't really talk to each other. They're all individualistics as well. Like Vini doesn't pass the ball that much to Mbappe, and Mbappe doesn't pass the ball to Vini either, and Rodrigo is just out there doing his thing. So they are very disconnected side right now.
I think Madrid don't side Saliba in the summer. I think they've made a huge mistake.
Yeah,
and he'll want to go. And if Arsenal don't get any trophies this season, he'll want to go.
He's gone.
Yeah.
But you got to think about how they're going to play against us, right? They're going to play in a low block. So it's not going to, like, the back line won't be as open to our players, right? Because they're going to be a low block. They're going to be in the penalty box. And then you're going to have Vinny. You're going to have Mbappe on a halfway line, just waiting for one chance to run at our defenders.
Yeah, but you can't really drop back when you're literally the three attackers don't defend, and you have a right winger at right back.
Spartacus, have you seen our performance against Arsenal?
Yeah, we just know exactly what Real Madrid are going to do. They're going to do what they've done in many, many years, and when they go on to win Champions League titles, you don't necessarily have to be the best over 180 minutes. You just need to know when you pick your moments. And if we're going to progress against them, we need to give them no opportunities. We need to be way more clinical than we have been in previous years against them, with the exception of the treble season, of course. But that's what we need to do. We need to stop putting them in positions where they can create those moments that, take us to, don't give us enough time to recover or rebound from. And we just need to suffocate the life out of them. It's got to be very, very difficult given that. But it's if they can create the moments to get them to progress through the competition every year, then why can't we do the same thing too? We've won a Champions League now. We now know how to do that. We've got that sort of European identity now, and knowing how to win in this competition. So if they can do it, then there's no reason why we shouldn't be able to either.
Don't you guys think that we have a massive advantage on the matchup, on one specific matchup that's extremely important? That is Haaland versus either Asensio or Tchouaméni. And also Savio versus Lucas Vazquez. We've been talking about Vini versus Nunes. Savio versus Lucas Vazquez is going to be just as important.
He will kill him. Let me say this right now. Vazquez is a fucking dumb. He will destroy him. He will destroy him. I'll be shocked if we don't even destroy this guy.
Ancelotti would rather have preferred to have a 35, 36-year-old Carvajal up against Jack Grealish than have Lucas Vazquez up against Jack Grealish.
Yes.
Lucas Vazquez,
so you can only imagine what
probably one of the worst
do
fullbacks in the world. He's honestly disgusting. Listen, you think Kyle Walker's bad? when you meet Lucas Vasquez, you'll think Kyle Walker's a saint. I'm telling you this right now. When I watched
Kyle
that league of
Walker
the
was
season,
amazing the other night, so let's not do that. Kyle Walker was bloody great.
If you guys think
Yeah.
that Mateus Nunes is bad, imagine Mateus Nunes
listen,
without the physicality. That's Lucas Vasquez. He's literally Mateus Nunes without the physicality. He's horrible as a defender, and he wasn't a good winger either. So we just have such an advantage on that side of the pitch.
So we saying when we play Madrid, we just put Kozanov out and right back and say, you remember, just watch footage of Mangala when he was marking Zlatan in PSG. That's all you have to do. See that man there? Do not let him more than 3 feet away from you for the whole 90 minutes.
Just nab Vinny's leg off.
I'd just be all right, busted.
I'm going to tell you all about a thing. We were going to go to midnight, but we're not. I'm going to be closing it down in 5-10 minutes because my back is absolutely giving out on me. There's not much to talk about. Windows shut now. There's no last minute stuff. I thought we might have done I was keeping an eye on that Grealish can be asshole Reamer, but clearly that ain't happening.
You were hoping and praying, Martin. We know.
Yeah, I think I was, but it is what it is. I'm happy with it.
Martin's withholding information, and he's just going to do a bunch of shorts later on.
Do you know what? I'm going to say this. I'm actually glad it's done.
Same here. Thank fuck. Every single minute.
We had like 35 days of window plus about 3 months of speculation.
You can get back to the football talk now. Well, listen, I'm telling you now, I ain't doing no transfer shit till March, April. You park all that. We'll want at least 3 months off. No going on.
Can we not even do it until we're mathematically out of the Premier League?
I mean,
because we have to talk about how the signings are doing. So we're going to talk about
I just want to invite you by the chat. No, it is. Thank you very much for that, Alf. It does count as a reaction. I'm happy it's over. We've got, I know the same 4 signings, but you've still got Jimmy Barr. You've also got Echeverri. I'm telling you now, I think Echeverri will be used at some time this season. Slowly. Definitely. We've got Oscar Bob to come back. I'm just excited now. And listen, having this midfielder in who is young and hungry, and when you look at him, he sounds like the perfect player. And do you know what makes me what? He's not a panic. It's a guy that I've actually been watching for years. He's a guy.
We watched him since Ferran Torres was getting ready to go to Barcelona.
We watched him.
Been watching him since 15.
Yeah,
when that's 16.
Apparently, his dad works at the club. I don't know.
He did.
He did.
Yeah. On request when Pep came to the city.
No, we can't win the league. I'm not doing the win the league. We're not doing win the league.
We're winning the treble. Let's go.
Even I can't go that happy.
The treble father's back. Here we go.
We're winning a treble.
Have I said treble father?
We're winning a treble.
He's put it in the private chat.
We're winning a treble. Community Shield, FA Cup, Club World Cup.
Yeah, and then we're winning the Champions League as well.
And then we'll forfeit the next Community Shield.
By the way, final thoughts, everyone on the window. It's done. It's over. We've actually got the positions we wanted.
Yeah, I think it's a 9 out of 10. 9.5 even.
I'm going to stretch. I said it was 6 out of 10 earlier on. I'm just going to creep it up to 7.
You thought Gonzalez was going to collapse at the last minute, didn't you? You were thinking it was collapsing.
I sneaky suspicion. I had that thought.
He was like, it's 5 to 11, it's not been announced. It's 2 minutes to 11, it's not been announced. Bastards have messed it.
But no, I am going to give it 7 out of 10. So he's been good. We've got some. Mamouche is probably the most impressive player that I think we've got through the door. Nico, it's too early for me to kind of judge. I haven't really seen him play. I am glad that they have been tracking him and they feel that he can add to the squad. Realistically, 2 centre backs, it's still too early. We need to see more from them. Yeah, so 7 out of 10 for me.
Just to let you know, a little fact: City have spent more than every other club combined in the window.
Our oil club is back.
Good.
Let's go.
Good.
Yeah.
My oil money club is back.
Good.
Liverpool have brought 0 in.
What?
Arsenal
That's
have
not.
brought 0 in. Arsenal, Liverpool brought not a jot in. Not a thing.
Well, Arsenal are going to win the league, aren't they? They don't need to.
Yes.
They already.
Palace
They already
have
have.
even brought
They won the league.
Everton even brought somebody in. Ipswich have been busy. Leicester, Ipswich, no one. City have brought 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 in. Well, yeah, 4 in. There's 5 in.
6.
6
with
in.
McFarlane.
Obviously, by the way, the biggest thing this January window that has gone so under the radar is that Josh Wilson-Esband has enjoyed his time at Stoke City, and we wish him all the best. That was announced as well. Other thing tonight is Ndala's gone to Forest.
Win the league. Win the league, Ndala. Win the league.
Look at him, man. Look at him.
Get in, Joel. Come on.
Look at him.
He won't even get a foot in the door because Chris Wood's there.
It's all about the wood.
Monique Clark, thank you for renewing for the 14th month. You are a superstar. And DC, thank you for your very kind generosity of $19.99. Love the marathon show. Thank you, Martin. No, thank you all for sitting here for 4 hours. Well, 4 hours, getting on to 4.5 hours. Thank you to all of you. Pat, Dash, Ed, Spartacus, Damash will go through one by one. Final thoughts.
Do we think we're favourites against Leighton?
I hope so.
It's a simple yes or no question. I'm not sure. I haven't made up my mind yet.
You always stay on the phone to Pat. I'm surprised you haven't got more sprinklers in your ass.
No.
Dash.
Yeah, listen, good window, 7.5 out of 10. Yeah, not confident about Leighton Orient. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's it.
Wigan of the South, aren't they? Wigan of the South.
Yeah,
big shout out to Cheeky's 8 out of 10 until we see what everyone is about. Get some fresh blood in. Culver Gunderstone's job. Fortunately, it's time over. Yeah, Bob Etchbell. Oh my Gonzalez time. 0 out of 10. I quite agree with you, Elliot.
No, like I said before, I said 7.5. I do want to give a big shout out to Tiki, right? Because we don't know how this Marmouche and Nico could be for us. These could be cornerstones for a long time, right? And I know it's not been the best 18 months or so, but you're going to look back and these people, I mean, these players come through for us. It's just another layer to Tiki's impact on our club. So I wish him the best, and I'm really excited for this new chapter for us, and I'm ready to see what these new players can do.
I'm not doing that at you, Cows Captain, when we start talking the summer window. When I've had
You're already talking about it. You're already talking about it.
No, when I've had an holiday. Let me have my holidays first. It's hot.
How many this year?
Nobody
Mike?
type in, is there a space? No.
Where's the holiday this year?
Do you know what? Bollocks, yeah, let's do a
He's going to go. No, he's going to go back to Orlando because we could play half our Club World Cup games there.
What you say, Pat?
Are you going back to Orlando, Martin?
Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, I'm going.
Because half our Club World Cup games are going to be there if things go.
No, I can officially tell you, I'm not going to the Club World Cup. I cannot do it. Logistically, financially, it is beyond my means.
Yeah.
Plus, I also got told if
I'm a 50-50 for the final.
Turkey, I'm going to be single, so no, I can't do that.
Yeah, I'll be there.
I'm 50-50 if we make the final. That's it.
And I want to be there for that game too because I'm kind of pissed off at Juve, for Cambiasso. So I'm going to go there.
I'm not being bastards.
I'm going to cherish
not being bastards. How dare they demand a high fee for their player?
Hey man, a world record? A world record?
Yeah. How dare we not pay a world record for a fullback? What a bunch of bullshitters.
What does the world come to?
We were Oil Club. Why aren't we doing it? Give it a 2 out of 10. Bring me Kyle Walker back. Hang on a minute.
No.
Someone's going to put a tweet out tomorrow. Should never have sold him. Fuck off. Now, I'm not putting that. If anyone sticks a tweet out in the next 2 weeks saying we should never have sold him, I am coming after you with a mission. Do not start the brink. We should not have sold him.
Vinicius could score a goal within 2 weeks. You know what's going to happen.
Bring Kyle Walker back. Let's go.
To Madrid should never have sold Kyle Walker. Piss off.
Come back, Kyle Walker. All is forgiven. All is forgiven.
Don't even do it.
He's only out on loan. We can bring him back. So
No. Don't do it. Someone's gonna. We've got a recall option on Kyle. There. We can go over that.
Martin, before I give my
Martin, although these boys in League 2 will be exciting. Yeah. Well, by the way, we're getting done with 115. We spent 200 mil. Let's go down the League 2.
Mancunian League 2 will be fun.
You know, do you think when Gonzalez signed tonight, they went, well, City versus Millwall will be quite good. Enjoy, mate. City versus Rotherham, very good. Well, we'd beat Rotherham. We'd slap Rotherham all over the place. Everything about Rotherham's just awful.
Are you treating Rotherham like the 21st century version of York in '98?
Exactly.
So in 20 years' time, we'll be saying, I was at Rotherham in 2026.
And the staff. The staff is shit as well. Hopefully we do. You know. I'm waiting for it. There is a clause in Cal's contract. See? No. I told you that was coming. Told you someone was coming out with that tonight. Wait. I am for life, and not just for summer. Big up, Tom. Glad to see you back. Yes, Walker's gone. Yes, Walker has gone, and he's not coming back. Someone said that yesterday. They went, "Do you think we can get Calvin Phillips back?" No.
They Kovac's can't do the job.
Right? Yeah, he's going to be 14. He's going to be 14. There you go. Is Martin going? No, I'm not. I'm not going. Mingy Wong, I've just replied to your comment. You said we weren't getting a midfielder. Naughty disbeliever.
You should know. Martin's always the ITK.
When did I say ITK? Thinking of this for Saturday.
Sometimes you don't have to say it's your behaviour.
Edison.
It's kind of said without saying, Martin. We all know it. Could you feel it?
What is it? Is this for Real Madrid?
And this is for Orient.
Saturday evening, Leighton Orient.
Are you taking the piss, Tom?
Yeah, I know.
That's Leighton Orient.
That can't be Orient.
I want to see Vitor Reis and Kusanov playing together.
You can't roll Marmouche and Haaland down to bloody... No, you can't do
Obama.
That. Is Barry Hearn still in charge of them?
It's all right, I'll stick up for you.
Is Barry Hearn still in charge?
No idea.
Matt, are you going if you can get a ticket?
I don't know. I got a ticket yesterday, so I wouldn't know. I have had a look. They're going for about 300 quid.
You know.
Is the midday kickoff keeping you away as well?
No, because I don't mind that because it means I'm back early. If I could get down, it's not called London Road, is it? What's it called?
Brisbane Road.
Brisbane Road.
Yep.
It's not called that anymore.
It was last season because I nearly went to a game there.
What's it called? I'm going to find out now.
I don't know what it's called now, but it used to be called Brisbane Road.
I know, but they always have these posh names now, don't they?
Yeah.
But then again, I still Colchester. Sorry, am I boring you, was I? Can you not keep people entertained? It is called Brisbane.
I just like a little tune.
Just a little tune. Just a little tune.
Just a little tune.
Yeah, it's not like Ozzy could host his own channel out.
Hey, I hosted the other night, didn't I?
Pardon?
What?
Exactly.
Hey, you guys have a good one, okay, chat? Have a good
Hey,
night.
once in the blue moon's all right, you know. Take care, then. Are you coming on a space, mate?
Martin, if you have a space, I'll be there. You know this.
Yeah, come on.
Well, yeah, have a good one, everybody.
Take care,
Have a good one. See you later, guys. Talk to you later.
We know Ozzy's hosting the show, and we appreciate Ozzy hosting the show. It's one of his 3 a year. Done very well with. Sorry,
it's all right, Ozzy. When the Civil War starts, you can come over with me.
No, Dash. Anything you need, mate. We're always here for you, mate. Appreciate your time. Thank you so much, Dash. It is Brisbane Road. You are right.
We know he's going to change the name from the Mancunian way to the Martin way. We know it's coming.
The Shabaranks Arena. Anyway, Damesh, Spartacus, final thoughts.
Go on, Damesh.
Yeah, for me, transfer window, just for the number of players we got, I will give it maybe a 7. But I'm not going too high because like I haven't seen Vito Hayes and Kosanov play much yet, and I don't think Pep will trust them enough that they'll play enough this season. So I think it cannot go more than that. But just in terms of the number of players we got, I think it's somewhere around 7. I would like them to play because I want those two young centre backs to play, especially if we say that Akanji is still feeling injured, he's not fully fit, but he's making those mistakes, then I would rather prefer the youngsters to make those mistakes rather than Akanji playing and making those mistakes. So I would just play Kusanov or Hayes and let them learn, and rather than playing someone who's not fully fit, because I don't know whatever people say, but like Akanji could have done much better yesterday with that pass from Stones. So I am not considering that he wasn't fully fit. He had plenty of time to clear that ball. So I would rather play Kusanov and make that mistake rather than Akanji making that. And yeah, Mamouche is a good signing, and Nico Gonzalez. Let's see how he does, because if he's registered for Champions League, I would just play him against Real Madrid. Like, I don't know, just give him his debut, let him shine, and hopefully he gives us a great performance. And as you say, Martin, we can win. Hope we win. So I would just play him and let's see what they have got for us.
Yeah. And now my last thoughts are, the one thing I'm actually very much looking forward is to see Nico Gonzalez play, because you can't really see that in compilations, but I really want to see how much he scans during the game, and I think this is going to be the thing that either he's going to be brilliant, makes him be brilliant, or not good at all. If he scans a lot during games, even if he has a shit first game, if I see him moving his head a lot without the ball, I'm going to be hopeful about his future. But if he's just looking at the ball, not so much.
Well, I'm giving the window a very satisfactory 8.5 out of 10. Very happy. I do like that. I'm gonna rename him Gonzo. I like it. I like that still black. Gonzo. Muppet Babies, let's go. Kermit the Frog up front. I mean, I do apologise, by the way, everyone, because Ozzy and Pat are too busy at the moment. It's just having a game of, I don't know what you do. Wait, playing boys, Tetris, something good?
I'm actually responding to a work email, but...
Ozzy?
And I'm keeping up with our socials, so...
Do you know what I mean? I do
try
apologise.
and do a lot of hard work.
The Mancunian way family that 2 of your co-owners are very busy. It's funny how they're both wearing caps as well.
Co-owners, are you feeling the co-owners at the moment? Because it feels like a dictator is coming back into form.
I don't know. I just mean, like, you know, he tells us 10 minutes before the window closes that they still got 2 hours to put paperwork through. So, you know, using your ITK expertise, why aren't you out there just trying to find out what further information has been brought through to the club? Because if business hasn't been concluded yet, then why aren't you? Yep. I'm surprised you're not. I'm surprised you're not down there tracking black Mercedes vans full of players. What are you doing? You said you can see the Etihad from your front door. You can see the Etihad from your front door. Why are you not down there?
In the old days, Pat, he was always there.
Yep. Purple dildos and everything.
You mentioned that, man. Look at him. Look at him. He's up there. He don't know where to look, the poor bloke. Aussie as well. Look at him. He's a gentleman.
He knew what he was getting himself into when he signed up for this. Don't worry.
You don't want to wear your smuts.
Yeah. Martin's going to start a rival Twitter account called Purple Dildo to rival Purple Panel.
Pink panel.
Yeah.
Pink panel versus the purple panel. My dildo versus your window. Anyway, right. Thank you all for joining us.
God almighty. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Oh, this is
have a good night, guys.
Martin misses out. It's really weird, but our viewership's just gone up when we started talking.
I told you Fee'd come back.
You know what? Wow. I'm going to tell her that. She's watching. By the way, Alan's back. Just appeared backstage. I'm only joking. Yeah. But it's like say dildo 3 times and Alan appeared. Anyway, no, I hope you all have a lovely night. We'll do a quick space. Starting at midnight. I'm only going to do an hour and a half. Spartacus, I'm presuming you're going to be on. Please keep
Probably.
it to an hour and a half.
Yeah, we'll try to.
Yeah, because Spartacus always
3 hours
says,
later.
Spartacus and Dana always go, oh, it's an hour and a half, and we're still sat there at 5 a.m. And we're not even waffling about football anymore. This is 4.5 hours later. Not even on football anymore. What?
I don't think you can stay 4 hours and a half talking about football alone, right? Like, I don't think that's physically possible.
Depends if Hamza stays asleep or whether he wants to.
We'll stay 4 hours and a half talking about the same thing.
Martin, do you remember Deportivo in La Liga in the 90s? Yes, it has been. Yes,
Yep.
Graham. Because I was just looking, they were talking about that on the. It's in the 10 facts you need to know about Nico Gonzalez that his dad used to play.
They were a damn good.
La Coruña in the 90s.
Do you remember, Martin? They were a damn good team back then too. Late 90s, early 2000s Deportivo. They were amazing. And yeah, that was back in the days when it was you had I mean, Real Madrid was still a good side, but you had Deportivo and you had Valencia. That Valencia squad from like early 2000s was absolutely unreal.
That Valencia squad when they had, I mean, you go back to when they had David Villa.
Well, back then when I watched them, my favorite player to watch was Pablo Aimar. He was like Messi before Messi. He was a hell of a player. He was an absolute bowler.
If we start talking too much about Valencia, Hamza's gonna come through.
Yeah, he will appear.
There's your Beetlejuice.
Yeah. It's like Candyman. Don't say it third time. Anyway, we are Pablo Aimar. But did you know what we could do? You know what I am going to do? One, I promised I'd do this the other day. I'm going to do a show. I'm going to speak with Big Steve and get whoever wants to come on. I'm going to talk about players you never realised played for Manchester City. Because honestly, I was saying to my son had no idea Frank Lampard ever put the blue shirt on.
Vieira's gonna be an interesting one.
There are some City managers who forgot George Weah played.
Yeah.
Honest.
Frank Lampard got player of the season for me, for that goal.
Martin Van Boyten.
Because there wasn't much else to get excited about that season.
I don't know why I always called him Martin Van Boyten. I don't know why. I think I'll just grab my name. Daniel Van Boyten.
I actually didn't know about that one.
He was okay, but he disappointed me because then you saw how good he was when he went to Bayern.
Awesome, Pat. Get out.
No,
he was awesome.
No, I get it. I get it. He was good, but when you saw the player he became when he went to Bayern, it was kind of like it was like with Boateng as well. Boateng
was a baller.
Boateng's, but then when he went to Bayern, he was so much better. Do you know what I mean? Like when he, just feel disappointed that you missed out on a really good player there.
Charluka, bit of Charlie. No, someone's gonna clip that and put that.
Oh God.
Yes.
Right, he was called Charlie. His nickname, not anyway. Right, we are going to end because I've said two things.
Digging a hole,
guys. Digging a hole. Martin's digging a hole.
Right, Nico, please email me, mate, because we need to get you on here. You are the member winner from Jan. On Thursday, we are going to do the member giveaway for Feb. Good evening, Martin. Great win. Do you think we could do a double pivot, Nico and Cobo, and get rid of Bernardo and Gundo and KDB?
Bernardo is not leaving the team.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to see a little bit. We're going to have to see a little bit, but keep an eye on that. I wouldn't like to say. Right, Nico, thank you for 9 months as well. We are going to end a bit early. I know we're at midnight, but there's no more news coming out from City now. Valery Bozhinov did his cruciate in his knee, and that was against United as well. Badly. Martin is buzzing. I'm over the moon tonight.
Yep.
Neri Castillo, Mateus for Oso.
Don't forget we had Peter Schmeichel at the club for a little bit. And David Seaman was at the club for a little bit too.
Yep.
I
don't realise. Well, it's never talked about.
Right, our new signings out of 10.
Rocky Roadcastle.
I'm giving it 8.5 out of 10. Kushinov, 7 out of 10. Victor Hayes, 6 out of 10 because I don't know a lot about him. Mamouche, 8.5, 9 out of 10. I think Nico Gonzalez, now we've come out that we've been tracking him for a long time, probably 8 or 9 out of 10. Echeverria, 6 out of 10 because I'm waiting on potential, but that could come into a 10 out of 10. Juma Bar, again, 6 out of 10. I'm excited for the future. I'll give it an overall 8.5. I am excited because we're not just rebuilding, we're actually doing a proper rebuild. And that's what I like. We're not panic signing, we're not panic anything, we're doing it properly.
We're not doing a United.
It's worth doing properly.
We're not doing any United and getting quick fixes. We're just trying to get it.
We're not going getting Casemiro. 85 million.
Are we seeing Bob in the next match?
Well, the Vader's here now. Hello, Vader. Right, we're about to
yeah. Just when you thought it was over.
Hey, guys. Hey, don't shut down just yet.
What did we say 3 times for him to pop up like Juice?
I sent you the link 5 hours ago. Where have you been?
Hey, I wanted to listen.
He's done everybody else apart from us. Don't lie, Vader.
I've turned a lot of people down. But the thing is, I want to join when, you know what, a lot of the conversation kind of took place and I was able to kind of catch you guys nice and calm and just say, wish you guys all a good night or a good day before you guys shut down. I've had a fun couple hours. I've had a fun Monday considering the disaster that was yesterday. And the reason why it was fun is because I like seeing a large portion of our fan base go through these difficulties, to be honest with you. I do like seeing, because I've heard for a long time on some fans that are like, I don't care about the winning. I'm okay with whatever happens. And it's been exposed that is so not true. But they've been reminded in a right way that this is a sport and we've got to compete and we'll get back to it. Just got to trust. And we're doing it the right way, right? We're getting some new players in. We're gonna go forward and make sure that we kind of secure a top 4. And after that, we go on next year.
Check out Vader's show. You had a great show earlier on. He ignored all my comments in it. But
that is not true. No, how are you? Wait, how are you bringing me on?
You're terrible, Martin.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
That is so not
Seriously,
true. I did not know.
And he just ignored me.
Don't blame me later.
You're literally
I
John
have
Cena now. You can't see me.
no. I think you might have stepped away.
I'm on the John Cena retirement tour. Eh?
Oh, because of the Royal Rumble.
That's a good question. Obviously, he can see John Cena.
Ooh.
Especially his bald patch. Ooh.
Nah, listen.
Serious now.
Yeah, no, this is serious mode. This is serious mode. You guys,
someone's on a stadium tour.
You know what? I've been listening.
Get your photo. Get your photo. Pick it up from the gift shop for 25 quid.
Pat has been on fire all show. I have to admit, Pat's been on fire all show.
Thanks, man. I was chatting to Rodri earlier.
No,
That's why.
he's not on the stadium tour because he'd have all the trophies behind him, Pat.
No, I don't. Oh, ooh, actually, that's another photo.
While you're at it.
But yeah, man. No, I've been listening, and the 5-hour show is actually brilliant. I think for transfer window or transfer deadline day, the conversations have been amazing. I think what you guys brought a lot of balance to was, the club are trying to do right. The club have and again, no one's perfect. We've seen clubs, quote unquote, Real Madrids and Liverpools and Uniteds or what. We've seen them all falter. But when you falter, how do you try to correct the mistake? And how patient are you as a fan base to let the club try to right the mistake? And I love to be able to tune into your show and others that have that level of patience, because we can see that the club are trying. Yes, it happened on the final hour or the 11th hour with regards to Nico Gonzalez, but we know that the club have been pursuing to try and right the wrong, and they've been pursuing even before this transfer window. Jude Bellingham was an attempt, right? Rice was an attempt.
I mentioned that. I got shouted at, mate, and I'm not allowed to mention them. I mentioned Bellingham and Rice earlier, and Ozzy shouted at me. So I'm banned from talking about it now.
Stop living in the past, man. Stop living in the past.
Listening. That's why I brought it up. I was trying to stoke the fire a little bit. But yeah, the club's obviously going to try and right the wrong. And who knows how good the signings are going to be, but the club's attempting to be better. And I am nervous for the remainder of the season, not for the reaction from the fan base, but just for how we can play, because we've got a huge target on our backs. We've been the model club, and we've gotten the recognition for it from UEFA and other awards that kind of be given for a club performing this well. So we have everyone's best game, and we are going to get Real Madrid's best game. And of all the clubs that seem to not be satisfied with what they have, like I want more, it's Real Madrid. They went out and got Mbappe, which was something that they've worked on for 2-3 years. So we're going to get their best game. I want to see how we fight, plain and simple. I just want to see how we fight back. And thank you for letting me rant for a bit.
Right, house captain, you're bad. You're banned. Listen, don't really ban him, but there's going to be a chat later with me and house captain. You know what you've done? You know exactly what you've done. See me after class.
I like teacher mode Martin. I like teacher mode Martin.
Don't. Mate,
no,
please.
Don't give him an apple.
All right. Yeah,
okay.
please.
All right, my bad.
Nope, I don't draw a blank.
Martin, while we're at it too, should we maybe go for another 20 minutes? We'll do our 5 hours for 5K.
Well, we've got 5K. Oh, go on, man.
Yeah,
right, we'll be delaying
because I'm thinking of the people. I'm thinking inward. I'm not thinking inwards unlike somebody. Yeah.
What's Kathy saying now? Personal. Right. Well, what do you want to talk about for 15 minutes? You got 15 minutes. Go.
20 minutes.
Ozzy was like, Alex, I was going to bed.
Can I ask a question? Because I've noticed Pat
I'll be
set
back
up.
in 1 minute then.
Oh, my question was to you as well. But I've noticed.
Are you heading down the Etihad?
I'll my bladder up in and not go.
Are you heading down the Etihad, man?
the background.
It's chasing black vans.
Have you changed locations temporarily? What's going on?
No, I'm just not using my green screen at the minute.
Oh, has the chat complained?
No, I'm looking. I need to move things around. I'm going to change my office around in my bedroom, and I'm going to try and I want to set up a proper background.
Is the Wi-Fi stronger? Is the Wi-Fi stronger at the ground?
I want to do like something Pat's got, but with all my old shirts and all the old I've got and everything. Because I found all my dad's old programs as well.
Just do it even better. You can't, mate, because the Wi-Fi is obviously the Wi-Fi is stronger at the academy.
He's on you tonight. That has been on you tonight.
He's talking sense, Vader.
He's talking
I'm lighting up. I'm lighting up because I've calmed down from yesterday. Yesterday's in the rearview mirror. I'm going to give two hoots about it. It's fun.
You know, yesterday, well, you were all in your comfy chairs watching it. Well, some
here
of
we
us
go.
in North London.
I didn't have a comfy chair. I was
in the pain. You know what I mean?
I wasn't in a comfy chair. I was at the beach.
Oh.
So,
well, bully for you. I was watching a firework display. Beat that.
That's good. But how was your thigh? Yeah, but I could have done the same thing, but it would have been 30 degrees.
I was watching a trophy parade.
You told us you were at the game yesterday.
I was watching a trophy parade with you, but you were just like, I don't like the rain. I was like, I don't care.
Well, he's not. Elliot's not letting this go. Oi. Yeah.
Whoa, really?
What are you, his brother? His agent?
No. Can I be surprised? Can I be surprised?
You're not allowed an opinion on this channel. You know that.
I will reply probably in the morning. He starts over anyone in midfield. You don't know ball.
Fairs.
It's really not. I know why you're upset with me.
Oh, are you going to share?
Nope.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you're
all of us work for Sunday League Club. Anyway, things are fine now with my dad arriving back. All right, honestly, mate. Stay safe. Let me know. You don't need that on your birthday, mate. Seriously, I hope your dad's all right. Thoughts and prayers with you, mate.
That's awful timing.
Seriously, mate.
Yeah.
I will respond back to that, Nico. Should we talk about some real shitty clubs that we've been to in the past? There was Colchester, Stockport County, Swindon Town, Rotherham United, Preston North End. I'm only joking.
I think I'm gonna beat you guys all. I went to Manaus.
Oh. What? Did you get there by boat or?
I had to get a boat. Yes.
Oh my
god! I'm really being ignorant here. What is that? Sorry.
So Manaus is a city up in like northern central, like it's basically the hub of like the city hub of like the Amazon.
Yes.
If you remember, England actually played a match up there during the World Cup in 2014.
Was that the high altitude one?
No.
No.
Brazil's not really known for high. It does have mountainous areas, but it's not like high altitude. No. Manaus is like right up in the middle of the Amazon, and the Brazilian government bought it. They built a new stadium, didn't they, for the World Cup?
Yes.
But it played like 2 matches, and it's been sitting there just rotting away ever since.
Actually, league. I think now they're in the 4th division. Now they play there, but there is about like 100 people going in.
That's a nice stadium.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it's the most expensive place for pigeons to crap in.
On it, when was the stadium built then? When was it? Oh, it was taken 4 years ago.
They had to take supplies up the Amazon to build it. Like that's the only way they could ship stuff in.
There is actually very good.
Insane, and the amount of money that they spent on it.
Don't get me started.
Now you wonder why since then Brazil's had like what 5 or 6 recessions. Like,
I've never been to the one North Stadium. You know, I said it properly.
Yeah,
you're just being naughty, Steve Black.
Go on, mate. That's what you got to say, mate.
Now, look, I'll put my 2 cents in on this one. Like, I've been lucky enough to see a few games like globally, and
that's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, me still in terms of game and experience and everything, still can't beat Bombonera.
I need to go. I'll be back 1 minute.
now that Martin's left, he will be officially challenged to an EAFC match tomorrow night if he chooses to show up. I'm calling him out.
Never turn up.
But no, listen, guys.
Walk away.
He can never walk away. I gotta pull him back. But no, I want to join, share some laughs. Great to see you guys. And next show, hopefully I can join you. So
hey, Veto.
Thanks for dropping by.
I'm picking you up on that challenge. I'll challenge you for one as well.
Yeah. All right.
For a
all right.
game.
Well, all right. We'll link up and exchange. I'm Vader on PSN on the PlayStation.
Okay,
Network,
I'll
so
send you something.
yeah, you find me. All right, guys. We'll talk.
All right, look
Take care,
after
mate.
yourself. Mate.
Bye, Vader.
Take care.
Go on, Pat. What were you going to say?
Yeah. Important news. Yeah, for me, still the best experience I've ever had for a match day anywhere in the world was La Bombonera.
Oh, that was sick. That is sick. That is sick.
And it wasn't just that. It was the game itself. Look, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but what I'll do is I'll jump on YouTube and I'll actually send the link for the game that I was at in the chat. And if anybody wants to watch it, trust me, it's the game was as insane as the atmosphere. And anybody knows anything about global football, they know the atmosphere at La Bombonera is mental. But this game, if you get a chance to watch it, and to make it even more insane, I was in the away end.
Was it River versus Boca? Was it River Boca?
It was Boca and Independiente.
I've been
to that was Spartacus. That was the big derby for that season because River played and got relegated the season before.
That's a good game.
No,
I went to La Bombonera for the Libertadores once.
I'll tell you I did go. Edinburgh. I went to Birmingham and Hearts.
Yeah. Oh, Edinburgh's a great city. Like, never mind the football. I love it.
Would it not?
Yeah.
You want to try walking it with a bad back? Austin killed me.
Hey, I walked with one leg. I didn't
No,
walk.
needed
I
to.
walked around there with
There.
one leg. I didn't complain that much.
My walking stick was out in Edinburgh.
I walked around there with one leg.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember much of Edinburgh. Still drunk to remember something.
And Edinburgh is a beautiful city. Absolutely beautiful.
You just slagged it off.
No, I said it was hilly. I didn't slag it off. I said it was hilly.
That's not what you said.
Yes, it did. Oh, sorry. Southern soft, yeah. I'm from Oxford. Oh, look at me. I'm a tough person.
Here we go. As soon as he's wrong, he starts.
What did you do? Pick Manchester City out of a hat?
Here we go. See what I mean?
What is it with Oxford? Got bloody rich, now I got you.
Now you got me.
We're changing this over to the Oxford City way soon. The Oxford
here
way.
Here goes again.
Gonzalez, CDM, Echeverry, Cam, and Moose Cam, you're all welcome. You ditch Foden and KD.
Yeah, I was just about to say, where does Foden get in?
He's going on the wing. Who are you putting on the left wing?
Savio, probably?
You get in the space and we'll have a proper debate on this.
He'll put KDB in goal.
What's that link for, Pat? Can you tell everyone?
KDB right back.
Thank you. Could have been Ruben Diaz's moment after we signed him. We lost. Yeah, it could be. Do you know what? Someone said that the other day. This could be our moment.
I said that earlier on.
I'm sorry.
It could be another moment, you mean? Another moment.
What the hell's on one tonight, innit? What's up there?
Can't win, can we, Pat? Right, seriously.
The Manor Ground.
We always come into every show with one end time behind that.
That was a shitty, the Manor Ground. King Clancy put on a show there once. So. The only thing I ever remember about the Manor Ground was the pitch was a slope. The pitch was literally sloped. So what? One half you were running uphill, the other half you're running downhill. Wasn't like
it evens out after 90 minutes, mate. So don't worry.
Honestly,
it evens out. So.
Not on his back though. Can you imagine if he can play about his back all the time?
Honestly,
can I just play at one end the whole game?
It was them old-fashioned cages where you just stood up and you had a cage. Felt like a bloody.
As I said, I was one of the lucky few to go to Luton last season in the league.
No, at least you had a seat. Bloody stood up.
Oh no! Look, no. What I was getting to was like that was an interesting experience. The only thing that ruined it was there was a couple of City fans who had a go at me for having a ticket. So, yeah, that was a bit disappointing.
Yeah, you got told off. You got gatekeeped.
No, I was talking to my mates that I went to the match with, and then all of a sudden two older lads walked past me and they said, "Oh, does this guy sound like someone who's got over 30,000 points?" I was like, "What?"
Don't. I'll tell you afterwards. Anyway, right, we are going to end there. I know we're early, but we are going to end because literally the viewership is dropping by tens of 20s.
Fair enough. Sorry, everyone. That's on Martin.
Yeah, it really is.
I do apologize.
Say purple dildo 3 times, so I'll come back.
I want to say a massive thank you to everyone who's joined us for virtually 5 hours. It has been a really good show. I'm loving the fact, listen, yesterday was a mess, but the season literally, we have to look at this and go again now. Part 1 has been awful. We now have to do part 2, finish the season strongly. There's still lots to play for. We will be back on Thursday night, the Thursday night chat, all the countdown down to Leyton Orient. I am going to try and find a Leyton Orient fan.
I do exist.
Who cares?
It'll be easier to find than a
Wow! Wow! I apologise.
Get the hell.
Apologise to the Leyton Orient fans if they want to watch this down the road, but do they exist? We don't know. Sorry, there isn't any according to us.
I just said if you think they exist.
Anybody hear what I said? I said it'll be easier to find than find a City fan. According to Rivals.
I was laughing at that as well.
According to Rival fans, it'll be easier to find than finding us, so don't worry.
Yeah, well, apparently I don't lose. Yeah, which one's more extinct, City or Leyton Orient? Leyton Orient fans, football fans. No. What? I don't want to watch a documentary on John Sitton. Jesus Christ! Right now we might have an issue.
Right,
if you're on Twitter, and we'll try and find one. We'll see if we can work it that way. At the moment, I'm looking at a Holly Willoughby train right now. What's that got to do with Leyton
I'm sorry,
Orient?
what?
I've literally typed in Leyton Orient fan channel and it's giving me a Holly Willoughby driving on a...
Is she a fan? Is she a Leyton Orient fan?
No.
I mean, you want to build this channel.
What the hell? Susanna Reid's Basic Instinct moment is underneath John Sitton Leyton Orient.
Okay, now you're taking it too far.
Everyone.
Yeah, whoa.
Yeah, you might want to look at your filter. You might want to look at your filters, Martin. Like, what's going on here?
Right, we've dropped down to underneath 3. Right. Anyway, we are getting back here now. Right. No, massive thank you to Spartacus Damesh, to Tone, to Fee, to Dash. Honestly, mate, Godspeed to your dad. I hope everything's all right. And I really do mean that, mate, from the bottom of our heart. To Vader, who came in and did a splash and dash. For Alan, who came on, had a whinge and left. I apologise for Rich's absent. You know, the 4th co-owner of the channel who just ignored transfer deadline day. Like, you know, not even been in the chat. Not even been in the WhatsApp group.
You didn't get Chris Wood, of course he's going to be bitter.
He's very upset.
Yep.
Very upset. Rich.
If he says his window is a 2 out of 10, it's completely justified.
He'll probably send us a message in a bit. We signed anyone. No, Rich.
I'm busy. I'm chasing down black Mercedes vans outside the academy.
Oi, stop messaging yourself, you. Anyway, I remember them getting promoted and the manager died of an heart attack. Wow, okay, kid. That's just killed the moment. Head for the Orient. What, is that actually true? No, I'm being serious. I am actually looking for a fan channel. Head for the. He's gonna bloody laugh. I bet Steve Black's laughing at me now.
Knowing your web search filters, God knows what will come up with.
Yeah.
No, we can't use that, Steve Black. Anyway, moving on. Right, we have it 5 hours.
I'm not going to look. I'm not going to look because I don't want to.
Let's do it.
Have a lovely evening. We'll be back Wednesday. I think me and Sean are on Not in the South Stand tomorrow around about 7 p.m. The panel show, I think so anyway. But we'll let you know. Wednesday we're not going to do anything, and then Thursday we'll be back. Friday, and then Saturday we'll be back with all the FA Cup action for Leyton Orient. So thank you, gentlemen. Smash them likes. Smash that. Keep smashing the subscribes. I'm loving this community in a minute. You are on fire. I'm loving the vibe. I'm loving everything about it. It's a lovely vibe, good community, lovely banter, and that's what we want. And I can't thank you all enough for creating that. So have a lovely evening. Take care. And we'll see you all Thursday night. Take care.
Bye, everyone.
Take care.